Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei joins Valerie's team. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was nighttime, and the streets of Kuo were beginning to empty as people returned home to their families, while shop owners started closing their stores. Issei and the girls from the ORC had returned to the Hyudu residence after a rather awkward day for the brown-haired boy. The reason? Simple. The day before, after the interview with the Gremory and Bale clans, which were preparing for a raiding game, Issei felt embarrassed. When he went to take a bath, Rias unexpectedly entered the same bathroom and tried to charm him while asking about his feelings for her. However, Issei's response saddened and angered her, leading to her not speaking to him for the entire day. The following morning was tense for Issei, as the girls had learned about the incident between him and Rias in the bathroom. For reasons he didn't understand, they called him insensitive and likened him to the villain of the story. As the morning passed quietly, it was now afternoon, and they had gathered in the ORC to discuss the upcoming school festival. They also received a call from Lady Phoenix to check on Ravel and to ensure Issei promised to look after the little blonde girl, who was unaware of the situation. When Rias attempted to leave the club, Issei stopped her and asked if something was wrong. She merely asked if he would protect her and the others, to which Issei affirmed. Then Rias inquired about her significance to him, and Issei responded that she was his captain. This answer made Rias both sad and angry, prompting her to run out of the club while the others scolded Issei for his response, leaving him confused about what he had done wrong. Even Kiba and Gasper told him it was his fault. After that incident, the day continued normally for everyone, although Issei was left with many questions and did not return to the club for the rest of the day. The journey home was uncomfortable, as the girls did not speak to him or even look his way, which inexplicably saddened him. With that in mind, Issei found himself in the living room of the Hyudu residence, reflecting on everything that had happened. Even during dinner, the girls remained silent, and his parents asked if something was wrong, to which he replied that he didn't know. Deciding to put it all aside, Issei climbed the stairs of the mansion to go to his room. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find all the girls waiting for him, their expressions filled with anger. He asked if something was wrong, curiosity evident in his voice, but was taken aback by their intense gazes. Rias then asked him what they meant to him, her tone clearly upset. Issei, perplexed, inquired about her meaning. He noticed Rias's arms trembled slightly as she lowered her head. Aquino intervened, clarifying Rias's question about how he felt about them. Issei thought carefully before responding that they were his friends, companions, and that he cared for them. He smiled, satisfied with his answer, but his satisfaction quickly faded upon seeing the girls' reactions. The girls were deeply upset by Issei's response, feeling doubt in their hearts. Was being his friend not enough for him? While he desired a harem, he already had them. It frustrated and saddened them that he did not understand their feelings. They began to recall all the times they had tried to interact with Issei in a romantic and NTMT manner, remembering the look on his face when he was startled by their advances. Confusion filled them as they wondered why the man they all loved acted this way. When he asked if something was wrong, they decided it was time to confront him about their feelings, but after hearing his answer, they wished they hadn't. After hearing him refer to them as friends and companions, their hearts ached and their anger grew. At least, that was how they felt inside, while on the outside, they cried in sorrow. Issei, noticing their tears, panicked and asked if he had done something wrong. The girls composed themselves before looking at him again, their expressions filled with a mix of anger and hurt. He had never seen them look at him that way before, and it filled him with fear and confusion. As he tried to understand the situation, he was about to ask what he had done wrong when he heard Rias murmur something that shattered his heart. She quietly expressed her regret about having reincarnated him, filled with anger and frustration, thinking no one could hear her. Issei, filled with despair, asked Rias if she truly meant what she said. Rias frowned, realizing she had been overheard but chose not to respond, while the others looked on in confusion regarding what Issei was implying. Rias's mind was in turmoil, She loved Issei deeply, but sometimes he hurt her and the others without realizing it. Each time he referred to her as captain instead of by her name, it pierced her heart. The girls looked at Rias with confusion after hearing Issei's question. They were puzzled about what he meant and why he sounded as if he were suffering. Suddenly, Rias confirmed Issei's fears. Desperately, he pleaded for her to tell him it was a cruel joke. Rias, with sadness in her voice, expressed her doubts about her decision to reincarnate him, tears streaming down her cheeks. The girls were left in shock at Rias's words. They had believed she loved Issei more than anything after everything they had been through, but hearing her doubts about her choice to reincarnate him left them deeply unsettled. Issei's feelings were a mix of sorrow, anguish, regret, and fury. Drake, sensing the turmoil within his partner, asked if he was okay. Issei remained silent, leaving the Welsh dragon startled. Issei was sleeping when he suddenly awoke, responding to the intense feelings radiating from his partner. Confusion washed over him as he tried to understand why Issei felt this way. He thought he was loved by all of them, especially Rias, but now he felt he was mistaken. It was just like the last time. Issei's voice trembled as he expressed his pain, and the others listened, frowning in response. His anger erupted as he shouted that if they truly felt that way, they should have let him die. The outburst shocked everyone present. Rias felt a wave of sadness wash over her after witnessing Issei's furious outburst. The rest looked at him with sorrow, but Issei remained silent, glaring at them before storming out of the room. Rias called after him, pleading for him to return, desperation evident in her voice as she reached toward the door. Irina, confused, asked what Issei meant by, like the last time, but her question went unanswered as everyone else was lost in their thoughts, trying to process the situation. Except for one person, who frowned at Irina's question. Kaneko recalled the only person who had left a lasting mark on Issei's life, Rainer. The mention of the fallen angel snapped everyone back to reality, and they frowned as they pieced together the implications. Fearful glances exchanged among them. They began to understand Issei's need for love from many girls and the lack of reciprocation in his feelings. It all made sense now. He was still reeling from what she had done to him. Akino, filled with dread, urged the group to find Issei and apologize before it was too late. Rias stood frozen, a vacant look in her eyes as she reflected on what she had done. She couldn't remember why Issei had expressed regret over being reincarnated, her mind a chaotic mess. Akino noticed Rias's vacant stare and asked if she was okay, but Rias continued to gaze ahead, ignoring her concern. Akino shook her, urging Rias to snap out of it. When Rias finally regained her senses, Akino insisted they needed to find Issei as soon as possible. Rias, still a bit dazed, agreed, and they all set out to search for him. Meanwhile, Issei wandered aimlessly, feeling incredulous about how he was treated after everything they had been through. He thought he was loved, especially by Rias, but now he felt utterly alone. Today served as a grim reminder of his past with Rainer, the painful memories etched in his mind. He found himself in a desolate area filled with abandoned houses. Looking around, Issei questioned how he had ended up there. He leaned against a wall, sliding down to sit and clutching his head in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend the situation, and as a familiar face flashed in his mind, he recalled the haunting question, "Would you die for me?" He pressed a hand to his chest, trying to calm the rapid beating of his heart, which felt both frightened and wounded. He pleaded with himself for it to stop, staring at his hands as panic began to rise within him. His dragon companion urged him to calm down, but Issei was too lost in his turmoil to hear. As he trembled, a voice called out to him, startling him. He quickly stood up, scanning the area for the source. There, he spotted a stunning girl with long silver hair and blue eyes. She wore a black jacket over a green shirt, a black skirt, and black shoes. Issei recognized her immediately. Valery Lucifer, his destined rival, was watching him intently. Issei stammered her name, feeling a mix of fear and confusion. Suddenly, the voice of the Welsh dragon echoed, and a bright light erupted as his boosted gear manifested on his arm. Valerie remained unfazed by the display, and Issei took a combat stance, ready for a fight that never came. Confused, he asked if she wasn't going to attack him, to which she shook her head. Valerie explained that she wasn't there to fight, she had come to speak with him without drawing attention. Issei, impatient, pressed her for the reason behind her visit. Valerie revealed that she had learned about Issei and his teammates preparing for a raiding game against Bale. She assured him that she would be watching and would not allow the Cows Brigade to interfere. Issei was taken aback, surprised that she was willing to confront the terrorists to ensure the game proceeded smoothly. Valerie shrugged, claiming it was merely a whim. As Issei lowered his guard, the boosted gear vanished, but an expression of sadness crossed his face. The thought of fighting alongside his friends against filled him with doubt, and the painful reminders of what the girls had said drained his spirit. Noticing Issei's empty expression, Valerie frowned, concerned for him. She had sensed something was off when she arrived, observing how he struggled to maintain his composure and murmured to himself. Although she knew it wasn't her place to pry, seeing him like this stirred something within her, prompting her to speak up. She asked if something was wrong, but Issei responded dismissively, trying to hide his broken expression. Valerie, undeterred, pressed on, sensing that he needed someone to talk to. Valerie was surprised to see someone like Issei in such a state. She remarked that he seemed as if he had just experienced a terrible reminder or that something had happened to put him in this mood. Issei, indifferent, wondered how obvious his feelings were. Before he could respond, Valerie continued, acknowledging that he had his reasons to distrust her. She reminded him that they had fought together before and that she did not seek the same goals as the other members of the Cows Brigade. Issei was taken aback by her words and realized she was right. Valerie and her group were different from the rest of the Cows Brigade. They sought their freedom and acted independently, not following the orders of the brigade. However, Valerie sighed, sensing that he might not respond, and began to turn away. Then, Issei's voice, shaky and filled with emotion, stopped her. He confessed that he felt betrayed. Valerie's eyes widened in surprise at his admission. Issei dryly laughed, expressing his doubts about whether he had ever been anything more than a mere tool for others, a source of power to be showcased but never truly valued. Valerie sensed the pain in his voice and asked what he meant, her concern evident. Issei questioned whether he had only been a flashy tool for them, recalling a painful memory of Rias's words echoing in his mind, which shattered his heart. He felt broken, overwhelmed by feelings of betrayal, sadness, and anger. He didn't hate the girls. He hated himself for allowing them to break down the walls he had built after his experience with Rainier. He had hoped they could heal the wounds left by the fallen angel, but instead, they had deepened them. Valerie listened carefully to Issei's broken words, analyzing them. Did he feel used? Did they only want him for his power? The thought crossed her mind that perhaps the Gremmeries had indeed exploited him for their benefit. It seemed absurd, but if it were true, it would change everything. Issei's anguish grew as he questioned whether all the moments he shared with the girls had been a facade, designed to keep him loyal while they took advantage of his abilities. Issei expressed his fear that even if he returned, nothing would change. He doubted he could trust them again or even face them. Valerie felt a wave of emotion wash over her at the sight of him in such despair. Despite her efforts to suppress her feelings, a tear slipped down her cheek. She didn't understand why she felt this way, but she couldn't bear to see Issei so broken. She realized that if he returned and they were indeed using him, it could destroy him mentally over time. Valerie pondered how to help him and an idea formed in her mind. It was risky and could cause problems for both the Alliance and the Cows Brigade if they found out, but there were no other options. This was the only way to prevent Issei from suffering further. She called out to him, and he turned to her with a serious expression, which tugged at her heart. She asked him if he wanted to return to them. Issei hesitated, lowering his head in a somber expression. He didn't know what to say. He feared that if he returned, he might never be the same. Valerie called his name again, and he looked at her intently. She nervously suggested that he could join her and her team. Issei was shocked by her proposal, stepping back in disbelief. He questioned whether she was serious, reminding her that even if her team didn't follow the Cows Brigade's orders, they were still considered enemies. Valerie acknowledged that it was a crazy suggestion but asked if he was okay with returning to a situation where nothing changed. Issei lowered his head again, feeling broken by her words. He was torn between the fear of returning and the possibility of a fresh start with Valerie. He realized she had taken the time to listen to him, which was unexpected. After a moment of deep contemplation, he finally found his voice and agreed to her proposal. Valerie was surprised by his acceptance but smiled, feeling a sense of relief. She then remembered something important she needed to address before moving forward. It was necessary to get rid of his evil pieces, or they would track him down. Issei opened his eyes slightly in horror upon hearing this, panicking as he recalled the consequences of expelling his evil pieces. Valerie reassured him, explaining that he would not die. She intended to use a spell to forcibly remove the pieces from his body, though it would be painful. Issei, filled with terror, questioned her sanity at the thought of expelling them with a spell. Valerie maintained her serious tone, telling him that if he wanted to survive, he would need to ask the Welsh dragon, Draig, to transform his body into a dragon. This transformation would save him from certain death, and she would heal him afterward. Issei repeated her words in disbelief, hoping he had misheard. When she confirmed it with a nod, he realized he had no other choice and reluctantly called out to Draig. The voice of the dragon echoed through Issei's hand, where a green glow shimmered on his palm. Valerie approached him, positioning herself directly in front of him. A magical circle appeared in her hand, which she placed on Issei's chest, and it entered his body. She warned him that this would be painful, and he frowned in response. Without wasting time, Valerie closed her palm, causing Issei to feel intense pain within him. He cried out in agony as the immense discomfort surged through him. Valerie worked as quickly as she could to minimize his suffering, activating the circle inside him. A bright light erupted, and the magical circle emerged from Issei, carrying with it 8 crimson pawn pieces that fell to the ground moments later. Seeing the evil pieces, Valerie dispelled the magical circle, and Issei collapsed to the ground, coughing up a bit of blood. Draig's voice resonated from the gauntlet, announcing that he would begin the transformation. Valerie stood there, watching with concern as Issei lay unconscious on the ground after the expulsion of his evil pieces. She felt sympathy for the pain he had endured, both mentally and physically. Yet, witnessing his struggle ignited a determination within her to help him, no matter what it took. Kneeling beside Issei's head, Valerie gently stroked his beautiful brown hair. She declared that it was time for him to start anew. As she spoke, a magical circle appeared beneath them, and both she and Issei vanished from the location, leaving behind the 8 pawn pieces. Meanwhile, Irina called out for Issei, desperately searching for him alongside the rest of the ORC. They had been searching throughout Kuo without any leads on his whereabouts. They even informed Kiba and Gasper of the situation, who joined the search. During this time, Rias remained silent, lost in her thoughts. Zenobia expressed her frustration at the lack of progress, while Aquino insisted they must keep looking. They continued their search until they reached an area with abandoned houses on the outskirts of the city. Aquino sensed a strange and unusual aura emanating from one of the houses, prompting her to ask if the others felt it too. Kaneko, with her stoic expression, noted the oddity before they all moved closer. As they approached the abandoned houses, the mysterious aura intensified, causing unease among the demons. This aura was unlike anything they typically encountered in such a place. It felt oddly familiar. Navigating through the ruins, they stumbled upon something that made their hearts sink, filling them with terror and dread. On the ground lay 8 crimson pawn pieces that belonged to Issei. Rias, still lost in thought, jolted at the sight of the evil pieces. Guilt and anguish washed over her as she stepped forward to collect them. Tears began to stream down her face as she murmured Issei's name, breaking down into sobs. Witnessing their queen's breakdown, the rest of the girls and Gasper also crumbled, except for Kiba, who watched in shock, struggling to accept what he was seeing. Gasper, through his tears, expressed disbelief that Issei could be dead. The other girls cried harder at his words. Kiba intervened, suggesting that Issei might not be dead since they hadn't found his body. His words froze everyone in place, filling them with confusion and uncertainty. Irina clung to the hope Kiba offered, asking if he truly believed Issei was alive. Kiba smiled slightly, affirming that it was possible. Despite Akino's skepticism about the likelihood of Issei's survival, Kiba argued that if he had truly died, they would have found his body. This left everyone grappling with conflicting emotions, unsure whether to cling to hope or mourn the loss of their friend. They were completely confused about why Issei's body was missing because, as Akino had said, expelling the evil pieces meant certain and instant death. One thing everyone agreed on was that something didn't make sense here. After careful consideration and examining every possible scenario in their minds, they concluded that there were only two situations that made sense. Either Issei had miraculously survived the expulsion, or an unknown force was involved and had taken his body. Rias, exhausted from everything that had happened that day, suggested they all return home and that she would contact her brother the next day for assistance. The rest nodded in agreement before they all headed back to the house. Issei slowly awakened, feeling disoriented. As he regained his senses, he looked around the unfamiliar room and began to panic, realizing he had no idea where he was. His gaze landed on a familiar figure sitting in a chair beside his bed, seemingly asleep. It was a girl with long, straight silver hair, a curvy figure, and a bust that could rival Akino's. She wore a choker around her neck and a blue shirt with a button-up top that struggled to contain her figure, paired with a knee-length red skirt. He thought to himself that this girl was beautiful, but then a realization struck him: she looked familiar. As he struggled to remember where he had seen her before, it suddenly dawned on him. This girl was none other than his rival, Valerie. Panic set in as he recognized her, and his eyes widened. His mind raced as he tried to piece together why Valerie was sitting next to his bed, recalling the events that had transpired recently. He remembered feeling utterly shattered, his heart clouded with sadness, betrayal, and self-loathing. He frowned as memories of the previous night with the girls flooded back. He recalled the words his beloved king had told him, words that had broken him and filled him with sorrow. He remembered how they had confronted him and demanded answers. Drake, sensing his partner's turmoil, stirred from his slumber and asked if Issei was all right. Issei, feeling despondent, replied that he didn't know. Drake, aware of what Issei was going through, expressed understanding, acknowledging the pain his partner felt. Realizing he couldn't hide anything from Drake, Issei opened up about his feelings of betrayal, how the girls had taken what remained of his heart after Rainier, and instead of healing it, they had only broken it further. He confided in Drake, sharing his despair and how he felt he could never open up to any girl again. Drake, determined to support his partner, suggested that perhaps the one who could heal him was closer than he thought. Issei shrugged off the idea, feeling skeptical. Drake reassured him that he would be there to help him heal until he found that special someone. Drake couldn't bear to see how broken Issei was. He was no longer the carefree pervert interested only in girls. Instead, he was a shell of his former self, consumed by sadness and self-hatred. Issei pondered his next steps, now that he was no longer a demon but part of a terrorist organization that the three factions wanted to exterminate. Just then, Valerie spoke up, asking if he was awake. He turned to see her standing there, a small smile on her face that vanished when she noticed him looking back. Issei acknowledged her presence with a vacant response, which Valerie noticed and frowned at. She asked how he was feeling, and he replied curtly that he was fine, prompting her to frown again. Valerie pressed him further, not willing to let it go despite his dismissive attitude. Issei retorted, questioning her sincerity and reminding her of her past claims of wanting to destroy him. Valerie insisted that she genuinely wanted to help him now, leaving no room for doubt. Issei was taken aback by her sudden concern, having never expected his rival to care for him, especially after her previous declarations of wanting to defeat him. He wondered why she had changed her mind. Valerie explained that she couldn't bear to see him so broken, acknowledging the respect she had developed for him despite their rivalry. Issei was impressed by her words, realizing that Valerie had noticed his pain since their encounter in the abandoned houses. His new attitude and care made him feel better, but he still had doubts about how long it would last and whether she was telling the truth or hiding her true feelings behind a pretty facade. He couldn't help but notice the mistake he made during his confession and contemplated what he wanted to say. However, he decided against asking her for clarification, fearing it might anger her. Issei murmured his thanks quietly so that no one could hear him, but Valerie, thanks to her enhanced senses, caught every word, causing her to frown. She asked him to repeat what he said, wishing for him to speak louder. When he did, Valerie replaced her frown with a small, sincere smile. For some reason, she felt happy that Issei had acknowledged her change of heart, and she wanted to help him return to his former self, to no longer dwell on his feelings of uncertainty. Strangely, she wanted to be there for him forever. Valerie welcomed him, promising to do her best to help. Issei expressed his gratitude once more, returning her smile, which made her heart skip a beat. She then said she had to leave but offered her assistance if he needed anything. With that, she turned and exited the room, leaving Issei with much to ponder. After Valerie left, Issei questioned Drake, his companion, about whether it was really Valerie who had changed. Drake confirmed it, expressing delight at her sudden change of heart. Issei remained cautious, unwilling to fully trust her yet, especially after what he had experienced with Rias and the others. He knew he couldn't allow his heart and trust to be shattered again, as it would destroy him completely. Thus, he resolved to be more careful about whom he entrusted with his feelings. Drake understood Issei's hesitation but felt that Valerie had no ill intentions. He sensed her sincerity when she spoke. Issei chose to give Valerie a chance to earn his trust. He found her to be an attractive woman, and her determination motivated him. Unbeknownst to him, he was slowly starting to develop feelings for her, but after everything that had happened with the girls and Rainier, he was unsure if she would reciprocate those feelings and was afraid to reveal them, at least for now. Drake interrupted Issei's thoughts, stating they needed to talk, which alarmed Issei a bit. He knew that whenever Drake said they needed to talk, it was rarely about anything good. Drake explained that after his evil pieces were expelled from his body, he had transformed into a dragon as requested, but he needed to understand the ramifications of that change. Issei remained expressionless as Drake continued, informing him that as a full-fledged dragon, he would adopt some draconic traits, such as hardened skin and enhanced senses, particularly smell and sight. However, he would also be vulnerable to dragon slayer weapons and attacks. Issei was taken aback by the amount of information he had to process. He realized that the benefits outweighed the drawbacks, such as regaining his enhanced senses without the sensitivity to daylight, along with increased strength. While adapting to his new life as a dragon, he also had to adjust to being part of a team within a terrorist organization despised by the three factions. He never imagined aligning with them but felt no regret for his choice, having witnessed how poorly his supposed friends treated him. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, causing Issei to jump slightly. When he didn't respond, the person on the other side opened the door. Valerie entered, looking well and carrying a small plate with a cup of tea. She greeted him, and Issei, feeling nervous, cautiously acknowledged her presence. Valerie offered him the tea, assuring him it would help. Issei took the cup, sipped it, and sighed with relief, thanking her nervously. Valerie acknowledged their past as enemies but reminded him they were now on the same side, encouraging him to relax around her. Issei admitted it might take time for him to fully trust her or anyone else. Valerie expressed her understanding, noting that whatever he had been through seemed significant. Issei, however, did not want to discuss it, diverting his gaze downward to avoid the topic. Valerie struggled to find something else to talk about, and Issei, sensing her hesitation, asked why she was there. Issei had been filled with anxiety after Valerie's unexpected question about how he was doing. She informed him that he would be introduced to her team the following day, which only intensified his fear. He felt unprepared to meet his new teammates and wished for more time, but he knew he couldn't voice that concern. Valerie noticed Issei trembling slightly and asked if he was all right. He quickly reassured her that he was fine, attempting to mask his feelings. Valerie, sensing something was off, decided to leave but told him to reach out if he needed anything. As she walked toward the door, Issei felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. He confided in Drake, expressing his doubts about being ready for the upcoming changes. Drake suggested that Issei should do his best to act friendly until he genuinely formed bonds with his new team. Issei appreciated the advice, even as he felt the weight of his situation. Drake then mentioned he would return to sleep, leaving Issei to ponder his new reality alone. He reflected on the changes that awaited him and the potential reactions from the three factions once they learned of his alignment with Valery's team. Despite his reluctance to engage with the girls from his past, he still cared for certain individuals from the three factions, including Michael, Surzex, and Azazel, as well as Sona, Ravel, and Rosweiss, who had treated him well. The thought of losing friends due to his new alignment saddened him, but he felt his choice was justified. He realized that he had merely been a tool for others, a source of power they could exploit, and he questioned whether he could trust them again. As he contemplated the possibility of facing them in the future, a sense of dread filled him. His thoughts shifted to the girls he had grown close to, and he felt a familiar ache of loss. He remembered Irina, Zenobia, and Asia, each of whom had a unique bond with him. Irina had been his childhood friend, while Zenobia had transformed her perspective after meeting him. Asia was the first friend he saved, igniting his boosted gear. His mind wandered to Rias and Aquino, the girls who had captured his heart. However, thinking of them only deepened his feelings of anger and betrayal. He tried to distract himself by imagining how everyone would react upon discovering that their beloved Red Dragon Emperor was now considered an enemy. Hours passed as he wrestled with these thoughts until exhaustion finally claimed him. The next morning, Issei woke up in frustration, startled by Valerie's persistent knocking on his door. She called out to him, growing impatient as she continued to knock louder. Just as she was about to force the door open, Issei shouted back, exasperated. In a dark space, Rias's voice echoed in his mind, expressing her anger at having reincarnated him as her servant. Irina's voice followed, wishing he had never been her childhood friend, while Asia's indifferent tone lamented asking for his help. The last phrase struck him hard, and he jolted awake, gasping for breath. He wiped the sweat from his face and noticed tears in his eyes, realizing he had cried in his sleep. This had become a recurring nightmare for him since joining Valery's team 2 weeks prior. During that time, Valery, along with Kuroka and Lu Fei, had tried to support him, but their efforts had yielded little progress. Issei had also begun to socialize with his new teammates, and to relieve stress, he trained alone, determined to maintain his strength despite the turmoil within him. However, he struggled to find motivation for anything. Valery had correctly observed that the current Issei was merely a broken shell of his former self, haunted by dreams that tormented him. Initially, his nightmares featured Ryanair mocking him, but as time passed, other girls from his past began to appear, expressing anger and disappointment. The dreams involving Rias and Aquino mirrored each other, while Kaniko's presence felt less impactful, as Issei believed she would never see him as anything more than a hopeless pervert. The dreams of Asia, Zenobia, and Irina caused him the most pain, lingering in his mind even as their frequency diminished. The three of them were very important to him. Issei had changed his perspective, and each of them held a special place in his heart in their own way. However, everything crumbled after what happened that night. Issei sighed and shook his head, thinking he needed to stop dwelling on it, as it only made him feel worse. Drake, who had already awakened, spoke up, acknowledging Issei's struggle with sleep. He mentioned that even from his position he could sometimes see Issei's dreams and felt a strong urge to burn away all the troubles. Issei appreciated Drake's concern and felt grateful for his dragon companion, who was always there to lift his spirits. He suggested they start with a little warm-up to relieve some stress, and Drake agreed, adding that it would also help Issei learn about dragonfire. Issei agreed and went to freshen up in the bathroom before preparing for their training session. In the training room, it was around 6:30 a.m., and Valerie was engaged in her own workout routine. The silver-haired girl wore a short blue training shorts and a snug black tank top, along with black gloves and shoes. She was delivering a combination of punches and kicks to a punching bag hanging from the ceiling. With each strike, she executed a flip followed by a powerful palm strike that ultimately destroyed the bag, sending its contents spilling to the floor. Valerie sighed, realizing it was the 6th time she had broken the bag. Nevertheless, she summoned a magic circle beneath the destroyed punching bag, and within seconds, it was restored to its original condition. She approached the bleachers, grabbed a small towel to wipe the sweat from her brow, and took a sip from her water bottle. As she trained, Valerie's thoughts drifted to the events of the past 2 weeks. Her primary focus had been to help Issei with his mental state, but she felt her efforts had yielded little results. There were days when Issei appeared more depressed than usual, even isolating himself in his room for an entire day without coming out to eat. When she tried to check on him, he insisted she leave him alone, which only heightened Valerie's concern, shared by Kuroka and Lucifer. They feared Issei's mental state might have worsened without their knowledge. Valerie worried that he might never return to the person he once was or that he might never recover from his severe mental state. She pondered how traumatic his experiences must have been, especially considering what the Gremory family had done to him. Determined to find answers, Valerie reflected on what little she knew about Issei before he entered the supernatural world. According to reports from Azazel, Issei had been a simple high school student, known for being a notorious pervert and loser. He had been killed by fallen angels in Kuo and was later revived by Rias Gremory in her anguish, turning him into a demon against his will. Valerie found this typical of demons, exploiting a powerful sacred gear user's death to resurrect them as a demon. She found it repugnant, despite being part demon herself and a descendant of Lucifer. She was grateful to have ended up with Grigori rather than the current demon council, who would likely restrict her freedom due to her lineage. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, Valerie realized she needed to focus on finding a solution to Issei's trauma. Suddenly, she had an epiphany. Could it be that Issei was suffering from trauma? It was evident that his depression couldn't stem solely from the realization that those close to him had used him for their benefit. There had to be more to it. Valerie continued to ponder this new conclusion, realizing she had never pushed her mind to work so hard to understand someone else's trauma. Setting that aside, she recalled rumors about Issei, the Sekirai, having feelings for Rias Gremory. He had intervened during her engagement party with Razor Phoenix, defeating him in a brief battle to secure Rias's freedom. The thought made Valerie raise an eyebrow in annoyance, and without realizing it, she squeezed her water bottle tightly, causing water to spill everywhere. When she noticed her reaction and the reason behind her frustration, she felt a rush of embarrassment. She scolded herself for acting like a jealous girl who disliked seeing another girl with her romantic interest. The realization hit her hard. Was she developing feelings for Issei? Just then, a familiar voice interrupted her thoughts. Issei stood at the entrance of the training room, looking a bit surprised to see Valerie. She greeted him nervously, wondering when she had become shy around him. Issei blushed at the sight of Valerie in her training outfit, admitting to himself that she was undeniably beautiful. The short shorts provided a lovely view of her beautiful legs, and the fitted tank top accentuated her figure without being too revealing. However, something clicked in Issei's mind as he realized he had been staring at Valerie. Even in his current state, he couldn't help but appreciate feminine beauty. He shook his head several times to dispel his blush and spoke with a nervous laugh, mentioning that he had managed to sleep a bit better than before. Valerie smiled slightly, noticing the truth in his words. Unlike previous days when Issei appeared sleepy, he looked a bit more refreshed today. She asked what he was doing there so early. Issei replied that he had come to warm up a bit to relieve stress, moving closer while stretching his arms. Valerie understood and suggested they train together this time. Issei was surprised by her sudden offer but accepted, thinking it was worth it. Valerie proposed a friendly duel to measure their skills, smiling as her divine dividing wings extended from her back. Issei, feeling a bit more confident, raised his left arm, and the boosted gear materialized. As they both activated their powers, a red and white light enveloped them, and when it dissipated, Issei and Valerie stood clad in their scale mail armor. In the underworld, at the Lucifer castle, the current leaders of the Alliance gathered around a large table discussing a pressing issue, Issei's disappearance. Surzex asked if there had been any luck or even a hint of his whereabouts. Azazel, with arms crossed, reported that the fallen angels led by Aquino had found nothing after searching every corner of the underworld. Michael, usually cheerful, now wore a serious expression, stating that he had sent groups of angels and the Joker to search outside Japan and contacted angels in other countries, but still, there was no news. Odin rubbed his beard, mentioning that he had even sent Valkyries and skilled trackers to search the Nordic countries, but to no avail. Yasaka, serious about the situation, noted that many yokai, known for their tracking abilities, had searched throughout Kyoto and the yokai world, yet found nothing. Surzek sighed, acknowledging that 2 weeks had passed without any leads on Issei's whereabouts. Despite the grim situation, Azazel insisted they would not stop the search. He pointed out that rumors of Issei's disappearance had spread throughout the underworld, heaven, and the yokai and Nordic worlds. Suspected that the Cows Brigade had likely learned of the situation and taken advantage of it, as evidenced by the few attacks that had occurred. Ajuka Beelzebub, Surzek's best friend, expressed curiosity about what had happened when Issei vanished. Seraphal Leviathan, usually playful, also noted how strange it was for Securitii to disappear without a trace. Falbium Asmodeus yawned, tired of the discussion, prompting sighs from the other leaders. Surzek set aside his thoughts and reflected on his companion's questions. He recalled that when they began discussing Issei's disappearance, he had not revealed the full story, only that Issei had vanished and they found his evil pieces in an abandoned location in Kuro. After a moment of contemplation, Surzek decided it was best to share what he knew, believing that keeping secrets would not help them find answers. He began to explain that there was something he hadn't told them about Issei's disappearance. The leaders leaned in, intrigued. Surzek recounted that on the day Issei vanished, Rias and her clan were preparing for their school's festival and the raiding game against Sarork. Lady Phoenix had contacted them, asking Issei to promise to protect Ravel. Afterward, when Rias was about to leave, Issei asked if something was wrong. Rias then inquired about Issei's feelings for her, to which he responded in a way that upset her. Upon returning home, Rias and the others confronted Issei about his feelings, leading to confusion on his part as he didn't understand what he had done wrong. Rias murmured something that prompted Issei to leave, and then he disappeared, leaving only his evil pieces behind. The leaders were taken aback by how such a situation could lead to Issei's disappearance. Zizo, curious, asked what exactly Rias had said to Issei. Odin observed thoughtfully, Yasaka remained serious, and Seraphal and Ajuka awaited Surzek's response, sensing that what they were about to hear might not be good. Surzek sighed and placed his hands on the table, preparing to speak. Rias expressed her regret about having reincarnated Issei as her servant. Her statement left all the leaders in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as they turned to Surzek for an explanation. Zizo, astonished, questioned why she would say such a thing when she claimed to love Issei. Surzek explained that Rias was frustrated and tired of Issei not recognizing her feelings, leading her to lash out in a moment of anger. Surzek looked at the others with pity, knowing that Rias had not been the same since that day. Michael, with a serious expression, admitted that he hadn't expected this turn of events. Odin rubbed his eye patch and remarked on the complexities of young relationships today. Surzek then emphasized the importance of finding Issei and hoped they could resolve their issues, stating that was all they could do for now. Azazel shifted the topic, inquiring about the raiding games that were supposed to take place. Surzek informed him that they had been cancelled until further notice due to Issei's disappearance. Even Sarorg and his group were cooperating in the search. Azazel pressed on, asking what they had learned from interrogating the captured members of the Cows Brigade regarding Issei's disappearance. Surzek replied that none of them had any information. They had only learned about Issei's absence through contacts within their ranks and sought to exploit the situation. Odin expressed his frustration over the betrayal from within their own ranks, noting the growing animosity from those traitors. Michael, sensing something ominous, hoped nothing bad would happen while they waited, feeling that the Cows Brigade might take advantage of the situation. Back at Valerie's team base, the training room bore signs of the recent sparring match between Issei and Valerie. Both young fighters sat on the benches, catching their breath and wiping sweat from their brows. Valerie complimented Issei on his significant improvement, to which he responded that she seemed even stronger than the last time they fought. Valerie remained silent, acknowledging his words but also feeling a frown form as she became lost in thought. During their practice, she noticed that Issei often hesitated to strike, as if he were distracted by something unseen. This nearly cost him the match, but he persisted until they agreed to call it a day. Issei, too, was deep in thought, recalling their recent spar. He felt as if, at times, Valerie's form was replaced by the mocking visage of Ryanair, which made him feel uneasy. Just thinking of her brought a chill, as he viewed her as a true menace, worse than a demon. Shaking his head to dispel those thoughts, he was unaware that his expression had turned fearful, and a cold sweat began to form. Valerie noticed his discomfort and was taken aback, recognizing the pure fear reflected in his eyes. Issei decided to excuse himself, stating he would retreat to his room for a while. As he turned to leave, Valerie called out to him, and he glanced back to see her wearing a sad expression, which puzzled him. She pressed him to share what was troubling him, noting that he had been acting strangely for the past 2 weeks. Issei hesitated, feeling a lump in his throat as he tried to avoid the topic. Valerie, now more serious, insisted that his behavior was not like him and questioned why he was acting this way. She sensed there was more to his troubles than just the issues with his former companions. Surprised by Valerie's insight into his feelings, Issei lowered his head, his hair obscuring his face. He felt a surge of sadness and anger threatening to overwhelm him, wanting to release it but fearing vulnerability. In his mind, Drake urged him to open up, reminding him that keeping everything bottled up would only worsen his state. Valerie, concerned, asked if he truly believed she wanted to help him. She pointed out his lethargy, poor eating habits, and tendency to isolate himself. Issei struggled to articulate his feelings, taking deep breaths to steady the painful thumping of his heart, which reminded him of the source of his anguish. Memories of Ryanair flooded his mind, her mocking words echoing as he recalled moments of doubt and fear. He often questioned whether it was appropriate to speak to the beautiful girls in his group, fearing they might find him dull. He remembered wanting to call Rias by her name, but the fear of her rejection loomed large in his mind. As these thoughts swirled, Issei felt the weight of his emotions pressing down on him, caught between the desire to share his struggles and the fear of revealing his vulnerabilities. Issei remembered Ryanair, his first girlfriend, who had taken his life. And the woman he loved, Rias, had ended hers. He knew that at that time, it was best for Ryanair to be gone. She had caused pain to both him and Asia, so her death seemed like the only solution. Yet even after all that, he questioned why it had to be this way, feeling overwhelmed. Drake, his companion, advised him to let it out, to stop holding back and release the weight he carried. Upon hearing those words, Issei felt something break in his heart. With tears streaming down his face, he fell to his knees. Valerie, seeing him collapse, rushed to his side, cradling his face in her hands. She wondered if she had pushed him too hard. Seeing him in such distress tightened her heart. She asked him what was wrong, expressing her desire to help, but insisted he needed to share what he was feeling. Issei, still in his state of despair, hesitated to reveal something so vulnerable, fearing she might mock him or, worse, turn away. Valerie, with a serious tone and glistening eyes, reassured him that she genuinely wanted to help and needed to understand what was happening. Listening to her, Issei struggled to find words, continuing to cry. Drake urged him to trust Valerie, reminding him of her consistent support since they met. She had always looked out for him, ensuring he was okay and trying to lift his spirits. Now, she was there wanting to help him with his pain, and he was holding back. Valerie, noticing Issei's silence and continued sobbing, felt tears welling up in her own eyes. The sight of him so broken was heart-wrenching. Just as she considered leaving, Issei finally spoke, admitting his fear of getting close to girls. He feared that history would repeat itself, recalling how the girls from his past had been kind but ultimately led to rejection and ridicule. He had hoped they could mend his broken heart, but instead, it had only left him with fragments of despair. Valerie listened intently, her heart aching for him. She asked him who or what had caused him to feel this way, realizing that delving deeper would hurt him, but it was necessary for her to understand and help him. Issei shivered at her question, but he knew he had to share. He began recounting the events that had led to his transformation into a demon. He spoke of Ryanair, the fallen angel who had deceived him into believing she was human, and how she had betrayed him. He described the pain of being confronted by Rias, the girl who saved him, and the sorrow of losing Asia due to the conflict surrounding his sacred gear. As he shared his story, Valerie was taken aback. She hadn't expected Ryanair to be the source of his trauma. The realization of how she had toyed with Issei's feelings and the indifference of the Gremory family towards him filled her with anger. All Issei had wanted was to be loved for who he was. He recalled the joy of Ryanair asking him to be her boyfriend, only to have it turn out to be a cruel deception. He expressed his frustration at never asking to become a demon or to put his life at risk, longing instead for a peaceful life with someone who would love him. His voice grew louder, filled with rage and sorrow, questioning why it had to be him who faced such trials. Seeing him in such pain, Valerie embraced him tightly, allowing him to cry and release the pent-up sadness he had carried for so long. She allowed herself to shed a few tears alongside him, feeling the weight of his struggles. After several minutes, Issei had finally emptied his heart, feeling a significant burden lift. Valerie wiped her own tears, remaining silent as she held him, waiting for him to finish. When Issei finally looked at her, his eyes still glistening, he expressed his gratitude. He thanked Valerie for being there for him, acknowledging how much he needed to share his feelings. Valerie smiled, wiping away a tear that threatened to fall, feeling a sense of relief for both of them. Thanks to you too, Draig, for always being with me. I truly apologize for having such a pathetic host, Issei expressed sincerely. Draig reassured him, saying that he didn't need to worry. While Issei was unique and somewhat unusual, Draig found it enjoyable, believing it made their journey more entertaining. Issei continued, expressing his regret for all the trouble he had caused Draig. He lamented that Draig's name, once feared and respected, had become a source of amusement and ridicule. Draig responded, telling Issei not to worry. Although the name Epee Dragon had left a scar, he acknowledged that times change and that Issei was already admired before receiving that name. Issei smiled, wanting Draig to know he was his friend, the best of friends. He vowed to restore the Security's former glory, to be feared and respected while also being admired without instilling fear in others. Draig felt a wave of happiness wash over him at Issei's words, almost moved to tears. Valerie smiled as she observed the interaction between the two, noting their friendship. She realized that Issei had a better connection and compatibility with Draig than she did with Albion. Something told her she needed to speak with Albion. Issei caught Valerie's attention as she spoke to him. She understood if he wasn't fully recovered yet, but she wanted him to know that if he needed someone to talk to, she would be there for him, no matter the time or place. She promised to be his emotional support, urging him never to doubt that. Issei thanked Valerie, expressing his appreciation with a grateful smile that brought a glimmer back to his eyes. Valerie felt her cheeks warm at his smile, happy to see that light returning to Issei's eyes, knowing it meant he was making progress, even if it was painful. Suddenly, they heard a sweet voice calling out, and both turned to see Le Fay entering the training room. She wore simple clothes and carried a tray of food. Upon seeing Issei and Valerie sitting close together, she froze, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment at the sight. Lu Fei quickly apologized for interrupting, placing the tray on a small table before hurrying out of the room. Issei and Valerie exchanged confused glances, realizing how close they were and what they were wearing. Valerie's training outfit made her look appealing to Issei, while he wore shorts and a tank top that highlighted his athletic build. Realizing the situation, both blushed deeply. Issei, flustered, quickly stood up and declared he would return to his room, leaving Valerie momentarily stunned. However, he paused to look back at her, thanking her once more before exiting, leaving Valerie with a hand on her heart, feeling a flutter she couldn't quite understand, as if she were happy. Later that night, Valery Lucifer lay in her room, struggling to fall asleep. No matter how hard she tried, sleep eluded her, and she couldn't pinpoint the reason why. After 2 hours of tossing and turning, she sighed and glanced at the clock, noting it was 10:30 p.m. She called out to Albion, hoping he was awake. After a brief silence, Albion, the vanishing dragon, responded, having just woken from a nap. Valerie apologized for interrupting but sought his opinion on the events of the day and what Issei had endured. Albion took a moment to gather his thoughts before responding. He expressed surprise at how Issei's emotional state had deteriorated due to unrequited love and trauma caused by a woman. He reminded Valerie that the hosts of the two celestial dragons had never led peaceful lives, often facing internal struggles that could drive them to madness. Valerie felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her as she recalled her past, picturing a beautiful woman with black hair smiling at her. Shaking her head to dispel the memory, she continued, voicing her belief that Issei's suffering was unjust. He simply wanted someone to love him and to share his life with that person. It was heartbreaking that the world had dealt him such a cruel hand. Albion reminisced about the past, explaining that the hosts of the two celestial dragons were always seen as threats, with only two options available to them, recruitment or elimination, driven by fear of their potential destructive power. Even though the God of the Bible had intentionally weakened their sacred gears, they still possessed enough power to cause significant destruction. Valerie expressed her desire for change. While she still wanted to face Issei to prove who was stronger, she pondered whether it would be better to have a friendly rivalry without the need for violence. Albion acknowledged that since being with her, he had changed significantly. Draig, while maintaining his pride as a dragon, clearly enjoyed his current life with Hayadu Issei, just as Valerie enjoyed her life with him. Albion's words made Valerie smile in gratitude. She expressed her appreciation, and Albion continued, suggesting that changing the tradition of the two heavenly dragons wouldn't be a bad idea. He mused about how it would be a different story if, for the first time in history, the bearers of the two heavenly dragons ended up as a couple, laughing heartily at the thought. Valerie blushed deeply at Albion's teasing, feeling embarrassed. She insisted that it was not what he thought, that she didn't even like Issei, and that she simply didn't want to see him in that state, fearing it might affect their future battle. Albion teased her again, questioning if the old Valery Lucifer, who only cared about fighting, had returned, and he had thought she had matured. Valerie shouted at him to be quiet, burying her face in a pillow to muffle her cries. After a moment, she removed the pillow, expressing her frustration. Albion, amused, replied that he loved her too. Taking a deep breath, Valerie decided to look at the ceiling for a moment before something clicked in her mind. She remembered to ask Albion if everyone was all right. Albion confirmed that they were fine but mentioned that they were waiting for her to visit again, especially one person, with a hint of apprehension in his voice. Valerie sighed, having anticipated that response, and knew it was time to act. She closed her eyes and, a moment later, found herself in a different place, a vast white space. In front of her were rows of hooded figures, all with their heads bowed and somber expressions. She sighed, noting that things never changed with them. A familiar voice called out to her, and she turned to see a stunning woman with long black hair and red eyes approaching her, dressed in black. Valerie greeted Helena with a small smile, asking where someone was. That someone, Lux, appeared next, a tall and handsome man with white hair, expressing his happiness to see her well. Valerie returned the sentiment, noting that Lux was known as the strongest male bearer of the Hakuryuku and, along with Helena, had not succumbed to the madness of the Juggernaut drive. Helena had been the strongest female bearer of the Divine Dividing before Valerie. Lux remarked on the many events happening outside, particularly concerning the current bearer of the Securudii. Valerie, with a hint of sarcasm, noted that they seemed to be aware of everything that had transpired and expressed her concern about Issei's state deteriorating again. Helena playfully teased Valerie about her concern for her rival, which made Valerie blush with embarrassment. She insisted that it wasn't what Helena thought, though her reddened cheeks betrayed her. Lux, trying to offer advice, suggested that Valerie support Issei at all times, regardless of the situation. Helena added that Issei's emotions were deeply wounded, something she had never witnessed even in her lifetime. Valerie acknowledged her fears, worried about what might happen if Issei's condition worsened. Helena's words about the potential for someone to act out of despair shocked Valerie. She was horrified at the thought that Issei might have considered such a thing in recent days. Lux, with understanding, noted that he could sense something unusual about Issei, who had brought hope to many and inspired change in others. Valerie was taken aback by Lux's words, realizing the weight of their implications. Helena smiled sympathetically, stating that no one like Issei deserved to suffer and that they envied him a little for his ability to maintain his life and family. Lux emphasized that Valerie needed to be there for Issei to help him see that his life was worth living, not just for the power he possessed but as a person. Valerie, moved by their encouragement, smiled and nodded, affirming her commitment to protect and care for him. Helena remarked on Valerie's growth, wiping away a tear, and playfully suggested she would soon make Issei her boyfriend. Valerie blushed intensely, denying any interest and declaring her intention to leave. With that, Valerie vanished from the divine dividing, leaving her ancestors smiling, proud of the young woman she was becoming. The next day, Valerie was seen guiding Issei through a long corridor leading to a specific place. Issei, wearing a hooded cloak as instructed, questioned where they were going, having only been told to follow her. Valerie informed him that someone wanted to see him. Seconds later, they passed by a couple of individuals unmistakably belonging to the Cows Brigade. These individuals didn't even bother to glance at Valerie and Issei, who hid his face as best as he could, relieved that they didn't notice him. Issei felt a surge of curiosity and wondered who they could be, sensing that aside from Valerie and her team, someone else was aware of his presence. Valerie smiled, indicating that he would soon find out. In just a few moments, they arrived at a door. It was unremarkable, no barriers, no magic, nothing. If there had been any kind of spell on it, Issei would have suspected that something dangerous was sealed inside, like Gasper. But that was not the case this time. Valerie entered first and gestured for Issei to follow without fear. He did so, never expecting that upon entering the room he would see a girl dressed in gothic Lolita clothing, sitting quietly and staring into space. Normally, he would think she was just a child, but something about her felt different. Issei was certain he had seen this girl somewhere before, and his instincts told him she was more than her simple appearance suggested. Drake's voice echoed in his mind, identifying her as Ophus, which left Issei utterly astonished and speechless. Ophus turned her gaze toward Issei without changing her expression, which was unsettling. It was as if she lacked emotions. Issei remained frozen in place while Ophus focused on his left arm. "It has been a while, Drake," Ophus said, then turned her attention back to Issei, who was still in shock at seeing her. She smiled in her own way and added, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Sekurudai." Despite her words, Issei remained motionless. He knew she was the being that represented infinity, surpassing all beings in this world except for one. The Ouroboros dragon, the god dragon, Ophus stood before him, and unbeknownst to him and Valerie, she was crucial for the celestial dragons to reach a new level, though no one could have guessed it. The dimly lit room was enveloped in a sharp silence. Issei was still in awe of being in the presence of the strongest being in existence, surpassed only by Great Red. The Ouroboros dragon, Ophus, the god dragon. Seeing that Issei was still in shock, Valerie decided to find a chair in the room and placed one in front of him. Issei managed to react to this and, albeit hesitantly, sat down. Valerie took a seat beside him, ready to listen to the conversation. What should I do?" Issei asked nervously, whispering to Valerie. "She is interested in you. So, respond if she asks you a question," Valerie whispered back. "And don't worry about causing a commotion. Ophus is calm and doesn't wish to fight anyone except Great Red. Besides, she has been curious about you for some time." "Tell me one thing, Valerie," Issei whispered again. "No one else besides you, your team, and Ophus knows I'm here, right?" "That's correct. No one knows. Currently, everyone thinks you are missing or kidnapped, but we can discuss that later," Valerie replied, cutting off the topic. Issei sighed upon hearing this and turned to Ophus, who patiently awaited the conversation to begin. "So, what matters do you have with me?" Issei asked nervously, trying to avoid breaking into a cold sweat. Valerie noticed his nervousness and sighed, understanding that Issei was somewhat intimidated by Ophus due to her capabilities. She couldn't blame him, many would feel the same. Ophus took a moment before finally speaking. Tell me, Drake, do you wish to stop being a celestial dragon? Her question caught both Issei and Valerie off guard, with Issei struggling to comprehend her words. The human who is your host has been growing in a different sense until now. I find this very strange. Very different from previous celestial dragons. Valerie is the same. Very strange. Issei and Valerie exchanged glances at Ophus's words. In the battle against Cao Cao, Drake's armor changed into different forms and became more powerful. Drake has undergone various evolutions. This is the first time this has happened, Ophus continued without altering her expression. That's why I want to ask you, Drake, what do you intend to become? At that moment, Issei wasn't sure whether to respond or not, but then, I don't know, Ophus. I don't know. Drake's voice resonated as the boosted gear materialized in Issei's hand. I don't know what this boy wishes to become. I don't know, but it's true that he is experiencing interesting growth. The appearance of Drake relieved Issei, deciding it was best to let Drake speak since he and Albion were the wisest beings present. The two celestial dragons are different, I as the infinite and Great Red as the dream, in the void. Why do you think of becoming the king of domination, Drake? Ophus inquired. It must be the result of seeking strength. Because I was eliminated, I couldn't be strong unless I increased the power of domination, Drake replied. I don't understand domination. The Cow's Brigade seeks domination. I don't understand. Great Red is not domination. I do not represent domination either. There is no way a being that has been strong from the beginning can understand the reasons for domination. You, who were born from nothing and the infinite, and Great Red, who was born from illusions and dreams, are from different dimensions. Ophus, you appeared in this world when you emerged from the dimensional rift. What have you achieved in this world, and why do you think of returning home? I also want to ask you, Drake, why do you seek to become a different being? Will you discard domination? What comes after that? Ophus challenged him. Drake and Ophus continued to pose questions to each other, neither able to provide answers. Not because they didn't want to, but because they didn't know the answers to those questions. That was why they sought them. Issei listened to the conversation between the two dragons, feeling a bit confused as always. Conversations between dragons seemed incredibly complicated to him, just as they had been with Albion, Vritra, Yulong, and Midgardsormr. While the usual Drake and Tannin exhibited human-like behavior, making it easy for them to understand one another, Valerie listened intently to the conversation between the two dragons. She recalled a similar moment when Albion spoke with Ophus, who had asked questions akin to those Drake was facing now. Drake was taken aback by a particular question, needing to take a moment to catch his breath. The inquiry left him feeling overwhelmed, questioning how he ended up in such a situation. Issei, witnessing Drake's reaction, felt a pang of guilt. It would take time for the name Security to regain its former glory and for people to stop asking such embarrassing questions. Reflecting on his past, he regretted how he once behaved. Issei reassured Drake, urging him to stop lamenting. He promised to do everything possible to restore the honor of Drake's name, encouraging him not to dwell on trivial matters. Drake, now calmer, expressed his gratitude to Issei. Ophus expressed her desire to see Drake's user progress further, curious about how far he could go. She then turned her attention to Valerie, noting her unique potential as a descendant of Lucifer. She questioned Albion about Valerie's future, wondering if she would also reject supremacy like Drake. Albion responded with a serious tone, affirming that Valerie would indeed discard supremacy and achieve something greater, but he chose not to elaborate further. Ophus, eager to witness their growth, focused her gaze on Issei, expressing her anticipation for his journey. Issei found himself at a loss for words in response to Ophus's inquiry. Valerie, sensing his discomfort, spoke up, explaining that Ophus was curious about both of them and that it would be beneficial for her to see their capabilities. She placed a reassuring hand on Issei's shoulder, whispering her concern about Ophus potentially being in danger, hinting at a threat from Cao Cao. Issei was taken aback by Valerie's words, struggling to comprehend the implications of Cao Cao's threat against Ophus. Ophus then asked Issei why he had joined the Cows Brigade and what he hoped to achieve. Her expressionless question caused Issei to lower his head, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. He was uncertain if he sought domination again or something entirely different. Issei hesitated, not because he couldn't respond, but because the topic was too sensitive for him. He had only recently found the courage to share the truth with Valerie, and he doubted Ophus would understand the complexities of his situation, especially the pain of being used by those he vowed to protect. Valerie, noticing Issei's distress, decided to intervene. She apologized to Ophus, explaining that Issei's reasons for being with them were too sensitive to discuss at that moment. Ophus blinked once, her expression unchanged, and nodded in agreement. At Ko Academy, the school atmosphere remained typical, having just hosted a school festival where many clubs showcased their events. However, the occult club had canceled their planned activity, citing a lack of materials, ultimately opting out of the festival entirely. In classroom 2B, students were paying attention to their teacher, who was wrapping up the lesson. However, a trio of girls from the church seemed distracted and downcast, their fatigue evident. As the teacher announced the end of class and reminded students about an upcoming report, the students began chatting among themselves, eager for a brief respite before the next teacher arrived. Aika Kiryu approached the trio, noticing their unusual demeanor. She asked them what was troubling them, suggesting they looked like they hadn't slept well. Asia attempted to brush it off, attributing their state to a bad dream or lack of sleep, but her tone revealed the truth. Aika then shifted the topic, inquiring about Issei's condition, having heard he was absent due to illness or an accident. This was a cover story devised by the student council, led by Sona, to prevent teachers from worrying and to ensure that assignments were sent to Issei. Issei's friends, Matsuda and Motohama, along with Aika, had expressed concern for him and wanted to visit, but Asia had told them he was in a special hospital arranged by the Gremory family, as his supposed illness was serious and required caution. Asia, with a forced smile, reassured them that they could not confirm when Issei might recover, but everything was fine for now, though her nervousness was palpable. Zenobia remained silent, consumed by her own feelings of sadness and hidden anger at herself for having hurt the man she cared for. She worried about what might be happening to him, especially with the threat of whoever had taken him. Moments like these made Issei wish he could unleash Durandal and destroy trees or rocks to calm himself. Irina, on the other hand, seemed to have slightly red eyes. She felt guilty about everything that had happened with Issei and hated herself for not supporting him. Perhaps if she had, all of this could have been avoided. She even felt unworthy of being an angel or Michael's servant, having hurt and failed to support her childhood friend and love interest. Asia felt much the same as Irina. It saddened her to know that Issei had been struggling internally, preventing him from getting close to them. She blamed herself for his trauma and felt guilty for not being there when he needed her. Aika silently observed the trio from the church, who were clearly upset. Was Issei's current condition truly so dire that they were like this? Or was there something more they weren't telling her? In the first-year classroom, Kaneko, Ravel, and Gasper were just as depressed as the church trio, if not worse in their own way. Kaneko had been more expressionless than usual, hardly speaking to anyone and not indulging in sweets for some time. Issei's situation weighed heavily on her, and she hated herself for thinking it was her fault, which was true. Gasper wore a somber expression since the day his favorite senpai had disappeared. He too hated himself for not supporting Issei and for blaming him that day regarding Rias. Due to this new attitude, he spent more time outside of his box, only entering when he wanted to sleep. Ravel had turned into a sea of tears since Issei's disappearance, feeling guilty for thinking everything had started because of her and her mother. In the third year, Rias and Aquino were equally expressionless, including Sona and Tsubaki, who watched them with sadness. They were also troubled by Issei's disappearance and what might be happening to him, but they knew how to hide it. Aquino was somewhat expressionless, barely reacting when the teacher called her attention or when the group of fallen angels, assigned by Azazel, searched for Issei. Rias had dark circles under her eyes, indicating she hadn't been sleeping well lately. She hated herself for everything that had happened. She, who cherished her servants as family and was always willing to listen to their problems, despised herself even more for knowing that her former pawn and love was suffering alone, and she hadn't valued him. Sona watched Rias and Aquino from her seat, sighing with exhaustion before looking out the classroom window at the sky. She hoped that Issei was okay, as everyone here missed him, even if he didn't believe it. Later that afternoon, Issei was training with Arthur, who was teaching him everything necessary for sword fighting and developing good reflexes. It was clear that Arthur, the descendant of King Arthur, didn't mind that Issei was going against him in armor, which indicated that Arthur was dangerous in his own right, something Issei had learned firsthand. Issei noticed that in terms of speed, Arthur couldn't compare to him or Kiba, but his cunning and enthusiasm, typical of a human, helped him predict his opponent's movements. Issei hated to admit that Arthur was a better swordsman than Kiba and Zenobia. His technique and balance were perfect, with no wasted movements. Moreover, with his sacred sword, Caliban, the strongest of all sacred swords, he was a formidable opponent not only because of the sword's immense power but also due to his ability to create rifts in space to attack enemies from blind spots. In the distance, Ophus watched both train alongside Kuroka, Lucifer, and Biko, who admired the practice fight. They knew Arthur was strong in his own way and was the one who challenged Valerie the most, while Fenrir slept beside Lucifer. As the clash between Issei's Dragon Slayer sword, Escalation, and Arthur's Caliban echoed with the sound of a clock signaling the end of practice, both took a step back to catch their breath. "You have good moves, Heitan," Arthur said, adjusting his glasses with a satisfied smile. "You've improved a lot in swordsmanship, though you still have a way to go to become an expert like me. Your common fighting style without a weapon is quite dangerous. It's similar to Valerie." Issei laughed nervously as he removed his helmet and wiped the sweat from his brow, thanking Arthur for the compliment. Lu Fei approached, handing them both bottles of water and small towels to dry off. Arthur calmly accepted the water, expressing his gratitude. Biko, twirling his staff with a mischievous grin, commented that he hadn't expected such a gesture. He then asked Issei why he hadn't used the forms that allowed his armor to change and enhance his powers in strength, endurance, speed, and firepower. Issei scratched his cheek nervously before explaining that he no longer had access to those forms. Since he stopped being a demon, he felt he had lost those qualities and believed he had become weaker. Drake's voice suddenly echoed from the gauntlet, capturing everyone's attention, including Ophus, who didn't want to miss anything. He clarified that while Issei no longer had access to those forms, it didn't mean he had become weak. On the contrary, he was on the right path to reaching his full potential without disadvantages. Issei, confused, questioned Drake about what he meant. Drake explained that the potential of the illegal move Triania still resided within him regarding its qualities. Even though he had lost access to those forms, the normal armor was now stronger than before. Drake pointed out that while fighting Arthur, Issei had surpassed him in speed and nearly caught him off guard. Practically, one could use the power of those forms without changing the armor, but adaptation would be necessary over time. Mastering those qualities would be a step toward achieving power beyond the Juggernaut drive. After this statement, the place fell silent as everyone processed what they had just heard. Issei, in particular, struggled to believe that he could retain the qualities of the illegal move Triania and use it without changing his armor. He had to agree with Drake, even he couldn't believe his incredible speed during the duel. In fact, he hadn't even paid attention to it, thinking it was just adrenaline. Arthur adjusted his glasses with a satisfied smile and suggested that they continue practicing so Issei could get used to it. Biko, with enthusiasm, expressed his eagerness to have a practice match against Tiiamat, something he had been looking forward to for a long time. Suddenly, Valerie arrived, capturing everyone's attention. She announced that they could consider what had just occurred as a mission. Kuroka tilted her head, curious about the details of this mission, as it was rare for them to entertain themselves by stealing missions from other members of the Cow's brigade or thwarting their plans. Valerie explained that reports indicated strange creatures had been sighted attacking anyone in their path near a hidden village in the human world. These creatures were the same ones that had attacked members of the Cow's brigade less than 2 months ago, with some captured for study. The most intriguing aspect was that these creatures did not belong to any known mythology. They were entirely unique. The description of these creatures surprised everyone, except for Ophus, who remained expressionless but listened with interest. Arthur asked Valerie how these creatures looked, and she described them as mechanical beings, a combination of machine and organic parts. Their bodies resembled humanoid insects with 4 limbs, a hard exoskeleton that emitted a shiny glow, and a silver color. They lacked noses and mouths but had 5 pale eyes and a large, prominent head. Issei and the others found it hard to believe such creatures existed, especially since they were a mix of machine and organic matter. Issei nervously inquired about their strength, and Valerie informed them that they were as strong as high-class demons, if not slightly stronger. She expressed her intention to confront these creatures before they harmed innocent people and asked if anyone wanted to join her. After a moment of consideration, Issei stepped forward, determined not to overlook something so serious. Biko, excited by the prospect of interesting opponents, volunteered as well. Arthur calmly expressed his curiosity about the creatures, while Lu Fei raised her hand, wanting to accompany her brother. Kuroka, without hesitation, agreed to join, and to everyone's surprise, Ophus also expressed her desire to go, wanting to see what Drake and Albion were capable of. Valerie, confused by Ophus's sudden interest, asked for her reasoning. Ophus simply stated her desire to see if this challenge would push them to improve. Valerie sighed and agreed, reminding everyone not to attract unnecessary attention. Later, the team arrived at a vast forest on the outskirts of Japan, deep within unexplored mountains. A woman was seen fleeing with her daughter in her arms, shouting for others to escape from something in the distance. Despite the dense fog limiting visibility, 5 glowing eyes could be seen in the distance. Upon reaching the village, they witnessed strange creatures, approximately 3 meters tall, emerging from the forest. These beings appeared to be machines with organic limbs. A group of hooded figures positioned themselves in front of the creatures, activating their magical circles to launch an assault. Meanwhile, civilians hurried to find shelter and prepare for evacuation, a challenging task given the number of people in the small village. The creatures fired lethal red beams from their eyes, and the local mages formed a defensive circle, which shattered after just 5 shots, leaving everyone startled and frightened. Unexpectedly, one of the closest creatures was sliced in half, and one by one, the remaining creatures were bombarded by magical attacks, causing them to explode or sustain damage. Suddenly, 2 lights, one red and one white, descended in front of the mages, confronting the creatures. The mages recognized them as Issei and Valerie, both clad in matching armor, one red and the other white, adorned with green and blue gems. Without turning to acknowledge the mages, Issei instructed them to evacuate the civilians while he and Valerie handled the situation. Valerie echoed his seriousness, and the apparent leader of the mages responded instinctively, urging a hasty retreat. As the civilians took one last look at their saviors, the creatures began to approach, only to be intercepted by Issei and Valerie, ready to protect the village. The other team members were ready for battle, and behind them, Ophus was enjoying a sweet while observing the unfolding events. Arthur asked Valerie for orders, to which she simply instructed them to eliminate all the creatures. With enthusiasm, Biko twirled his staff and declared they should get started. Without hesitation, the team launched their attack against the 20 creatures, a number that was somewhat concerning given that these beings possessed the power of high class. However, for Valerie's team, it was more of a light-hearted challenge. The creatures unleashed lethal red beams from their mouths and multiple eyes, but the team managed to evade them. Arthur moved swiftly, avoiding the attacks, and as he vanished from the creature's sight, he swiftly dispatched the small group he faced with 2 precise cuts from left to right as he appeared behind them. Biko, performing acrobatics while spinning his staff like a fan, struck the creatures mercilessly, even managing to decapitate one, a grin on his face showing his enjoyment. Valerie divided the power of a combined attack from the creatures and, using the absorbed energy, created several magical circles from which she unleashed magical and elemental bursts, eliminating some of the creatures. Issei, moving at great speed while drawing Escalation, sliced off the limbs of several creatures and then delivered a powerful downward slash that cut one in half. With a surge of power, he activated his boost and unleashed a massive dragon shot, eradicating or injuring several of the creatures. Kuroka playfully suggested trying a trick with Lu Fei, who eagerly agreed. In perfect synchronization, the two girls created a large magical circle of red and gray. From this circle, a fire dragon adorned with stones erupted, rampaging through the creatures in front of them. Issei had to admit that Valerie's companions were ridiculously strong in their own right, reminding him why he considered them one of the most dangerous groups within the Cow's Brigade. Tired of the persistent creatures, he spotted a larger one, about 5 meters tall, resembling a chimera with mechanical and organic limbs. He sensed it was the leader, and decided it would be his target. With determination, Issei grabbed one of the fallen creature's limbs and, with a powerful leap, began striking the remaining creatures with it. The others watched in stunned silence, wondering what had gotten into him. Issei ignited the limb and hurled it at the largest creature, causing it to stagger back. He smiled, pleased to see it angry, grateful to Valerie for teaching him a bit of fire magic, a skill enhanced by his dragon genes from Drake. Suddenly, 2 of the creatures approaching him froze into blocks of ice, surprising him. Valerie, smiling, indicated her involvement in freezing them and then destroyed the frozen creatures with bursts of magic. She expressed her amusement at the entertaining nature of the battle, revealing her desire to perform such feats. Issei remarked on her slightly manic tendencies, realizing that on the battlefield, Valerie was the battle maniac he had known for some time. With that, the 2 celestial dragons stood side by side and observed as the leader of the creatures roared, spawning more of its kind from its body, as if they were growths. Valerie expressed her disgust at the sight and raised her hand to create a magical circle, the cold air emanating from it chilling the surroundings. Before the large creature could continue its spawning, it was frozen from the waist down. In a fit of rage, it opened its mouth, its eyes glowing as it unleashed red beams toward the 2 celestial dragons. Issei remained unfazed, knowing what to do next. Valerie mockingly thanked the creature for its efforts and extended her hand, diminishing the creature's attack significantly. Issei then delivered a charged blow, dissipating the remnants of the attack. They prepared to finish off the creature, and Valerie, feeling a rush of excitement, nodded in agreement. In an instant, they vanished from the creature's sight, reappearing behind it. With their auras calm, they watched as the creature began to crumble, its offspring being exterminated by the others. Within nearly 2 minutes, all had been destroyed. Satisfied with their work, Issei and Valerie exchanged victorious fist bumps. Valerie complimented Issei on his improvement, while he acknowledged her consistent magical talent, expressing a hint of envy. Biko, disappointed that the fun had ended, lamented the short duration of their battle. Kuroka, appearing relaxed, playfully gestured as if to scratch the air like a cat. Arthur suggested it was time to leave, confirming that they had completed their task. Lu Fei agreed, emphasizing the need to avoid drawing attention. With that, the group set off to leave the area before the locals could approach them with questions or gratitude. They were not ungrateful, but they were being hunted by the Alliance and could not risk being recognized, even though they had already been seen. Issei, Valerie's team, and Ophus departed, disappearing into the mist that concealed the village. After nearly half an hour, they emerged from the mountains, walking through the dense forest until they reached an open area. They agreed that this was a suitable place to leave without attracting attention. Lu Fei looked at the mage, who nodded and began to create a transportation magic circle. However, Ophus gazed in a certain direction, practically towards the overcast sky, and everyone noticed. Issei approached the dragon goddess and asked if something was wrong. Ophus did not turn to look at him. She spoke of a powerful presence approaching their location, unmistakably a dragon. The revelation surprised everyone. Drake interrupted Issei, urging them to leave quickly. His tone suggested urgency, indicating that he was serious about the danger they faced. Ophus then stated that it was too late, the dragon had arrived. As she spoke, something fell from the sky at great speed, crashing into the ground where they stood and raising a massive cloud of dust. Everyone, except Ophus, felt a chill as they sensed a dangerous presence. Within the dust cloud, a silhouette began to emerge. As the dust settled, they saw a beautiful woman with long, straight blue hair, dressed in a navy blue skirt. Her dark blue irises held an envious figure, and she fixed her gaze on Issei, particularly on his left arm. Issei tensed, pointing at her with the arm that bore the boosted gear, and asked who she was. The woman responded with a dark expression, questioning his audacity to point at her. She recognized Drake, revealing that it had been a long time since they last met. Drake expressed his surprise at seeing her again, though he did not seem pleased. The woman continued, revealing her long search for Drake, explaining how she had mastered a method to suppress her presence. Drake, sounding nervous, realized he had failed to notice her approach. Issei, confused and sweating, asked Drake if he knew the woman. Ophus calmly identified her as Tiiamat, one of the 5 dragon kings and the strongest among them, known as the Chaos Karma Dragon. Drake's explanation filled everyone, except Ophus, with fear, as they stood before a legendary dragon, one of the few still alive. The atmosphere grew tense as they processed Tiamat's presence. Just moments ago, they had dealt with strange creatures threatening a hidden village, and now they faced the most powerful of the dragon kings. Lu Fei trembled, overwhelmed by Tiamat's appearance. Biko, though interested in the potential for conflict, felt a mix of fear and excitement. Arthur adjusted his glasses, trying to mask his nervousness, while Issei maintained his composure despite feeling shaken. Tiamat addressed Issei, teasing him about his fear while also sensing his fighting spirit rising. Issei admitted to his nerves with a sarcastic laugh. Tiamat then turned her attention to the others, particularly Valerie, noting the presence of the 2 celestial dragons together without fighting. Albion's voice echoed, acknowledging Tiamat while expressing a hint of fear. He explained that he and Drake had come to an agreement with their hosts. Tiamat dismissed Albion's words, warning him that if he intervened, she would incinerate his host. Valerie, feeling the weight of the situation, regretted not being at her best. Despite her desire for a challenge, she was currently limited in her abilities. Tiamat assured Issei that his death would be quick and painless, prompting him to instinctively prepare for a confrontation. Issei, trembling slightly, asked Tiamat why she harbored such hatred for Drake. Tiamat, intrigued by his question, decided to delay his demise for a few moments. Drake expressed concern about where this conversation was heading. Tiamat explained that before Drake was sealed, he had borrowed some legendary items from her to strengthen himself against Albion. However, their conflict had angered the 3 factions, resulting in their sealing and the loss of those items, which had been scattered or corrupted over time. Drake felt guilty for the situation, but Tiamat insisted he return the items. Drake defended himself, stating he was unable to return them due to his current state. Tiamat crossed her arms, asserting that it was still his responsibility. Issei found himself agreeing with Tiamat, acknowledging her point. Drake felt a slight sense of betrayal because his partner was not supporting him in this situation. Albion backed up what Issei had said, stating that it was Drake's responsibility. Drake, irritated, shouted at Albion to stay out of it, having had enough of the conversation. Tiamat, hands on her hips, remarked that Drake had escaped many times, but this time there was no way out for him. Issei, preparing for battle, acknowledged that fighting was inevitable. He took a defensive stance, raising his arm with the boosted gear, which shimmered slightly. Valerie, somewhat agitated, stepped closer to Issei, insisting that if he fought alone, he would have no chance of winning and could even die. She expressed her concern, admitting that she couldn't win on her own in her current state. Issei, lowering his guard, positioned himself in front of Valerie, holding her shoulders and looking deeply into her eyes. He explained that Tiamat was after him alone and that he couldn't bear the thought of anything happening to her. His words made Valerie blush slightly. He thanked her for helping him overcome his trauma and insisted that he would protect her, asking her not to intervene as this was his fight. Despite her lingering blush, Valerie saw the seriousness in Issei's eyes, recognizing the determination of a warrior willing to fight even at the risk of his own life. Reluctantly, she agreed but asked him to promise that he would win. Issei assured her that he would, giving her a sweet smile that made her heart race for a moment. He then stepped away from Valerie and faced Tiiamat, standing about 10 meters apart, declaring himself ready to fight. Tiiamat, smiling challengingly, cracked her knuckles in preparation. Lucifer, speaking somewhat pleadingly to Ophus, asked if she could do something to prevent the fight, fearing for Issei's safety. Ophus, without changing her expression, stated that she wanted to see what they were capable of while enjoying a piece of chocolate. Lucifer, sounding scared, worried about the possibility of Issei getting hurt. Ophus reassured her that he would not die and that she was confident he would win. Valerie, speaking with seriousness, instructed Kuroka and Lucifer to raise a barrier around them so that no one would know what was happening. Kuroka and Lucifer, with no other option, complied, creating a barrier over them and part of the forest. Issei and Tiiamat, still at a distance, exchanged challenging glances, the tension in the air palpable. Issei took a deep breath and got into position, raising his arm with the boosted gear. Tiiamat taunted him, asking if he was ready for the beating he was about to receive. Issei's silence spoke volumes, and Tiiamat found it amusing. With a shout, Issei activated his Welsh dragon balance breaker, flames erupting from his gauntlet and enveloping him, forming the dragon-scale mail armor. Both combatants took their stances, Tiiamat unfazed by Issei's imposing armor. In an instant, they charged at each other, fists raised to strike. Their punches collided with force, impacting their faces. Issei's helmet cracked, and a trickle of blood escaped, while Tiiamat gritted her teeth, feeling the sting of the blow for the first time. Both dragons momentarily retreated before launching into a flurry of rapid, powerful strikes. Tiiamat attacked relentlessly, while Issei patiently waited to block her blows and counter when he saw an opening. He dodged one of her punches and retaliated, but Tiiamat blocked it and kicked at him. Issei ducked just in time, feeling the ground shake from the force of her strike. Issei raised his fist, charging it with aura, aiming a powerful blow at Tiiamat, who narrowly evaded it, the wind from the mist attack indicating its seriousness. Despite her desire to defeat Issei, Tiiamat smiled defiantly, grounding herself before delivering a crushing blow to Issei's abdomen. The impact caused him to taste blood, but he stood firm, retaliating with a strong punch that struck Tiiamat in the face, pushing her back. Angered, Tiiamat spat out a small amount of blood and charged at Issei with incredible speed. Unaware of her approach, Issei was caught off guard by a powerful strike that shattered his armor and sent him crashing into debris. As he stood up, rubbing his sore body, he realized just how strong her attacks were. When Tiiamat lunged at him again, Issei jumped to evade her strike, which obliterated a rock into pieces, causing him to sweat nervously. He landed firmly and prepared to attack, scanning his surroundings for anything useful. Finding nothing, he decided to fire 3 dragon shots at Tiiamat, who dashed forward and deflected them with her fists. Issei, anticipating her move, got into position, ready to unleash a series of boosts. With his power accumulating, he charged his fist with a mix of red and yellow aura. As both dragons closed in on each other, they unleashed their powerful punches, striking each other in the face. Tiiamat felt blood trickle from the side of her face, while Issei's helmet shattered, causing blood to flow from his brow. The impact shook the ground, and they both withdrew slightly, sizing each other up without exchanging words. Issei acknowledged the strength of their blows, recognizing the spirit they both possessed. Tiiamat wiped some blood from her face and touched the bruised area. The sensation that sent chills down her spine from that blow. Was it? Issei revealed his fist, enveloped in the sacred aura of Dragon Slayer. Thanks to the sword within his gauntlet, he could charge his punches with this aura, which was the weakness of dragons. So, you have a Dragon Slayer with you, huh? Tiiamat smiled challengingly, her expression serious and indifferent. That's admirable, but don't think that means you can defeat me. We won't know unless I try. Although I admit, you're one of the few who has damaged my armor, especially with your bare hands. Issei wiped the blood from his face. You remind me of someone who could do the same with just their hands. Too bad I never had the chance to fight him due to the circumstances. I'm not interested in your circumstances or what you've been through. I came to end you so I can finally have some peace. Issei took his partner's warning to heart and got into a defensive stance. Are you going to keep talking or are we going to fight? He chuckled, apologizing for speaking with a certain red dragon. But anyway, shall we skip the warm-up? Sounds good. I figured you weren't serious, but I'm in agreement. Tiamat began to unleash her aura, causing nearby rocks to lift slightly as she took her stance. So they were just testing each other? Lu Fei observed, noting how everyone except Ophus watched in silence. This will definitely be interesting. If they showed such skill during a warm-up, I can't wait to see what happens now that they're serious. No kidding, Kuroka. Arthur watched the fight intently, noticing that Biko and Valerie were equally focused. It's a bit frightening to see Hayatakuin so strong despite lacking talent. It shows that talent means nothing if you don't train it. Wow, those two are real monsters. Biko laughed sarcastically, feeling a chill of sweat. I'm surprised at how much Issei has improved. Just months ago, he didn't have that kind of strength, not even when we faced off. That shows the boy has great potential, Valerie. Albion responded with admiration, recognizing how much the brown-haired boy had grown since that day. Here I come, kid. Tiamat charged at great speed, launching a powerful blow charged with blue aura. Issei instinctively crossed his arms in an X to protect himself. He felt the force of the impact, his armor cracking in that area as he was pushed back several meters from the dragon. Nevertheless, Issei launched 3 bursts of energy toward Tiamat, who advanced to attack mercilessly, deflecting the shots effortlessly. However, she felt a terrible sensation from the Dragon Slayer aura in the blasts. Issei knew he couldn't afford to take multiple hits in succession, so he planted his feet firmly on the ground and, with a boost from his thrusters, charged at Tiamat with his fist raised. He charged his power and struck against Tiamat's blow, causing the ground to crack beneath them. Both dragons exerted force against each other for several seconds before the impact pushed them apart slightly, but they quickly closed the distance again, their hands colliding in a desperate attempt to showcase their strength. The result was that both sank slightly into the ground due to the force used, their auras clashing. Neither yielded, showing no signs of surrender. In that moment, Issei lessened his force, surprising Tiamat as he propelled his body backward and gracefully delivered an upward kick to the dragon's jaw. Tiamat felt the impact and the blood in her mouth. That brat wouldn't get away with this. The dragon retaliated with a powerful kick to Issei's abdomen, sending him flying to the side, where he managed to halt his momentum with the claws of his gauntlet. Issei coughed up blood, feeling the burn in his ribs, but there was no time to rest. He looked up to see Tiamat charging at him again, took a deep breath, and went on the offensive. He dodged a blow from the dragon that barely grazed him. The state of the ground was enough to remind him that he couldn't afford to take such hits. Issei struck Tiamat in the face, but she was furious and countered with a blow to his abdomen that made him gasp in pain, damaging his armor almost to the point of reaching his body. Issei spat blood but gritted his teeth and seized the arm with which Tiamat had struck him, surprising her. He charged his other fist with aura and delivered a powerful blow to her abdomen, causing her to stagger. The sensation was dreadful. But it didn't stop there. Issei headbutt Tiamat, pushing her back slightly before landing a strong punch that sent her crashing into a large rock. Issei clutched his injured abdomen, pieces of his armor falling to the ground, and breathing became difficult. Tiamat emerged from the rock she had crashed into, visibly furious. This brat had wounded her and cornered her. She wiped the blood from her mouth and narrowed her gaze. Now she's really angry. That's pretty obvious, Drake responded, acknowledging Issei's sarcasm. Issei stood firm and ready, knowing he had only made Tiamat angrier. He decided to channel the Dragon Slayer aura into his fists. He needed to end this quickly. Issei launched 3 dragon shots infused with the Dragon Slayer aura. Tiamat quickly deflected the attacks but felt her hands go numb. Damn it, she hadn't felt that sensation even from a distance. However, Tiamat was taken aback when Issei was just inches away from her. Without wasting any time, Issei charged aura into his hand, forming claws that surprised everyone present. This was something new. Dragon claws. Tiamat had no time to react as the Sekiryu plunged his energy claws into her right shoulder, stifling a cry as blood flowed from the wound. She swung a punch, but Issei dodged by merely tilting his head, then retaliated with a powerful blow that sent Tiamat flying back several meters. The Dragon Queen was more furious and indignant than ever, realizing that a brat was beating her. Enough of the games, she couldn't afford to lose here. Your wielder is strong, Drake. But it was not enough. Issei was taken aback by the sudden sinister tone that Tiamat had adopted, but what followed left him even more astonished. Tiamat began to change form. Her skin turned blue, horns sprouted from her head, and her human skin was replaced by dragon scales. She sprouted 2 dragon wings on her back and a tail at her lower back. The being that appeared before Issei was a humanoid dragon in every sense of the word. Even Valery's team was at a loss for words at what they were witnessing, although Ophus watched intently, curious about what would happen next. Issei's mind raced as he realized the implications of Tiamat's transformation. This was her humanoid dragon form, and in this state, she was just as powerful as in her dragon form. She must have known that if she fought in her dragon form, it would give Issei an advantage due to his smaller size. It was said that Tiamat had only used this form a few times. Cursing under his breath, Issei prepared himself, charging his fists with Dragon Slayer aura. He needed to take advantage of this opportunity to deal more damage to Tiamat, even if she was now going all out. With a burst of speed, Tiamat lunged at Issei, who also propelled himself toward her. He knew he was taking a risk. If he took any hits from Tiamat now that she was serious, he would likely be out of the fight. Valerie and Albion watched the battle in silence, observing how Issei dodged Tiamat's powerful aura charge strikes. Each strong blow from her threatened to shatter Issei's armor. Valerie trembled slightly with a mix of anger and fear, terrified that Issei might perish at Tiamat's hands. A part of her urged her to intervene and stop the fight, regardless of whether Issei would be upset with her for doing so. But she hesitated, unwilling to break her promise. Watching as Issei managed to catch Tiamat off guard for a moment, he struck with energy claws, landing a hit that caused Tiamat to stagger and grow furious, which only heightened Valerie's concern. Albion spoke seriously, urging Valerie to have faith in Issei. He reminded her that he had promised he would win and that he would not die. Valerie, feeling nervous for the first time, expressed her doubts about Issei's ability to succeed. Albion encouraged her not to doubt him and to intervene if necessary, but until then, this was Issei's fight, not theirs. Reluctantly, Valerie nodded in agreement and returned her focus to the battle, wiping away a tear that threatened to fall and adopting a firm expression. The battle intensified as Tiamat unleashed her full power. Although slightly weakened from the earlier part of the fight, she had gained a clear advantage over Issei, who could only attack when he found an opening. Issei narrowly dodged a blow from Tiamat that shattered the ground beneath him, seizing that brief moment to counter with a charge strike that hit Tiamat squarely, pushing her back several meters and leaving deep gouges in the earth. The fury in Tiamat's eyes made it clear to Issei that he had only succeeded in angering her further. Drake informed Issei that his options were limited. He could only continue attacking Tiamat with Dragon Slayer aura to wound her, and he advised him to transfer his boost to his fist along with the aura from his sword when he attacked. Issei nodded at Drake's advice, feeling the pressure mounting. Tiamat, growing frustrated, increased her draconic aura and charged at Issei, ready to deliver a powerful blow. Fueled by adrenaline, Issei managed to sidestep her attack, but the aftermath of her strike caused massive destruction behind him, as if a small earthquake had occurred. As Tiamat prepared to strike again, Issei attempted to evade, but he realized too late that Tiamat had feigned her previous attack. He was caught off guard and took a heavy hit to his chest, the impact shattering his armor and causing blood to spill from the wound. He collapsed to the ground, seemingly defeated. Valerie and Lucifer gasped in horror as they saw blood flowing from Issei's body. Kuroka, for the first time, shouted in fear and desperation, urging them to get him out of there quickly. She had rarely seen Issei brought to his knees like this, but this time felt different. Ophus interrupted their panic, pointing out that despite being on the ground, Issei was still moving slightly, trying to find a way to stand. Baiko expressed admiration at the sight, astonished that Issei remained conscious after such a blow. Arthur, however, remained serious, warning that if Issei took another hit, it could be the end. Issei, despite the pain, insisted that he could still continue fighting. He struggled to lift his upper body, blood oozing from his wounds. Tiiamat laughed, telling him to surrender, acknowledging that he had put up a good fight but that it was over for him. She approached, stating that he should feel honored that he had forced her to use more power than most opponents ever did. Issei, with a pained shout, stood up again, surprising everyone, including Tiiamat, who could hardly believe he was still on his feet. Though he looked weak, his eyes showed that he had not given up. He declared that he did not want to fight to the death with her and understood her hatred toward Drake. He suggested they should at least try to reach an agreement. Despite his injuries, he vowed that he would not lose, stating that if facing her and winning was the only way to calm her, then he would prove that his determination was unbreakable. The young man's eyes glimmered with a reddish glow deep within them. He felt a surge of determination as he faced his opponent. Words may have been strong, but they meant nothing if he couldn't back them up. He was resolved to end this once and for all. He gasped heavily, feeling the weight of his injuries. He called out to Drake, asking for more power, no matter the cost. Drake responded, noting that there were still parts of his body that remained human, including his lungs. Issei was ready to sacrifice it all if it meant victory. He declared that he would become stronger to protect those he cared about, vowing not to let his past traumas dictate who he was. Memories flooded his mind. His death, his reincarnation as a demon, and the battles he had fought against formidable foes. As his aura intensified, his eyes shifted to a green hue, and a new aura joined the red, capturing everyone's attention, even Ophus. The combined red-green aura partially healed his chest wound. Issei winced for a moment but then felt a rush of warmth coursing through him, making his armor shine. Drake's voice echoed in his mind, reminiscent of their past battles. They were on the verge of accessing a power sealed away by the biblical god. The sound emanating from the boosted gear grew louder, the voices of past Securities resonating within. The light surrounding Issei intensified as he faced Tiiamat, who was momentarily speechless before the display of power. He raised his fist, showcasing the Securities mark, and declared it was time for the final round. A pillar of red-green energy erupted, soaring into the sky and creating a powerful shockwave that shook the surroundings. Valerie and the others shielded themselves from the force, while Ophus remained unfazed, watching with keen interest. As the energy dissipated, Issei reappeared in his armor, now tinted crimson, with intense green gems that radiated power. His aura exuded both calmness and authority, leaving Tiiamat in disbelief at the strength he had summoned. He urged himself forward, launching a punch into the air toward Tiiamat, who narrowly dodged the fierce gust of wind that followed, destroying everything in its path. Despite her surprise, she regained her composure and charged at Issei with renewed determination, unleashing her own attack. To everyone's astonishment, Issei caught Tiamat's strike with one hand, showcasing his newfound strength. He retaliated with a powerful blow to her stomach, causing her to stagger back, blood escaping her lips as she was pushed several meters away. He stood firm, ready to confront her directly. Tiiamat, though furious, felt a tremor of fear in the presence of his power. They both knew it was time to end this. Issei acknowledged Drake's words about the significant boost in his armor strength, realizing that the lost power of the Triania forms had awakened within him. They charged at each other, fists colliding with such force that the ground trembled, and trees fell around them. The battle raged on without pause. Both dragons sustained severe injuries but continued to fight fiercely. Issei's armor protected him from many of Tiamat's attacks, and neither was willing to yield. In a swift motion, Issei vanished from Tiamat's sight after delivering a blow, reappearing behind her with energy claws extended. He struck her shoulder, and though she stifled a cry, she retaliated. Issei quickly transferred power to block her attack and kicked her knee, causing her to falter. Yet, with determination, Tiiamat pressed on, but Issei countered with a punch that shattered one of her horns. Drake urged him to finish the fight quickly, warning that he might lose the balance breaker if he didn't act soon. Issei acknowledged this and vowed to win. He dodged another of Tiamat's strikes and summoned Escalation, delivering a decisive cut to her abdomen, causing her to cough up more blood. Issei delivered a powerful kick that sent Tiamat crashing against a large rock. As she regained her composure, what she saw left her astonished. With a surge of energy, Issei activated his power, transferring it to Escalation. The sword radiated a dangerous aura as he charged toward Tiamat, who found herself paralyzed, contemplating her defeat and the end of her journey. Issei advanced in slow motion, and Valerie along with the others could hardly believe what was unfolding. Was he really going to? Tiamat closed her eyes, bracing for her end. However, the anticipated attack never came. She opened her eyes to find Issei standing before her, Escalation poised dangerously close to her. Killing her wouldn't be right, he thought, so he decided to show mercy. Without warning, he struck Tiamat hard in the stomach, causing her to double over in pain and kneel on the ground, clutching her wound. Seeing her in such a state, Issei knew he had won. He turned to leave, presenting his back to Tiamat. She was furious yet impressed. She had never encountered a warrior who could challenge her like this. A blush crept onto her face as she observed the seriousness of the young man. Issei walked away slowly but calmly, his armor fading as he sighed in exhaustion and relief. A bit of blood stained his face, and he had some bruises. Before he knew it, Valerie and Lu Fei rushed to him and embraced him tightly. Valerie, trying to hold back tears, scolded him for scaring her. Lu Fei, overwhelmed with worry, expressed her fear for his safety. Issei instinctively returned their embrace, feeling a wave of happiness wash over him. It was a nostalgic moment. Biko, filled with admiration and a hint of nervousness, commented on the incredible display of power. Arthur adjusted his glasses, congratulating Issei on his unexpected victory. Kuroka gazed at him with longing, impressed by his strength. Issei sighed, feeling the weight of the moment. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Tiamat, still unsteady, stood up and transformed back into her human form, holding her injured side. "Are you not going to surrender?" Issei asked, a bit agitated as he positioned himself protectively in front of Valerie and Lu Fei. "On the contrary. You win, I accept my defeat," Tiamat declared, surprising everyone except Ophus, who watched intently. "I admit, I didn't expect this. You are the first dragon to defeat me," she continued, stepping closer to Issei, who felt a surge of nervousness. "Tell me, bearer of Drag, what is your name?" "Issei." "Hi Udu Issei," he replied. "I see, so it's Issei," Tiamat smiled. "What if I forget my revenge against Drag, if you allow me to accompany you?" Both Issei and the others were left speechless by her request. "Why do you want to accompany me?" "If you don't mind answering," Issei managed to ask, shaking off his surprise. "You have caught my attention, and I want to see more of what you can do." "I promise I won't cause any trouble," Tiamat said, leaning a bit closer to Issei, who felt a flutter of nerves as Valerie and Lu Fei exchanged glances, unsure of the closeness. "Well, You're in," Ophus interjected, surprising everyone as she approached Tiamat. "Thanks to you, Tiamat, I was able to see something I was searching for. So I expect much from you." Tiiamat was taken aback by the presence of the dragon goddess. "This is unexpected. If I hadn't recognized your presence, which is like the void representing infinity, I would have mistaken you for someone else. The last time I saw you, you appeared as an elder." "I have no reason to change my appearance," Ophus replied, her expression unchanged. "Are you willing to join us just to be near Issei?" "Of course," Tiamat answered without hesitation. "Then it's settled." "Wait, Ophus, this is all very sudden," Valerie interjected, sensing that Tiamat might be a handful. "It doesn't matter. She no longer wishes to harm the bearer of Drag, so that is enough," Ophus stated matter-of-factly. "But, excuse me, but I think we should leave as soon as possible," Kuroka said, drawing everyone's attention. "The barrier we set up here collapsed when both of them used their full power, and it was felt outside. I don't doubt that the alliance is on their way." Realizing the urgency of the situation, Valerie reluctantly made a decision. She instructed Kuroka and Lu Fei to prepare the transport circle. Turning to Tiamat, she added that they would discuss matters at their base, as there was much she needed to know. "Whatever," Tiamat shrugged, dismissing the importance of the situation. Within moments, the transport circle was ready, and everyone stepped onto it to return to their base. Just before they teleported, Tiamat grabbed Issei by one arm, leaving him speechless, while Valerie, feeling a pang of jealousy, did the same. With that, they vanished from the scene. Minutes later, at the site of the dragon battle, a green magical circle appeared, followed by a bright flash. A group of fallen angels arrived to inspect the area. As they split up to cover more ground, two figures emerged among them. "What on earth happened here?" Aquino exclaimed, unable to comprehend the destruction before her. "From the looks of it, there was an intense battle," Azazel observed, studying the surroundings. The aura emanating from this place was immense, possibly at the level of a Mao. But why and who was involved? The answer is obvious. Azazel interrupted Aquino, analyzing the wreckage. The auras here belonged to dragons, meaning dragons fought here. But what kind of dragons possess such power? Aquino asked, confused. There are only a few with that level of strength, and they are the Dragon Kings, Azazel explained, leaving Aquino speechless. Yet, one of those dragon auras is familiar. But he was sure it was Issei. Aquino asked hopefully if Issei had been there. If that was the case, she wondered why he had fought and against whom. Azazel looked up at his subordinates and instructed them to search the area thoroughly, even outside the location, leaving no stone unturned. The fallen angels responded to their governor's order and began to search the place. Aquino approached a massive crater, at least 10 meters in diameter, and knelt beside it. She spoke with a broken voice, tears streaming down her face as she lamented that she might have arrived too late to find him. The epic battle between two legendary dragons had ended with an unexpected result, but perhaps one that could be beneficial. In the Chaos Brigade's headquarters, Cao Cao received a report from one of his subordinates about the current situation. The news that Security Issei had vanished overnight and that the Alliance was desperately searching for him was more than satisfactory for many in the Chaos Brigade. Some even speculated that members of the Chaos Brigade were responsible for Issei's disappearance. However, when Cao Cao sought to investigate this, all members of the various groups claimed they had nothing to do with it. Cao Cao was always the most analytical member of his organization, capable of finding answers to any mystery, but this time was different. He could not uncover the whereabouts or fate of Hayate Issei without a small clue. So, could not allow this to distract him from his objective. Perhaps it was beneficial that the Security was out of the way. He thanked his subordinate, who bowed and left, leaving Cao Cao alone to gaze at the view from where he stood. The night was unusually dark, with no stars or moon, just a vast emptiness where only the night clouds could be seen. Cao Cao turned when he heard his name and saw George approaching with Siegfried. George asked if Cao Cao was aware of the current situation. Cao Cao confirmed that he was. Siegfried then inquired about his thoughts on the matter. Cao Cao suggested they take advantage of the situation. With the Security out of the way, they could achieve their goal. He continued to stare at the night sky, which flickered with lightning for a moment, and then asked about Valerie's team. George adjusted his glasses while reading a book and mentioned that they were still operating independently, as always. He had heard that Valerie had been visiting Ophus frequently, providing her with company and someone to talk to. Cao Cao shrugged, indifferent to the news, but then asked if there were any updates about Valerie's team. Siegfried reported that they had received word from some subordinates that Valerie had a new member in her team. Cao Cao expressed mild surprise at this detail but noted that no one knew who the new member was, what their name was, or what they looked like. He speculated that if Valerie was involved, the new member must be strong and capable. Valerie, like him, was seeking allies for her team, but he lamented that she lacked the means to attract others to her cause as he did. If someone had joined her, it was likely a talented demon, fallen angel, or even a human with a special sacred gear, perhaps a Longinus. George then asked Cao Cao if he thought Valerie and her team would interfere in their affairs or even the alliances. Cao Cao reassured him that they need not worry about the alliance, as they were too focused on finding their missing Security to pay attention to the attacks from other Chaos Brigade groups. His gaze sharpened, and one of his eyes took on a reptilian appearance for a moment. He added that they intended to act without the Alliance's knowledge, as their target was not the Alliance but Ophus. Cao Cao admitted he would have liked a rematch against the Security, as he still owed him for what had happened. He touched the spot where he had lost his previous eye, now replaced. Issei lay back on his bed, sighing in exhaustion after such a long day. Just hours earlier, they had returned from a mission, along with their new addition, Tiiamat, which had surprised everyone. After arriving, Issei took a long, relaxing bath to wash away the dirt and ease the lingering pain from his fight with Tiiamat. He sighed and asked Drake if he was awake. Drake, sounding tired, confirmed that he was. Issei felt a bit guilty for waking him but deemed it important. He inquired about the power he had felt during the battle against Tiiamat, trying to recall the moment. Drake admitted he wasn't sure how to explain it but suggested it was a sign that they were close to unlocking their full potential. That power might have been a glimpse of what Issei would gain when he achieved power beyond the Juggernaut drive. Understanding this, Issei resolved to talk to Valerie soon. He remembered she had mentioned discovering a method to eliminate the curse of the Juggernaut drive and could help him with it. Drake yawned and decided to sleep, stating that it had been a day full of action and emotions. Issei chuckled, thinking about how Drake only seemed to want to sleep when there was nothing to do. Suddenly, he heard the door to his room opening. He turned to see Kuroka entering, leaving him momentarily stunned by her unexpected presence. The fact that Kuroka was dressed only in a form-fitting white robe caught Issei's attention, causing him to blush at the sight. Even in his current state, the allure of feminine beauty was undeniable. Kuroka greeted Issei with her typical cat gesture, which made him blush even more. She walked towards his bed with a graceful sway, and Issei struggled to maintain his composure. He asked her what brought her there, trying to control his embarrassment and avoid looking directly at her, which proved to be impossible. Kuroka noted that he was still somewhat injured from his battle with Tiiamat and offered to help him heal. Issei was taken aback by her offer to heal him, but after a moment of hesitation, he agreed, feeling grateful for her willingness to assist him. Kuroka smiled and, without warning, gently pushed him back onto the bed, settling herself beside him and wrapping her arms around him. Issei felt flustered by her sudden closeness, trying to suppress any embarrassing reactions. Kuroka playfully teased him, stating that she would begin the treatment but needed to remove his shirt for better contact between their bodies. As she removed his shirt, an aura of blue light enveloped them, and Issei felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, accompanied by a soothing sensation that eased his pain. Kuroka explained that she was using senjutsu to help restore his vitality, and he was surprised to learn about the extent of his condition after entering Juggernaut Drive. She revealed that Valerie had informed her about the consequences of his transformation, which limited his lifespan as a demon. Despite the weight of her words, Issei felt a sense of calmness in Kuroka's presence, reminiscent of his moments with Kaneko. Kuroka then asked him if it was true that he had been hurt by Chiron and the others. Issei was taken aback by her question, realizing that Valerie had shared his situation with Kuroka and Luffy. He had been pondering whether the girls truly cared for him or had merely used him, and after much reflection, he had come to a conclusion. He expressed his belief that the situation was not as simple as Valerie had described. Kuroka, confused, asked him to clarify. Issei requested her understanding of what Valerie had told her about his depression, which prompted Kuroka to reflect on her limited knowledge of the events. After considering her response, Issei realized that Valerie had likely chosen not to disclose everything, possibly to allow him to share his feelings with Kuroka and Luffy when he was ready. This thought brought him a sense of happiness, knowing that Valerie cared deeply about his well-being. He then asked Kuroka if she wanted to hear about his conversation with Valerie and how she had helped him overcome his trauma. Kuroka, intrigued, encouraged him to explain. Issei took a deep breath, preparing to share the origins of his struggles, which dated back several months before he became a demon. Meanwhile, in another room, Tiiamat listened intently as Valerie and Ophus recounted Issei's situation. Tiiamat expressed her concern about how the Alliance had treated him, and Valerie sighed, explaining that the damage done by his friend's lack of understanding had been significant. She described Issei as a fragile shell of his former self, attempting to act as he once did, but burdened by overwhelming sadness. Valerie's words painted a picture of the depth of Issei's struggles, highlighting the need for support and understanding from those around him. Issei struggled with sleepless nights, often skipping meals and haunted by terrible nightmares filled with past traumas, mistakes, and fears. Tiamat raised an eyebrow, curious about what Valerie had said. Valerie's expression turned serious as she explained that if Tiamat wanted to know more, she should ask Issei directly, but warned her to approach him with caution. Issei was still recovering from the betrayal of those he once considered friends, and any unwanted reminders could push him back into despair. Tiamat understood and sighed, pondering how they could help Issei regain his former confidence. Valerie suggested that the key was to earn his friendship and trust. Issei, above all else, desired someone to love and to be loved in return. Valerie felt a pang of discomfort at the thought of Issei loving someone else, but brushed it off as mere stress. Later, Issei shared his story with Kuroka, recounting his past experiences. Unlike before, he felt less burdened while speaking about it. Kuroka listened intently, her eyes glistening with emotion as she embraced him tightly, trying to suppress her tears. She expressed her sorrow for forcing him to relive painful memories. Issei comforted her, reassuring her that it was all right and that he was coping better than before. He encouraged her to show him her genuine smile. Kuroka lifted her gaze and offered him a beautiful, sincere smile that took Issei by surprise. He felt a warmth spread through him, realizing that her smile was even more captivating than her usual playful demeanor. After a moment, he gently stroked her head, playfully touching her cat ears, which made her purr and hold him even tighter, reminding him of the few times he had shared similar moments with Kaneko. As they talked, Issei reflected on the past and answered Kuroka's earlier question about whether he held any resentment towards the girls who had hurt him. He concluded that he didn't believe their actions were intentional and that he didn't harbor hatred, just disappointment. Kuroka listened closely, intrigued by his thoughts. Issei continued, revealing that he had long questioned whether Rias and the other girls truly loved him. Despite his doubts, he realized that they did have feelings for him, which brought him a mix of happiness and lingering pain from past events. He felt let down by their silence and his own inability to see their affection, attributing part of the blame to himself for not recognizing their feelings sooner. He recalled Rias, whom he had always viewed as a mentor and superior. Although he loved her, he believed she could never feel the same way about him. He remembered the gratitude she had shown him after he saved her from an arranged marriage, and the kiss she had given him, which he thought was meant for someone else. He wondered if she had hoped he would reciprocate her feelings. As he contemplated his relationship with Akino, he sensed that she might share similar feelings for him as Rias did, though he had been oblivious to it all along. Akino was seen by Issei as a great senior who enjoyed teasing others, especially him, the most mischievous of all. However, he sensed that she might have developed an interest in him after he helped her accept her heritage as a fallen angel and reconcile with her father. Yet, like Rias, Akino left him with lingering questions. The image of Asia then crossed Issei's mind. He viewed Asia as a cute, sweet, innocent girl, and decided to treat her like a sister, vowing to protect her. He believed she could not love him in the same way she loved her faith in God. Even if she did have feelings for him, he was unable to see it. He thought that if he tried to get too close to Asia, she might look at him differently and ruin their relationship. Thus, he chose to treat her like family, but even if she truly loved him, it still left him uncertain. Next, the image of Kaneko appeared in Issei's thoughts. He always believed that someone like her would never be interested in someone like him, a hopeless pervert whom she never hesitated to reprimand. However, after he helped her accept her nature as a Nikomata, she became more affectionate and even sat on his lap. Perhaps it was then that she began to take an interest in him. But Kaneko was not very honest, leaving him with more doubts. Then, the image of Zenobia came to Issei's mind. Initially, she only wanted a child from him because he was the Sekyurii and proclaimed that goal after learning that God no longer existed. She seemed uninterested in him as a person and only desired his power. However, during a meeting to discuss the alliance between the three factions, when he asked Michael to allow her and Asia to pray despite being demons, Zenobia began to act differently towards him, as if trying to get closer. It must have been after that moment that she became interested in him, but it still left him uncertain. Finally, for some strange reason, the image of Irina entered his mind, and Issei took a moment to think about what to say. He doubted her feelings. Even if she loved him, he believed she wouldn't want to risk falling for him. Irina had always dreamed of being an angel, and she would be devastated if she became a fallen. Angels could not let their emotions guide them. They could not love someone even if they wanted to. Issei felt a pang of sadness at that thought. Still, he could not deny that it hurt him that she blamed him for his relationships with the others not progressing. As he reflected on all this, a solitary tear fell from his eye, which he quickly wiped away. He felt sad and disappointed that they did not consider his feelings, but he did not hate them. However, he believed that the bond they once shared might take a long time to repair. In a secret base in China, Cao Cao had just finished explaining his plan to his companions and subordinates, who were unsure of what to say. Some thought it was madness, but they kept their thoughts to themselves. Siegfried asked who else would accompany Cao Cao besides George, seeking clarification. Cao Cao confidently replied that it would only be him and George. If he could not handle Valerie's team, he did not deserve to wield the lance. He smiled as he rested the lance on his shoulder and added that if everything went well, he would let the others have fun with their opponents. Heracles, with a challenging smile, agreed, eager for some entertainment. Siegfried decided to join Heracles, believing Arthur would provide a better challenge than Kiba, Yuto, and Zenobia. Jean sighed, expressing indifference to their plans. Cao Cao concluded the meeting and turned to George, asking if Valerie would truly make her move. George affirmed this while adjusting his glasses. When Cao Cao inquired about the new member of their group, George shook his head, indicating they had no information. Cao Cao shrugged it off, determined to see for himself. Even if the newcomer possessed unknown abilities, he would master them. In the training room of Valerie's team base, Tiamat stood ready in her dragon-human form, with Issei in his crimson armor a few meters away. Issei charged at Tiamat, launching rapid and powerful strikes, which she countered with equal vigor. With Tiamat's inclusion in the group, she significantly enhanced Issei's training regarding dragon-related matters. He learned techniques from her that Tanin had not taught him or had not had the chance to teach. Both Issei and Tiamat understood that when they unleashed their full powers, they were evenly matched in terms of speed and strength. Tiamat had become more accustomed to fighting in her human form over the years, stating she would only use her dragon form against larger dragons. However, there was no difference in power between her dragon form and dragon-human form. The balance varied depending on the form she took. Issei knew that if he managed to defeat Tiamat this time, it was thanks to his Dragon Slayer abilities and the power he unleashed then. In a combat scenario without using the Dragon Slayer, it would be a challenging fight. Tiamat was at the level of a Mao or perhaps slightly above, and the fact that Issei could stand toe-to-toe with her in strength without his Dragon Slayer demonstrated his significant growth. As they clashed fists, a strong gust of wind erupted between them. One of the most important things among dragons is that they attack with double the strength when they are injured. Tiamat took a moment to distance herself before launching a powerful strike, which Issei managed to block with great effort. After all, a cornered wild animal is more dangerous. They found themselves surrounded, and Arthur gazed out the hotel window with a serious expression. Biko expressed his frustration, remarking on the unexpected move made by their enemy. Currently, they were in a 30-story hotel, resting on the 15th floor after a recent battle with Cao Cao. Lu Fei and Biko, who had some knowledge of senjutsu, managed to heal Issei enough for him to contribute. Using his boosted gear gift, he amplified Lu Fei's healing spell, and with Biko's assistance, all the injured were nearly recovered. Valerie and Kuroka rested in separate rooms, and when possible, the others checked on them while maintaining their guard. The area created by the lost dimension felt incredibly realistic. Although electricity and other utilities were non-functional, they were managing. However, the lack of water and food remained a pressing issue. Lu Fei spoke with a hint of melancholy as she rested on a piece of furniture, explaining that she had intercepted a message from the organization's headquarters. It claimed that Valerie and their group were attempting to deceive Ophus and take over the organization, and now they were being hunted by the Cow's Brigade. The revelation left everyone speechless. They were aware of the risks they had taken. Tiamat expressed her anger at Hades' involvement, something no one had anticipated. She cursed the situation, wishing they had help. Issei, looking down, understood the weight of their predicament and chose not to finish his thought. He then asked Lu Fei about Gogmagog's condition. Lu Fei reassured them that Gogmagog was fine and could regenerate without issue, so she had returned him to her personal dimension until he was ready. However, the thought of being defeated by a single person, especially one wielding the supreme Longinus, was unsettling. Curious about the Longinus, Issei asked which was the second strongest after the true Longinus. Arthur informed him that it was the Zenith Tempest, a sacred gear that allowed control over the weather, hinting at its immense power. Lu Fei added that the current wielder was a talented reincarnated angel named Duel Gesualdo, which surprised Issei, as he had never heard of him before. Issei inquired about Duel's strength, and Lu Fei explained that he was once the strongest exorcist of the church before becoming a reincarnated angel, with the potential to become a seraph. Tiamat expressed her interest in the Longinus, wondering if there was a connection among them or if it was merely a coincidence that they were special in this era. Lu Fei then shared that the wielder of Canis Lycaon was associated with the fallen angels. When Issei asked for the identity of this individual, Lu Fei revealed that he was known as /Dog, a figure Valerie had described as the older brother she never had, despite her initial reluctance to admit it. Just then, the sound of the door opening caught their attention, and Ophus entered the room. Tiamat asked how she was feeling, to which Ophus replied that she felt weak, stating that she was currently only twice as strong as the celestial dragons at their peak. The group reacted in shock, with Issei sweating at the thought of Ophus's true power. Arthur speculated that Chow Chow had left her in a weakened state, but Ophus explained that when Samel took her powers, she transformed them into serpents and sent them to another dimension. This revelation left everyone momentarily speechless. Lu Fei praised Ophus for her cleverness, while Biko chuckled, eager to see Chow Chow's reaction upon learning this. However, Ophus expressed that she couldn't leave, as something was restricting her. Arthur noted that the current Ophus was finite, and with the threats outside, it was clear they expected resistance from her. He then asked Lu Fei if there was any way to send a message or request help from the outside. Lu Fei believed it was possible, though she admitted that Kuroka was more skilled in that area, but given the current circumstances. On her own, Lu Fei considered the possibility of seeking help with two others. However, she pondered who they could ask for assistance. Tiamat supported Lu Fei's thoughts, crossing her arms and agreeing that even if they managed to rescue one of them, they had no allies outside. Issei reluctantly acknowledged Tiamat's point, expressing his unwillingness to leave anyone behind. They were alone in this situation, and if even one of them escaped, it would only reduce their fighting strength. Additionally, Valerie and Kuroka were still incapacitated. Inside the hotel, Arthur and Siegfried were engaged in an intense duel. Both swordsmen wielded their blades, with Arthur using Caliban and Siegfried wielding Gram. The clashes of their weapons generated shockwaves that shattered parts of the hall. Arthur, moving with remarkable speed, leaped to deliver a downward slash. Siegfried, noticing the attack, raised Gram to defend himself, and the impact created a small crater beneath him as their sacred and demonic auras clashed. As they both retreated to prepare for their next strikes, they collided again, engaging in a fierce struggle. Arthur noted Siegfried's familiar condition, reminding him that using his balance breaker would prevent him from wielding Gram at full power due to its curse. Siegfried, undeterred, expressed his desire for a fair fight, stating that if the wolf had joined the battle, he would have had no choice but to use his balance breaker. Arthur, dismissing the notion of honor, declared that he could not waste time. He resolved to abandon fairness and, with that, broke off the struggle to create distance. Before Siegfried could react, Fenrir emerged from hiding, launching bursts of electricity and ice toward him. Siegfried quickly drew another sword, using both to deflect or slice through the wolf's magical attacks. Siegfried cursed the creature and unleashed a powerful wave of energy with his second sword. Fenrir, undeterred, continued charging forward, timing his leap perfectly to evade the attack and lunged at Siegfried with his fangs and claws ready. Siegfried raised Graham to block, but Fenrir's bite clamped down on the blade, and the force surprised him. In that brief moment of distraction, Arthur appeared beside him. Siegfried attempted to push Arthur away with a slash, but Arthur effortlessly blocked it with Caliban. Arthur stated that he had no time for unresolved matters, suggesting they might meet again if Siegfried survived. Without warning, he delivered a swift kick to Siegfried's stomach, causing him to lose grip on his sword just as Fenrir managed to swipe Siegfried's shoulder. As Siegfried staggered back in pain, Fenrir positioned himself beside Arthur. Arthur remarked that, like all humans, they were vulnerable due to their physical forms. No matter how skilled they were, if a human or any supernatural being found an opening, they would exploit it. He smiled at the expression on his opponent's face. Siegfried, feeling the sting of Arthur's words, accused him of relying on the wolf, despite his own decision to fight fairly. Arthur countered that humans were often worse than the beings Siegfried accused of lacking honor. He urged Siegfried to recognize the truth about human malice and greed. Siegfried, regaining his composure, readied himself for battle again, sprouting 4 additional arms that grasped 4 more swords. Arthur took his stance with Caliban, asserting that there were things one could not achieve alone. He instructed Fenrir to find an opportunity to destroy the barrier device while he continued to fight. Fenrir nodded in agreement and retreated to find cover. With that, Arthur and Siegfried resumed their fierce battle, knowing time was of the essence. Meanwhile, on the roof, a massive explosion erupted, shrouding the area in smoke. From within, Issei and Heracles leaped away from each other, having been pushed apart by the blast. Issei conjured several red spheres of energy and hurled them at Heracles, who opted to shatter the attacks with his fists. In that fleeting moment, Issei seized the opportunity to charge at Heracles using his boosters. Heracles barely noticed Issei's approach in time to counter with a charged punch. The collision of their fists created another explosion, shaking the surroundings. While Issei's armor cracked slightly, Heracles felt the impact reverberate through him as if he had been struck by a hammer. Both combatants took a step back before launching themselves at each other again, exchanging powerful blows. They struck each other in the face, resulting in another explosion from Heracles' punch. The impact caused a portion of Issei's helmet to break, while Heracles spat blood from the force of the hit, feeling as though he had been hit by a sledgehammer. They momentarily retreated before re-engaging, trading fierce strikes. Issei dodged one of Heracles' punches and countered with his own, but Heracles managed to block it and retaliated with a kick, which Issei narrowly avoided by ducking. The force of the kick created an explosion behind Issei, a terrifying sight. Without wasting any time, Issei delivered a powerful blow to Heracles, hitting him squarely in the stomach, causing him to stagger. Despite the pain, Heracles retaliated with a punch that struck Issei in the chest, resulting in another explosion. Heracles took a step back, smiling, convinced he had won, but when the smoke cleared, Issei was still standing, his armor cracked but intact. He enveloped himself in a red-green aura and fired several bursts of energy. Heracles decided to counter them with his fists, creating more explosions with each impact. The clashes between their attacks were so powerful that it resembled a fireworks display. The force of their battle was destroying parts of the artificially constructed building around them. Even with the smoke obscuring their vision, neither opponent hesitated to charge at the other, leading to a fierce exchange of punches, energy blasts, and explosions. Issei managed to land a kick on Heracles, who tried to suppress his reaction, only to receive a clean punch to the face, accompanied by an explosion that further damaged Issei's helmet, though it quickly restored itself. Beneath the helmet, Issei had traces of blood at his mouth and nose. After nearly 5 minutes of intense combat, the area resembled a war zone. The combined might of Tiamat and Gogmagog, with some support from the others, had eliminated all the Reapers. Now it was time to finish this. The only ones remaining were Siegfried, Heracles, Pluton, and George, the latter completely exhausted from protecting the last device with all the power he could muster, trying to prevent the entire area from succumbing to the attacks of the dragon and the golem. Siegfried was visibly distressed, realizing the gravity of their situation. Tiamat, having returned to her human form, declared that the game was over. She was ready to deliver the final blow when a sound echoed through the dimension, the unmistakable noise of a rift opening. Everyone looked up to see a hole forming in the sky, signaling an intruder. Even Siegfried, Heracles, and George were confused. This was unexpected. From the large rift in the sky emerged a figure most recognized, a man with long brown hair, clad in light armor and a cape. He greeted Issei and from a distance, noticed Valerie, who frowned at his presence. Shalba had returned. Siegfried sighed, acknowledging that he had received a report but never expected Shalba to act independently. Shalba expressed his gratitude to Siegfried, revealing that his injuries had healed thanks to them, although his powers were diminished due to losing the serpent of Ophus. When asked why he had come, he simply stated his intention to declare war on the underworld. With a sinister smile, he revealed what lay beneath his cape, a child. George and Heracles recognized the boy's name Leonardo. The child had lifeless eyes, and even Siegfried noted his lack of reaction. Shalba admitted he had taken the child, explaining that it had been a minor inconvenience, as the boy's guardians were no match for him. He lifted Leonardo, gripping his neck tightly, causing Issei to watch in horror. Shalba intended to unleash destruction upon the underworld. He conjured a magical circle in his hand and placed it on Leonardo's spine, prompting a heart-wrenching scream from the boy. The child's shadow grew larger, easily surpassing 200 meters, and a massive head emerged, resembling a distorted dragon. The roar that followed was so deafening that everyone covered their ears. At the creature's feet, a magical circle appeared, and Shalba laughed maniacally, declaring that the creature's purpose was to destroy the underworld, ensuring the demise of many demons. Valerie ordered everyone to stop him, but their attacks had no effect. To make matters worse, smaller monsters resembling the original began to spawn from the giant. In a flash of light, the beast and its offspring vanished into the magical circle, heading toward the underworld. The entire area began to collapse, the forced entrance and the creation of that creature proving too much. Leonardo fell to the ground, close to his companions. George shouted that the place was coming down, while Siegfried looked at the boy, realizing they had been used. They had made a mistake allying with Hades, who had planned this with Shalba all along. Siegfried urged everyone to leave, offering his only advice. As he spoke, the humans disappeared into a mist while Shalba continued to watch, particularly fixated on one person. He declared it was time to pursue his other objective. In the blink of an eye, Shalba was gone. A scream from Lu Fei drew everyone's attention to the 15th floor, where Shalba had appeared, staring at Ophus. Valerie tried to intervene, but Shalba struck her with such force that she flew back, crashing into the wall and spitting blood. Concerned for Valerie, everyone turned to see her condition while Shalba laughed, taunting Valerie about her diminished powers. Despite her injuries, Valerie struggled to stand, supported by Biko, Kuroka, and Lu Fei. Shalba continued to boast about the importance of winning, then aimed his hand at Ophus, ensnaring her with a magical rope. He reveled in the fact that Ophus's unstable power allowed him to capture her. When Issei stepped forward, ready to fight, Shalba revealed his intentions. He had made a deal with Hades to deliver Ophus to him, intending to take a serpent from her before doing so. Everyone was shocked by this revelation. Issei declared he would not allow it, but the tremors in the area grew worse. They needed to escape now. It was their only chance. Kuroka was trying to maintain the transport circle while Lu Fei kept Gogmagog in her personal dimension. Issei responded to Kuroka, expressing his concern about Ophus. A curse. This was a curse. He would become the poison that devoured the underworld. Those demons who had denied him. He didn't care about authority or possession of hell. Shalba Beelzebub declared that he would use every last bit of his power to destroy the underworld with monsters. Issei was about to attack him when Valerie shouted for him to hurry and transfer. Everyone else was ready, but he hesitated. Valerie's voice trembled as she called out to him. Issei looked at Shalba, who was laughing, then at Ophus. He knew what he had to do. Removing his helmet, he revealed a determined smile that showed his intentions. They needed to leave, but he would take responsibility. He would rescue Ophus. There was no other option. The place couldn't withstand much longer. Valerie couldn't fight, and Tiamat wouldn't last in the dimensional rift without protection. He was their only choice. He would save Ophus, and if necessary, they should inform the Alliance of what was happening. He couldn't let Shalba escape, nor could he hand Ophus over to anyone else. If he didn't defeat Shalba now, there would be more victims. Valerie was worried, but Issei assured her that he would defeat Shalba, no matter what it took. Reluctantly, Valerie accepted his decision. Kuroka shouted that they were at their limit and wouldn't be able to transfer unless they acted immediately. Issei nodded, hearing Valerie and Tiamat's shouts as the flash of light enveloped them. They were gone. In the underworld, Valerie and the others suddenly appeared, fortunate that there were no civilians around to witness their arrival. They quickly headed to the stadium, following Arthur's suggestion without hesitation. Valerie invoked a communication circle, hoping for a quick response. After nearly a minute, the holographic image of Azazel appeared before her. What an unexpected surprise. "What do you want now, Valerie?" he asked. Azazel's expression changed as Valerie urgently explained that they needed him. Issei was in trouble, and he needed to come quickly. The entire dimension was trembling, on the verge of collapse. Issei stood before Shalba, who was laughing atop a hotel. The dimension was crumbling, with half of the field already destroyed. Only Issei, Shalba, and Ophus remained. "Give up, Shalba. I won't let you escape," Issei declared. "Why are you pursuing me, you pathetic dragon? Do you want to face me, the original Mao, or are you trying to capture Ophus for power?" Shalba retorted angrily. Issei didn't care what to do with Ophus, but he wouldn't let Shalba take her. He pointed a finger at him, vowing that when he defeated him, he would stop the creature he had sent to the underworld. He wouldn't allow anyone to be harmed. And what of it? It's natural. Those demons prefer the false Maos. They are more insignificant than insects. I will use those giant monsters to reduce everything to zero, just like all the demons who have disappeared. This is my revenge. A pure underworld will be reborn from their destruction. Shalba shouted, pointing at Issei. "You, who joined the terrorists, should understand my reasoning." Issei was furious. He told Shalba not to compare him or Valerie to them. They fought for innocent people, while Shalba was trying to kill the children of demons. He would give him what he deserved. Issei unleashed his red-green aura, declaring that Shalba was the only one who would die there. "Keep talking, brat. You're no match for the original Mao." Shalba shouted, creating 2 magical circles and launching demonic blasts at Issei. Issei pushed through the attacks, reaching Shalba and delivering a powerful blow to his stomach, causing him to gasp in pain. "That was for Asia," Issei said, delivering another punch to Shalba's face, making him fall silent and stagger back. "Dimenu, you'll pay for this." Shalba shouted, summoning a swarm of bees from a magical circle. Issei remained unfazed and unleashed a powerful flame that incinerated the bees to ashes. Shalba screamed in pain as Issei's claws pierced his stomach, drawing blood. "That was for Valerie," Issei said, landing a strong punch to Shalba's face, causing him to spit blood. "Demenit!" Shalba exclaimed, furious. Issei had expected Shalba to be as strong as Surzex or Valerie, but he was just a false Mao. Those words struck hard at Shalba's pride. "You talk too much, you rotten dragon." Shalba shouted, launching more demonic blasts at Issei, who deflected them with his hands. "Shut up and burn," Issei replied, striking Shalba's face again before grabbing him and igniting flames in his hand, burning Shalba's face. "Diminu!" Shalba screamed, blood spilling from his mouth as he fell to the ground, pushed back several meters. "Better die alone in this place when you fall into the rift," Issei said, turning his back on the demon, indicating he wasn't even worth killing. "Why?" Shalba, with his swollen and burned face, knelt as he glared at Issei, who was leaving him alive, unworthy of death. "Don't mock me. Die." In a fit of rage, Shalba created a magical circle from which he summoned a rare dagger. The demon leaped at Issei, grabbing him from behind and attempting to choke him, causing Issei to lose his balance and struggle to break free. Issei cried out in pain as he felt something pierce his shoulder. He realized that Shalba had stabbed him with a dagger. With sheer force, Issei managed to throw Shalba aside and pulled the dagger from his shoulder. Just as he was about to retaliate, Shalba, struggling to stand with the little strength he had left, chuckled weakly, claiming he had at least avenged himself and declared that Issei was dead. Confused and in agony, Issei felt a sharp pain coursing through his body. He couldn't believe what was happening. Drake shouted in concern for his partner. Shalba laughed maniacally, taunting Issei about the dagger's blade being infused with the blood of Samuel, a gift from Hades meant for another but now used against him. Despite the pain, Issei glanced at Ophus, who looked at him with an almost expressionless face. Yet, he could see the loneliness in her eyes. He clenched his left fist tightly, reminding himself of his promise to save her. He couldn't abandon her, even knowing he was on the brink of death. He vowed to protect her, no matter the cost. Shalba was taken aback as he watched Issei rise to his feet again, swaying from the pain but still determined. He questioned how Issei could stand, insisting that the curse should have rendered him immobile. As Issei took a step forward, Shalba, filled with fear, asked if he was not afraid of death. Issei admitted he was terrified but declared that he could not allow Shalba to take Ophus away. Horrible things would happen if he did, and he would do whatever it took to ensure the safety of everyone, so that the children could live in peace rather than chaos and destruction. He realized that, despite his doubts, he was a hero to them. With a surge of energy, Issei unleashed a powerful explosion of energy that enveloped him in flames. Ophus watched as the flames burned brighter, like a candle fighting to stay lit. Shalba was speechless at the display of power. In an instant he felt a barrage of strikes from Issei, who moved with incredible speed, far beyond anything he had seen before. Issei's energy claws, now ablaze, pierced Shalba's stomach, causing him to cough up blood as Issei unleashed a flurry of blows. Shalba crashed onto the hotel roof, struggling to comprehend the situation. Issei's fury was unleashed, and he became a relentless beast, intent on making Shalba feel the pain he wished to inflict on innocent people. Shalba, terrified, tried to crawl away, fearing the crimson jade dragon he believed he saw behind Issei. He desperately created a magic circle and shot an arrow at Issei, hitting him in the torso. Issei gasped as blood poured from his mouth, feeling the pain intensify. Shalba, in desperation, fired another arrow, but Issei continued to advance, slowly but steadily. Shalba was bewildered that his attacks, infused with the blood of Samuel, had not brought Issei down. Just then, Issei struck Shalba in the face, silencing him. Gasping for breath, Issei grabbed Shalba by the foot and slammed him against the concrete of the roof, sending him rolling across the ground. Shalba, spitting blood, realized he could not end this way. He turned his gaze toward Ophus, pleading for her to grant him one of her serpents to gain the power of the original Mao and defeat Issei. Ophus, however, informed him that she was unstable and could not create the serpent that would enhance his power. Shalba's desperation grew as he heard her words. Issei, having abandoned all mercy, declared that there was no other path but to end Shalba's life. With a fierce shout, he extended his arms and concentrated a red-green sphere of energy in his hands, aiming it at Shalba. The attack was colossal, coloring the sky with its vibrant hue. Shalba smiled, believing that even in death, Issei was doomed. As the attack engulfed him, he was reduced to ashes, the blast piercing the sky and disappearing into the dimensional rift. Once the battle was over, Issei took a deep breath and approached Ophus, who still bore an emotionless expression. He knelt and used Escalation to cut through the magical bindings holding her captive. He struggled to remain standing, using Escalation as a support. Ophus was freed, and Issei removed his helmet to look at her. Ophus, noticing the blood streaming from her eyes, asked why he had helped her. Issei, with a weak smile and blood on his lips, replied that he didn't need a reason to help someone in need. He then asked her why she had chosen to assist the others. She explained that she had been promised they would defeat Great Red, allowing her to return to the dimensional rift and find peace. Issei warned her that they would not keep their promise, revealing the true nature of those she had allied with. Ophus remained silent for a moment, contemplating her actions. She had given them the serpents in hopes of defeating Great Red, believing that Issei was different and might uncover the truth about the true dragon and the celestial dragons. She simply wished to find a place to belong. Issei finally understood her plight. Ophus was purer than anyone, used by the Cow's Brigade and the Hero faction, all exploiting her desire to return home. Her simple wish to find peace did not align with the extreme beliefs of those around her. Issei smiled, relieved to have saved her and grateful to finally comprehend her true nature. She deserves to be protected. She deserves a chance to be happy. It matters little to her if he is a superior, because deep down, she is just a girl who knows nothing of the darkness that exists in the hearts of living beings. A lonely dragon that is Ophus, and that is the truth. And because of that, Issei shook his head, feeling his consciousness fading. The curse had spread quickly, exacerbated by his movement. He needed to get out of there. He turned to Ophus and asked if she wanted to be his friend. She questioned what she would gain from it. He replied that he could offer someone to talk to, someone who would truly listen. Ophus looked at him and smiled a little, saying it sounded fun. Issei, using Escalation for support, managed to stand and walk, even as the place around them began to crumble. He reassured himself that he would be fine. He had his armor. He just needed to wait. Minutes earlier, in the underworld, Valerie and her team arrived at the agreed location, the study in the capital of Lucifer. On their way, Valerie had contacted Azazel and briefly explained what had happened with Issei, Chow Chow, and Samuel, stating that they needed to use the Dragon Gate to bring him back. Azazel did not hesitate and immediately began preparations for the Dragon Gate in Lucifer, quickly contacting Tanin as well. With that, Valerie and the others only had to wait for Azazel. The 10 minutes felt eternal to the impatient team. From a distance, they could see the creatures created by Shalba attacking the underworld and the evacuations beginning. News reports suddenly announced that enormous monsters had appeared and were approaching the most important areas of the underworld, urging all inhabitants to evacuate immediately. Valerie, feeling anxious, urged Azazel to hurry. She was trying to calm herself, though the curse from Samuel made her feel nauseous. Arthur helped her settle down, encouraging her to take deep breaths. Finally, they spotted Azazel arriving in the distance, accompanied by Tanin, who had shrunk to fit in the space. Valerie sighed in relief upon seeing Azazel and took a moment to gather herself. The two Dragon Kings exchanged polite glances, knowing there was little to say. Valerie interrupted Azazel before he could speak, insisting they needed to perform the ritual to bring Issei back first. She asked him if he had brought Issei, to which Azazel confirmed he had, pulling out several objects for the ritual. Valerie, with a hint of sadness, nodded, feeling deep down that this was her fault. Yet, an ominous feeling washed over her, as if someone was destined to die. The battlefield lay in ruins as Issei walked slowly, watching the area collapse around him. He struggled to move, even with Escalation as support and Ophus allowing him to lean on her shoulder. He felt tired, his eyes heavy. There was no more pain, only emptiness. His partner urged him to hold on a little longer, reminding him that Valerie and the others, along with Azazel, were preparing the Dragon Gate to summon them. Issei acknowledged this, pondering what he should do once he returned. He turned to Ophus and asked where she would go. She admitted she didn't know. She couldn't return to the dimensional gap with her current power and had nowhere to go. Issei smiled faintly, suggesting she stay with him and the others. He couldn't return to his true home for now, but until then he wanted her to stay with him, Valerie, and the rest. He promised her it would be fun, offering to buy her any desserts she wanted and take her to many places. Suddenly he no longer saw the path but the sky above. It felt good to have a home. He thought of his friends, recalling how they would react if he were gone. He remembered Lefei, who would cry, and Kuroka, who, despite her tough exterior, was sensitive. He thought of Tiiamat, who would likely call him foolish if he died, and the girls he cared for, including Asia and Ravel, who would also shed tears. He felt grateful for Kaneko-chan for looking after Ravel, and he recalled Zenobia and Irina, his first enemies. He hoped Rosweiss was okay, and he thought of Aquino, who was fragile, and Rias, the first he truly loved, despite everything that had happened. His partner warned him that the poison was coursing through his body and he was at his limit. Issei reflected on his friends, wishing they could take care of everyone. He promised his parents that he would return one day. His partner urged him to get up, to rise and come home. Issei expressed a desire to fight Serorg again. He remembered a friend who had always been there for him, offering emotional support whenever he needed it. He smiled at the thought of her, feeling happy that he had finally found the one who had captured his heart. It was for her that he continued to fight, to protect those who had hurt him. He wished he could fight Valerie again, reaching out as if to grasp her image. He wanted to tell her that he loved her and always would, from that moment on and forever. As he spoke those words, his hand fell onto Ophus's hands beside him, and Escalation clattered to the ground, a drop of Issei's blood falling onto the blade. After that, there was only silence. His partner acknowledged that Issei was no longer moving. He sensed the tears of those within the boosted gear, both male and female Securities mourning the loss of their friend. Drake, though trying to sound strong, could not hide the pain in his voice. He asked Ophus if she would listen to his story before he passed on to another wielder. She agreed, wanting to know if he had been a good Security. A tear fell from her eye as she listened. Drake began to recount the tale of a man who was a true hero, one who overcame everything for what he believed in. The ground trembled increasingly as Ophus clung to Issei's body. There was no escape for them. The Security had saved her at the cost of his own life. A great roar echoed through the area, causing Ophus to look up. From the edge of the field, where the dimensional gap could be seen, a massive figure entered the space where Ophus and Issei lay. It was a colossal red dragon, towering at about 100 meters high with 4 wings on its back. It was the true dragon, Great Red. Ophus gazed at the being she wished to defeat before turning her attention back to Issei. Perhaps. In the underworld, Valerie, her team, Tiiamat, Tanin, and Azazel were gathered in the gymnasium of the Lucifer capital stadium. Azazel had completed the ritual to activate the Dragon Gate, which would transport both Issei and Ophus to their location. Valerie did everything she could to stay awake. If she was going to faint, she wanted it to be after Issei returned. Azazel, while making the final preparations for the ritual, expressed his frustration, wishing he could strike a blow at the skeletal figure of their enemy. Valerie had shared everything that had happened, including how she had taken Issei to help him. She had been careful not to reveal too much about Issei's trauma, but they had gained trust in each other over time. She spoke of the new power they had acquired and the incidents involving Chow Chow and Samel, which had genuinely angered Azazel. He was also troubled by Hades' assistance to both the hero faction and Shalba, and his intentions for Ophus were unclear but surely not good. Tiiamat, leaning against the wall, felt a sense of foreboding as she waited impatiently for the ritual to conclude. Lu Fei, already panicking, urged them to hurry, desperate for Issei's return. The thought of leaving him alone was unbearable. Azazel reassured them that they were almost finished, explaining that the connection was harder to establish without more powerful dragons present, and he hadn't even had time to call Saji. Tension filled the room as everyone sensed the urgency to bring Issei back. The underworld was under attack from all sides by monstrous creatures, and they knew they needed to fight, but they had to ensure the Security was safe first. Suddenly, Azazel noted that the circle had made contact. The magical circle glowed brightly, and Tanin, Tiiamat, Azazel, and Valerie released their respective energies associated with the ritual. The brilliance illuminated the entire area, and when the light faded, they did not see who they had hoped for. Instead, at the center of the magical circle lay Issei's sword, Escalation. Confusion swept over them. That sword should have been with Issei in the boosted gear. Escalation floated momentarily before falling to the ground. Azazel approached the sword slowly, examining it, and then he felt it. The blade emanated a unique presence among dragon slayers, and he noticed a small drop of blood on the blade. The drop evaporated, and the aura of Escalation intensified, turning the blade completely ash-gray. In that moment, Azazel understood everything. Some of the others began to grasp the truth as well. Azazel struck the ground in frustration and sorrow, trembling with the weight of his emotions. Albion sensed it too, as did Valerie, who stood frozen in place, trembling slightly. One by one, the others began to realize that only the sword Escalation had returned, and it would be the only thing to come back. He would not be returning. Luffy, with a bewildered expression, asked where Issei was. Kuroka sat in shock, lost in disbelief. Tiamat searched for the brown-haired boy with her eyes but only saw the returned sword and the ominous aura it now exuded. Panic gripped her as she began to tremble. Tanin delivered the terrible news, stating that the Sekirudii, Hyud Issei, had died. He lowered his head, unsure of what to say or how to feel. Arthur and Biko, upon hearing this, bowed their heads with somber expressions. They hadn't interacted much with Issei since he joined them, but they had formed a bond as comrades in arms. Luffy could not bear the dreadful news and began to cry, embraced by Kuroka, who also shed tears. Fenrir lowered his head, feeling sadness in his own way. Tiamat fell to her knees, crying for the first time in her life as her heart shattered. Valerie approached Azazel slowly, drawn to Issei's sword. As she felt the sinister aura emanating from it, reminiscent of Samel, the reality struck her hard. Tears streamed down her face as her heart ached. In that moment, she recalled Issei's words, declaring his love for her. Overwhelmed by emotion, Valerie fainted, collapsing to the ground. Arthur rushed to her side, realizing she had merely fainted. That day, Hyde Issei, the Sekirudii, the friend, brother, love interest, and son to some, had died. The situation in the underworld was dire. 2 days had passed since the monstrous beings had appeared. These were no ordinary creatures. They were born from the Longinus known as Annihilation Maker, one of the most powerful and destructive forces capable of creating monsters that could kill a god and end the world as it was known. They were wreaking havoc, destroying everything in their path: forests, small towns, seemingly aiming for the city of Lilith, the capital. Civilian casualties had occurred, but the numbers were not high due to the government's swift actions. The government was working to keep the population calm and safe, but it was a tall order when a humanoid monster over 200 meters tall was rampaging through the area. The largest monster was called the Jabberwocky, while the other 12 smaller ones were referred to as Bandersnatches. Named by Azazel based on the literary work of Lewis Carroll, the Bandersnatches were currently trying to hold their ground. The forces of the underworld were facing them, managing to keep them at bay long enough for the rest to devise a plan, something to help them escape this dire situation that threatened the entire demon territory, and perhaps even more if they succeeded. At that moment, the underworld was the first and most crucial line of defense. If it fell, it would be the end. There was no doubt that the Cows Brigade would seize this opportunity to attack anyone they could, especially the hero faction, who would see this as a unique chance. Surzex had his hands on his head, elbows resting on the meeting table in his castle. This was a disaster, more so due to the terrible news Azazel had shared about Issei than about the Bandersnatches and the Jabberwocky. Azazel covered his face with his hand, frustrated by the situation. He knew that everything had gone wrong weeks ago when Issei disappeared, but this had only made things worse. Still, Surzex believed they needed to be aware of the situation. He adjusted himself in his seat, his expression turning serious as a faint red aura enveloped him. Azazel understood. He was upset and saddened by Issei's death. They had already been 2 days without much progress. Michael, who was projected through a magic circle, acknowledged the difficulty of creating a strong enough offensive to deal with the threat. He knew that the only way to end this was to defeat the Jabberwocky. If that creature remained intact, there would be no way to stop the attack. Azazel voiced his opinion, knowing that the Jabberwocky was the source of the smaller monsters. They all needed to be eliminated if they truly wished to survive. The 3 leaders understood that this was the right course of action, but for some reason, they felt disheartened. Michael inquired about Azazel's guests, to which Azazel replied that they were not well. Penemu and the others were watching over them in Grigori, but they were struggling, especially Valerie, Kuroka, Issei, and Tiiamat, as Arthur had reported. It surprised them that Valery Lucifer was affected so deeply. Issei had become important to them, just as he was to the Alliance and the Gremry group. He was the pillar, the heart of both groups. Azazel agreed with Surzex. He too was astonished that Valery wanted to help someone, especially a rival. However, the cost of that help for Issei to regain his former confidence was high. He had to sever ties with his friends and family and start anew. This had initially worked well, allowing Issei to recover with Valery's assistance, but ultimately, the situation and their plans regarding Ophus forced them all to confront Cao Cao and the hero faction. That encounter had gone wrong as they achieved their goals, and when it seemed they could not have enough, Shalba Beelzebub appeared, still alive thanks to the hero faction, and created those creatures using Leonardo. He was also responsible for Issei's death, and there was no doubt about that. Surzex reflected on how Valery Lucifer's team resembled the Gremry group. They were like a family, an exiled family that cared for one another. Issei's arrival had changed them, but his death must have been the first time they lost someone so close who had become important to them. Now that Issei was gone, Surzex knew that Valery's team was fragmented and devastated. This demonstrated how something once thought strong and united could break apart. If this news spread through all channels, it would not only shatter the Alliance but also the Gremry group. Everyone would lose the will to fight, highlighting how significant Issei had been to them all. Azazel knew that Valery never intended to drag Issei into her problems. He had chosen to face them alongside her. He had been aware of the challenges that would arise from being with Valery, yet he decided to confront them just as she did. When Michael asked what Azazel had discovered, Azazel explained that through his analysis of Escalation, he sensed the aura of Sam'l within it. This indicated that Issei had fallen victim to Sam'l's curse, which had led to his fate. Despite Issei's strength and resilience, he lacked the magical power necessary to keep that curse at bay and prevent it from claiming his life. Even if he had remained a demon, he still would not have possessed enough demonic power to survive. Thus, in both scenarios, it was inevitable, at least according to Azazel's theory. Regarding Ascalon's condition, he could not explain it with certainty. The blade had turned ash-gray, as if it had become stone or fossilized, while the rest of it had dulled in color. It was as if Escalation had lost its luster and power. However, its dragon slayer aura still lingered, albeit now darker than before, as if Sam'l's poison had strengthened it in a twisted way. Regardless of the case, one thing was clear: Escalation was now ineffective, even with that ominous aura. Azazel could not determine if its current state was temporary, as if it were evolving, or if it would deteriorate over time. Comparing a dragon slayer weapon like Escalation to Sam'l's poison was akin to comparing a nuclear explosion to a stick of dynamite. There was a chance it might be deteriorating until it was destroyed. That was all Azazel could conclude. He could not confirm anything further. Michael expressed his concern about Escalation's fate, noting that it would be the only remnant they could recover from Issei. Both leaders had to agree with him, realizing that the sword could no longer fight either. Surzex did not want to burden others with more bad news than they already had. It was essential for the young ones to fight, and once everything was over, they would reveal the truth to them. Both Surzex and Michael agreed with Azazel's suggestion. If the news of Issei's death were to leak to anyone, especially to the leaders of their factions, many would lose the will to fight. It might seem selfish to keep this information hidden, but it was necessary for the others to continue battling. The main leaders were now literally bound with no further actions they could take. Another new day dawned, which could potentially be the decisive moment in the pandemic. Threatening the underworld and its inhabitants. The strength of the Bandersnatches was not to be underestimated, as the supreme-class demons appeared incapable of making a significant impact. They were like ants trying to take down an elephant. Even with the help of Emperor Belial and his servants, there was no substantial change. The Bandersnatches regenerated at an astonishing rate and seemed almost lifeless, showing no emotion whatsoever. It wasn't until reports came in that a small group of 3 humans arrived in one of the underworld cities to assist in the fight against a Bandersnatch. The blonde mage, Lavinia Rennie, used her magic to inflict damage while a massive 4-armed, Six-eyed doll beside her froze the monster, turning part of the battlefield into a realm of ice. The other two humans, Natsa Minagawa and Cookie Samejima, summoned their independent sacred gears, which took the form of monstrous creatures and helped eliminate the smaller monsters created by the Bandersnatches. This was somewhat good news, especially since they were sent by Azazel, which relieved some of the fighters. As time passed, another report reached everyone. The Underworld news journalists joyfully announced that another Bandersnatch was finally taking critical damage from the warriors of the Alliance. Several hours had passed since Ajuka Beelzebub developed a method to defeat the monsters, and the battles were beginning to turn in favor of the Alliance. However, the anti-monsters that had been created remained difficult to defeat. Ajuka Beelzebub and his servants devised technical problems in their magic circles that worked against the monsters and distributed them to the Alliance fighters on the front lines. Ajuka had created these techniques when the first monster appeared in the Underworld, while Malphalbium Asmodeus took charge of battle strategies. Thanks to the intellect of two of the Maus, all the Bandersnatches had now become stagnant and were receiving. Meanwhile, in another city of the Underworld, Seraphal Leviathan appeared, freezing a large part of the battlefield along with the Bandersnatch to allow others to inflict damage and destroy it. The Mau Leviathan could not simply sit idle while the Underworld was in crisis, so she left her territory to engage one of the Bandersnatches on her own. But that wasn't the only event unfolding. In another part of the Underworld, the former Dragon King Tannen and his dragon servants cornered one of the Bandersnatches, attacking it with fire techniques. Few could withstand their fiery breath, said to be on par with the power of a Mau. In another area of the Underworld, a giant nine-tailed fox unleashed a fiery blast against one of the Bandersnatches. It was Yasaka in her Kyubi form, with her young priestess, Kunu, on her back, directing her mother on where to attack while shielding her with her own fire attacks. Reina and Princess battled against the Bandersnatch, while a large group of yukais fought the smaller monsters. It was certainly fortunate that the Yukai faction from Kyoto had come to assist during the demon crisis. Reports would also indicate that the faction of the old Maus from the Cows Brigade was wreaking havoc in the city but was being forced to retreat. Finally, a reporter in a news helicopter expressed joy as one of the Bandersnatches came to a halt. The first group to manage this feat was the Army of the Alliance, led by Emperor Belial. The humanoid Bandersnatch lay defeated on the ground, most of its massive body destroyed and seemingly unable to move. Those who had fought against this defeated Bandersnatch cheered in victory. In this advantageous situation, it seemed that all the Bandersnatches would be defeated by noon. However, the real problem remained. The remaining issue was the Jabberwocky, which was heading toward the capital in the territory of the Mau. Rosweiss shared her thoughts on the situation while she and the rest of the Gremry group, along with Irina, watched a large screen in a certain location in capital Lilith. The Gremry group had been fighting in the capital since the previous day, assisting with evacuations, destroying some of the smaller monsters created by the Bandersnatches that had arrived earlier, and finally confronting or apprehending some of the old Maus groups causing chaos, along with some high-class demon servants who had deserted. Rias shared the information she had received, mentioning that Grafia had informed her that she and her brother's servants would handle the Jabberwocky one way or another. She sighed and yawned, relieved to have gotten some rest, but the truth was that almost everyone felt a lack of motivation. The Underworld needed them now more than ever. Gasper expressed his concern, hoping that Issei was safe. Since the beginning of this crisis, he had felt a terrible premonition, just like the others. They sensed that something might have happened to Issei, but they had to set those thoughts aside. This situation was too important. Kiba reassured Gasper, giving him a small pat on the back to lift his spirits. They needed to have faith. Even if Issei had been captured, he was likely still alive. If that were the case, Kiba was sure that he would find out what was happening and would be fighting somewhere, or still trying to make his way back. Kiba chose to stop his thoughts before drawing any negative conclusions. He was also worried about Issei's whereabouts and was uncertain if he would return. Regardless of the outcome, they must continue fighting until everything is over. It is all they can do. The girls felt the same way as Kiba. Something told them to set aside what was happening in the Underworld and take advantage of the situation, as much of the Cows Brigade might be here, exploiting the chaos to find Issei and then return. However, that would be ridiculous and selfish. They knew Issei would not tolerate leaving the underworld unprotected just to search for him. Deep down, they sensed that despite the misunderstanding from that day, Issei would never abandon the underworld and the alliance. Especially when the news showed images of children declaring they were not afraid of the monsters, confident that their hero, the Issei dragon, would come to save them and put an end to this. This brought mixed feelings to the Valery group. They feared that sooner or later, the children might learn something they would not like. Setting that aside, everyone focused on the large television screen displaying the Jabberwocky drawing closer to the capital of Lilith. Suddenly, the Lucifer group, led by Graphia and the other servants of Surzex, arrived to confront the Jabberwocky. The Lucifer group was known as the strongest among all demons. They were engaged in a fierce battle, and while they were not inflicting any critical damage on the Jabberwocky, they were successfully holding it back. The Lucifer group was putting on a much more impressive fight than Seraphol, managing to restrain the Jabberwocky while altering the landscape around them. Graphia's demonic powers were more overwhelming than many had imagined, and her destructive force was reshaping the very ground beneath them. However, the Jabberwocky was a monster that even the Lucifer group could not defeat. Many had wondered since day one who or what had created such a being and how much hatred was necessary to bring it to life. This question was answered by Governor Azazel, who informed them that these creatures were created by the Longinus Annihilation Maker and that this chaos was instigated by the hero faction and the Old Mouse, but no further details were provided. Despite this, thanks to the Lucifer group, the evacuation of the city was nearly complete. Even the demons of the Citri clan were sent alongside the Valery to check for anyone who might have been left behind. Meanwhile, Serorg Bale was leading his group in a battle against the demons of the Old Mouse, who were wreaking havoc in the capital. Then, a tremendous roar echoed through the air, prompting the Valery group to search for its source. Kaneko pointed in a specific direction, and when they looked, they saw a massive black dragon with a serpentine body and tentacles, engulfed in black flames. They all recognized it Saji. Something was happening where he was. They decided to take to the skies after witnessing this. Minutes later, they arrived at the location where Saji had transformed into a king dragon. Tall buildings surrounded them, and they found themselves in the middle of a street engulfed in black flames, with the structures and roads in ruins. The capital had turned into a sea of fire, and fortunately, they sensed no presence nearby. No cars moved through the streets, and no one walked about. It seemed the evacuation was mostly complete. Hearing a familiar voice, they turned to see the girls from the Citri clan protecting a bus that had lost one of its wheels, filled with many children inside. Rias asked Yura from the Citri group about the situation. Yura explained that while traveling down the road, they encountered the hero faction, who attacked them upon realizing they were the Citri group. The bus had sustained minor damage, forcing them to stop and fight. Rossweiss pointed to the right, drawing everyone's attention to a street lined with shops, where Saji was being held by the massive Heracles from the hero faction. Saji's body was covered in blood, and he appeared on the verge of losing consciousness. They also saw Sona and Tsubaki battling against Jean, while Siegfried stood before a defeated Tomo, who knelt on the ground. Heracles, bored, tossed Saji aside, and Siegfried kicked Tomo, sending her alongside Sona and Tsubaki could only gasp in despair as they faced Jean, who mocked them for their lack of strength. Tsubaki, filled with rage and tears, shouted that they had targeted the bus full of children, and Saji and Tomo could not give their all because they were protecting them. Kiba and the others reached a grim conclusion upon hearing this. Their opponents had attacked Sona, Saji, and Tomo with cowardly tactics. Just knowing this filled them with anger. If Issei heard about this, he would not hesitate to confront those fools. Jean sighed as she distanced herself from Tsubaki, who was shielding Sona. She remarked that she had warned them but also acknowledged that she could not fully restrain Heracles. Without hesitation, she lunged at Tsubaki and Sona with her sacred swords, but someone stepped in front of her to block the attack. Kiba spoke in a low, serious voice, asking her to stop. Jean was initially surprised but then smiled, recognizing the Valery group. She remarked that it was about time they showed up and quickly leaped back to create distance. Siegfried, extending his arms, laughed, finding the situation amusing, which only fueled the anger of the demons who saw him taking it so lightly. Another voice emerged from the mist, warning that if they continued to engage with the Gremry group, they could fall if they let their guard down. George appeared, apologizing for his delay, explaining that the black flames of Vritra had been denser than he expected, causing him to take longer to dispel them in another dimension. As the legend states, he undoubtedly possessed a strong curse with a remarkable grip. Heracles praised George, acknowledging his victory over one of the king dragons despite his inexperience. The young members of the Gremry and Citri groups thought more foes would appear, but as time passed and none came, they began to calm down, though it felt strange. They wondered about Leonardo, the wielder of the Annihilation Maker, and whether he was on a different mission. However, that did not change the situation. They had initiated this conflict, and they believed that Child was responsible for creating the monsters, so they had to defeat them. Asia approached Sona, Saji, and Tomo, enveloping them in her green aura as she began to heal their wounds. Saji, barely conscious and shedding tears of regret, expressed his sorrow over a child clinging to a figure of the Issei dragon, lamenting that he could never face Hyudu again. Kiba, with a proud smile, reassured Saji that he had endured a lot and that Issei would be proud of him. Ria stepped forward with her entourage, declaring that they would handle the situation while Sona and the others evacuated the bus. Sona, relieved and feeling less pain, agreed and urged Saji and Tsubaki to help fix the bus and get the children to safety. The group sprang into action, preparing the bus for evacuation. Zenobia took a step forward, gripping her ex Durandal tightly, stating that she had debts to settle with Siegfried, who smiled back at her with a challenging expression. Kiba interrupted, insisting that he wanted to fight Siegfried himself, ready to use his trump card if necessary. Zenobia pouted in annoyance, deciding to assist Irina against Jean Dark instead. Irina, filled with a mix of excitement and frustration, summoned a sword of light, vowing to take revenge for Kyoto. Jean, taking a combat stance, created a slender yet sturdy holy sword, resembling a combination of a regular sword and a rapier. Before the battle commenced, Kiba inquired why they had attacked the bus and why they were in the capital. George adjusted his glasses and explained that they were there for tourism, as Cao Cao wanted to witness the progress of the giant monsters firsthand. He added that they had encountered the bus by chance and, upon being recognized by the Citri group, had initiated the fight, even though they had not been attacked first. Heracles chimed in, admitting that he had stirred things up a bit, having run into Vritra by coincidence. He had warned that if they didn't fight, the children would be involved, which sparked the conflict. The young demons were infuriated by the trivial reason for the fight, especially knowing that Saji had protected the children at great cost to himself. Suddenly, a deep voice interrupted, informing them that the hero faction was having a meeting with heroes trying to combat the anomalies. Everyone turned to see a tall, muscular man with black hair, accompanied by a young man with orange hair and a mask. Rias joyfully recognized her cousin, Serorg, who had just finished dealing with remnants of the old Mao's faction causing trouble in the city. He had spotted a black dragon in the distance and assumed it was Saji Genshuru, having received information about his transformation. Heracles mocked Serorg, referring to him as the talentless heir of the Baal house, born without the destruction power that characterized his lineage. Serorg approached slowly, expressing disappointment in Heracles' abilities, questioning how someone without demonic power could be considered a hero. Heracles indignantly retorted that Serorg was merely a defective demon, useless without any demonic powers. Serorg remained calm, warning Heracles not to underestimate him, as it could cost him dearly. George interjected, reminding everyone that appearances and rumors could be misleading. He cautioned Heracles to remember how he fared against Security, who, despite lacking great magical power, had defeated him. The sudden mention of Issei caught the attention of the young demons, leaving them shocked. They wondered if Issei had already fought against these foes and where he might be, but they chose to let the conversation continue, even as the girls trembled with nerves, eager to know Issei's whereabouts before the battle began. Regardless, it would be taken into account. Heracles stood ready, cracking his knuckles. Siegfried, amused, drew 2 of his swords, the primary one being Graham. Kiba, unable to contain his anxiety, suddenly asked about Issei, wanting to know what had happened and where his friend was. Jean, with a hint of malice in her voice, noted that they seemed unaware of the situation, sending chills down many spines. Heracles laughed, mocking their leaders for keeping secrets until the last moment, suggesting that they were fighting in vain since their pillar was no longer present. Rias raised her voice, enveloped in a crimson aura, demanding silence and expressing her intolerance for insults directed at their leaders. She pressed for answers about Issei. George, seemingly entertained, suggested that revealing the truth might motivate them to fight harder. He mentioned that it would be interesting for the deceased Security to witness the chaos in the underworld, but lamented that he would never see it or be able to stop it. The mention of the deceased Security left everyone speechless. Kiba, trembling slightly, managed to voice his concern. George explained that they had learned weeks ago about the Security's mysterious disappearance, which had prompted a desperate search by the Alliance. Initially, they suspected the Chaos Brigade's involvement, but it turned out that they were not responsible for his disappearance. George continued, stating that they had decided not to dwell on the matter. Whether the Security had vanished due to a mysterious group or had perished did not matter, they had one less obstacle in their plans. The Chaos Brigade had decided to take advantage of the situation. As George shifted topics, he noted that the hero faction had determined that the leader of the Chaos Brigade was no longer necessary, and the entire organization agreed. He revealed that they were speaking of Ophus, whom they deemed no longer useful and decided to dispose of, albeit not without some prior actions. The revelation shocked everyone. They were betraying Ophus, the leader of their organization. George explained that Valery Lucifer and her team had interfered with their plans, attempting to rescue Ophus to prevent them from carrying out their intentions. He acknowledged that it seemed absurd for mere humans to challenge the strongest being in existence, but pointed out that Ophus had no interest in fighting unless it was against Great Red, which was why she did not resist when they attacked. George took a moment to clean his glasses before continuing. He recounted how they had finally ambushed Valerie and her group, along with Ophus, in the underworld's city of Lucifad. To their surprise, Valerie had a new addition to her team, which had been rumored throughout the Chaos Brigade. The true shock was that this new member was none other than the missing Security Issei, who had aligned himself with Valery Lucifer's team. This revelation plunged everyone into a state of pure shock, as George insisted that he was speaking the truth, having witnessed it alongside Cao Cao. Outside the capital Lilith, the Lucifer group was engaged in battle against the Jabberwocky before them, acknowledging that it was a significant problem. The strikes from Tsuji Okita, the Knight of Lucifer and Kiba's master, combined with Graphia's powerful demonic attacks, only managed to slow the creature's advance without inflicting lasting damage, which was becoming increasingly frustrating. Frustrated, McGregor, the group's bishop, expressed his exasperation as he unleashed various elemental attacks from his magical circles, merely obstructing the Jabberwocky's path. The Jabberwocky began creating smaller monsters, towering between 10 to 20 meters tall, which added to their troubles. These creatures shot beams of light from their single eye, posing a threat to the demons in the area, forcing them to seek protection through magical barriers or ice domes created by McGregor. Growing tired of the situation, he conjured magical circles beneath the Jabberwocky, causing them to explode and hinder its advance while allowing Tsuji to launch an attack. With incredible speed, the Knight of Lucifer managed to slice through one of the Jabberwocky's legs, causing it to stagger, but it remained upright and quickly regenerated. Perhaps they truly had a serious problem on their hands. A very big one. One of the pawns in the group, Beowulf, clicked his tongue in irritation, expressing that he had never faced a being like this in all his years. It was frustrating. Graphia reflected on the terrifying power of the Longinus, noting that this particular one was monstrous. She had lived long enough to understand what the Longinus were capable of, especially the top 4, which could obliterate everything in a single attack if they desired. However, the other Longinus were equally dangerous. This creature and its spawn had no limits, making them even more perilous. Suji dodged a light attack from the creature while listening to his companions and keeping his focus on the battle. Meanwhile, the few Supreme-class demons in the area attacked the Jabberwocky with all their might, but they hadn't managed to inflict a single scratch. Grayfia weighed her options. There wasn't much they could do, and then, suddenly, a powerful, searing blast struck the Jabberwocky in the face, causing it to recoil in surprise. Everyone looked up to see a beautiful woman with long, straight blue hair and dragon wings extending from her back. Tiiamat. Her appearance confused many, who wondered who she was, but the fury etched on her face was enough to instill fear. The dragon attacked the beast again, this time targeting its legs, successfully burning them with her blue flames and forcing it to halt. Suji seized the opportunity and, with divine speed, managed to sever both legs of the Jabberwocky, causing it to crash to the ground while it roared in fury. However, its legs began to regenerate, albeit slowly due to the blue flames. Tiamat landed on the ground, positioning herself in front of the demons while glaring at the Jabberwocky with intense rage. She clenched her fist, struggling to articulate her thoughts, still filled with hatred knowing that he was no longer there. Grayfia approached Tiamat cautiously, thanking her for the assistance but inquiring about her identity. Tiamat simply stated that she was Tiamat and had come to help eliminate the creature. Her nonchalant response surprised all the demons present. They hadn't expected the strongest of the king dragons to come to their aid in such a dire situation. Suji bowed slightly to Tiamat, expressing gratitude for her help, but she urged them to save their thanks until after they dealt with the creature, which was beginning to rise again. The Jabberwocky struggled to stand, releasing a powerful roar that echoed throughout the area, causing some to cover their ears. Tiamat narrowed her gaze and raised her aura, ready to engage. She declared that they would play rough, and with that, she took to the skies, glowing with a celestial light. As the brilliance faded, everyone beheld a massive blue dragon soaring above, standing at least 10 meters tall. They would pay for what they had done, she proclaimed, unleashing a colossal blue flame that engulfed the beast. The demons were left speechless at the sight, but they knew they had to finish off the creature, and they charged into battle once more. In the dimensional gap, the most powerful existence floated through the dimensional space, seemingly without purpose. On her back, Ophus Ouroboros knelt, observing the scale mail armor of the Security lying motionless on the ground. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the area, emanating from Great Red. It was ready. Ophus lifted her face, announcing this as she stood and walked towards the back of the Great Red Dragon. There, she found a small bulge that resembled a mosquito bite, but it was far from that. The bulge shone brightly, and when it dissipated, it revealed a body, a young person with brown hair, an adolescent with closed eyes. Ophus approached the scale mail armor, placing her hand on its chest as it began to glow. Draeg's voice resonated through the gem of the right gauntlet, expressing relief that the time had finally come. He instructed her to proceed, assuring her that he would make the armor disappear when she commanded it. Ophus nodded and concentrated energy in her hand, placing it back on the chest of the armor. As she did, the scale mail shone brightly before vanishing into red particles of light. When Ophus raised her hand, she found a small orb, white with red and green hues. She knelt beside the body resembling Issei. "You died as a human, but you will be reborn as a dragon in every right," she declared, bringing the orb to the chest of the boy. The orb entered his body, glowing briefly before fading. With that done, Ophus decided to wait for something to happen. After half a minute, she noticed the boy slightly moving his fingers, his eyes fluttering as if he were about to awaken. Seconds later, he slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Was the first thought that crossed Issei's mind as he took in his surroundings. For some reason, he felt reluctant to rise. When he finally did, he was surprised to find himself in an unfamiliar territory. It appeared to be a desert, but the ground was red and hard. He looked up at the sky and was astonished to see a multicolored expanse above him. Why is the sky like this? What am I doing here? His memory was hazy, he only recalled facing Shalba and then being struck by those arrows. And then, "So you've awakened," Ophus's voice prompted Issei to turn and finally remember everything that had transpired. Ophus. Where? At last, you're awake, Draig's voice chimed in, sounding relieved to see the young man conscious. Draig? What a relief, but what happened? Where are we? Ophus interrupted Draig while kicking the red ground, responding that they were above Great Red. Issei was taken aback, asking how they ended up in such a situation. Draig suggested he look for himself, prompting Issei to notice a large horn a few meters away. As he approached, he realized the ground was made of scales, and when he reached the horn, he came face to face with the powerful dragon, who continued on his path, oblivious to the small being nearby. Issei wondered why they were above Great Red and returned to Ophus, who explained that it was thanks to Great Red that he was still alive. After defeating Shalba, the curse had taken its toll, and the entire dimension was collapsing. Just before disaster struck, Great Red had appeared, and Ophus had mounted him, bringing Issei along to the dimensional gap. Several days had passed since then. Issei realized how fortunate he was to be near Great Red by chance. However, he soon became concerned about how long they had been there, worrying that everyone must be anxious about his absence. Draig speculated that it was Issei's power that attracted others, suggesting that it was natural for Great Red to be drawn to him. Issei was surprised by this revelation, acknowledging that his ability to meet legendary beings was indeed unusual. He then turned to Ophus, who had stopped kicking Great Red, to gaze at the sky. When he asked if she hadn't returned home, she replied that this was her home, where she was born. Issei realized he had misphrased his question and asked if she hadn't gone back to the underworld or the human world. Ophus reminded him that she was there because he had said they would go home together. Issei chuckled, appreciating her sincerity. He then recalled the summoning ritual that was supposed to bring them back. Draig informed him that the ritual had taken place, but only his sword, Escalation, had been transported. Issei was shocked, realizing that the blade had not returned with him, and he couldn't channel its aura. Draig explained that this must have happened when Ophus had brought him along, as he had used the sword for support before losing consciousness. The ritual had taken his sword instead of him, leaving him confused. Issei worried that everyone must think he was dead if only Escalation had been recovered. He felt a pang of guilt, especially thinking about Valerie, who would likely be heartbroken if she believed he had perished. Draig shifted the topic, suggesting that perhaps everyone had left peacefully because they knew he would continue to move forward. Issei was puzzled, asking who had left. Draig instructed him to look inside the boosted gear to find out. Following Draig's suggestion, Issei focused his consciousness into the sacred gear, only to find the familiar space empty. The predecessors who had once been there were gone. They were not there anymore, he realized, feeling a sense of loss. Draig confirmed that Issei's soul had been at risk of disappearing due to Samuel's poison. It was too late for his body, so they had to discard it. The poison was threatening his soul, and Draig had feared there was no way out. Issei asked how he had survived. Draig explained that the remnants of the souls of the previous wielders had protected his soul from Samuel's curse. They had taken on the curse to allow Draig to extract Issei's soul from his body, binding it to the armor. A moment's hesitation could have spelled disaster. Issei felt a wave of sadness wash over him, tears welling up. This farewell was not what he had hoped for. He wished he could have spoken more with them, just as he had with Elsha and Belzerd. Their sacrifice was a way to redeem themselves for their past mistakes and a way to thank him for freeing them from their curse. Turning to the now empty seats, he bowed deeply, expressing his heartfelt gratitude to his seniors, vowing that their sacrifice would not be in vain. More determined than ever, he thanked them for everything. Upon returning to reality, he noticed Ophus watching him curiously. Suddenly he realized something was off. If his body had been destroyed, why did he feel normal? Draig chuckled, revealing that while he had been unconscious, Great Red and Ophus had gifted him a new body. Issei was astonished, struggling to comprehend how this was possible. Draig explained that his original body had been destroyed, leaving nothing to be done. However, his new body was created from Great Red's blood and Ophus's power. Issei was left speechless, realizing he had been revived by the powers of the true dragon and the god dragon. Drake encouraged him to prepare for the counterattack, asking how his new body felt. Issei responded that it felt just like his old one, flexing his hand and feeling the strength within. He then wondered what changes he had undergone compared to his previous body. Drake assured him that in appearance and form, he was still very much human. You can continue with your current life as before. As for everything else, all is well. It's just that now you are no longer half human. You are a dragon in every sense biologically, though you still appear human. One could say you are like a baby Great Red. Issei shrugged at this information, finding it a bit bizarre but accepting it nonetheless. Drake continued, explaining that the power of Ophus now flowed through Issei's body. His body was forged from the power of infinity and dreams, which was already an anomaly. Moreover, his physical abilities had increased significantly compared to before. While his previous capabilities were decent, he had originally been quite weak, so it was clear he had improved greatly. Issei, feeling a bit defensive, expressed his frustration about having been weak. He had been an ordinary high school boy just months ago. Drake shifted the topic, informing Issei that Great Red had been reacting to the dreams of people and that the underworld was under attack. Issei slapped his forehead, recalling the creatures created by Shalba. At that moment, Great Red let out a powerful roar, distorting space and revealing the battle in the underworld, where enormous creatures were wreaking havoc on cities. Drake clarified that Great Red was reflecting the dreams and feelings of all the inhabitants of the underworld. It seemed that Issei's strong desire to return home had summoned Great Red in response to his dream. Determined, Issei focused, realizing they needed to return. Drake asked Great Red if he could take them to the underworld. In response, Great Red roared again, and a rift opened before them, revealing a city that unmistakably belonged to the underworld. Issei turned to Ophus, telling her he was leaving for a place he could return to. Ophus, sounding a bit lonely, expressed her feelings. Understanding her emotions, Issei extended his hand to her, inviting her to join him. Surprised, Ophus opened her eyes wide, and Issei smiled, assuring her that she was his friend and they would go together. At that moment, the Ouroboros dragon, known as the strongest being, smiled in agreement. As they stepped through the dimensional rift alongside Great Red, Issei was astonished by what lay before him. It was the Jabberwocky, an immense creature far larger than Great Red. Suddenly, a fiery explosion erupted near the Jabberwocky, causing Issei to wonder what was happening. Ophus pointed in a direction, interrupting his thoughts, and they saw a large blue dragon in the air unleashing powerful blue flames that seemed to harm the Jabberwocky. Issei recognized her immediately. Tiamat was fighting for the underworld, and Issei felt a mix of surprise and joy at seeing her. He then noticed the ground where attacks were being launched at the Jabberwocky and spotted the Lucifer group. He identified Graphia and the other servants of Surzex, even noticing the Kirin Enku among them, which was unexpected. Drake reminded Issei that all of them were experienced fighters with extraordinary powers. Issei acknowledged that even with his current abilities, he might struggle against Graphia, the strongest among them. However, he decided to focus on the pressing matters at hand. Issei observed that they were having difficulty defeating the creature created by Shalba. Despite the efforts of Graphia, the Lucifer group, and Tiamat, they were only managing to hold back the Jabberwocky rather than defeat it. McGregor managed to freeze 2 of the Jabberwocky's legs with his magic circles, and Suji took the opportunity to slice them with his sword. Tiamat, in her dragon form, flew at high speed around the Jabberwocky, bathing it in her blue flames, which burned the creature but did not kill it. Facing the Jabberwocky, the Dragon Queen stood protectively in front of the demons. McGregor, panting but determined, wondered how they would defeat the creature. Tiamat hesitated, sensing a unique dragon presence above. When she looked up, she saw a massive red dragon soaring above the Jabberwocky. Great Red was there. Graphia, surprised by Tiamat's words, focused her gaze upward and confirmed the sight. The true dragon was indeed flying above the Jabberwocky. Surtur II, from the Lucifer group, expressed admiration and fear at the sight of the strongest entity. McGregor speculated that it might just be a coincidence, but Tiamat felt something was off. As Great Red changed direction, heading toward them, she realized he was coming closer. Grafia adjusted her focus and confirmed that he was indeed approaching, but what startled everyone was seeing Great Red open his mouth, preparing to unleash a powerful flame. Search a second, feeling a bit anxious, questioned the peaceful nature of Great Red. Tiamat, witnessing the true dragon's intent, felt a surge of fear. Everyone, take cover, Tiamat shouted, and without hesitation, they formed a strong barrier to withstand the impact. Then, the true dragon unleashed a powerful and enormous red blast from its mouth aimed at the Jabberwocky. The creature, unable to evade the attack, was engulfed by the force, resulting in a massive explosion that echoed throughout the area. When the explosion subsided and the brilliant light faded, the demons sighed in relief, having withstood the impact, even as their barrier began to crumble. As they surveyed the surroundings, they were left in disbelief. Grafia stood speechless, staring at what remained of the Jabberwocky. Before them lay a vast crater, at least 20 meters in diameter. Why did it help us? Beowulf, the pawn, asked, but no one had an answer. Someone is descending from Great Red, Suji announced. All eyes turned skyward, and they saw something flying at a certain height near Great Red. It was a red armor adorned with green jewels, instantly recognizable to everyone. No, it can't be, Tiamat murmured in disbelief, transforming back into her human form as she gazed intently at the sky. The figure everyone recognized as Security removed his helmet, revealing his face. Issei. I'm sorry for the delay. It's good to see you again, Tiamat, Issei said with a sincere smile of gratitude. Upon seeing Issei, Tiamat felt overwhelming emotion, tears streaming down her face. She could hardly believe it, questioning whether she was dreaming. Issei descended slightly, stopping a few meters above the ground. Issei! Without hesitation, Tiamat spread her wings and flew toward him at great speed, startling him as he thought she might strike him. Instead, when she reached him, she embraced him tightly. Confirming it was truly him, she cried even more, expressing her relief. You're alive. I thought you had. Don't worry, Tiamat. It was actually Ophus and Great Red who saved me. Thanks to them, I'm here, Issei replied, awkwardly returning her embrace and gently stroking her head. I'm sorry for worrying you. It doesn't matter anymore. Just please, don't leave again, Tiamat pleaded, her voice filled with desperation, which Issei noticed. Don't worry, I'll never leave your side unless you want me to. I'll be by his side too, Ophus chimed in, appearing behind Issei and wrapping her arms around his neck. Look up, Draig instructed. Issei, somewhat hesitantly, followed the advice and gazed at the sky. He saw the gigantic red dragon, Great Red, staring directly at him, though it seemed more like it was looking at Draig. When Great Red's eyes glimmered, a curve appeared in the sky, expanding into a massive opening large enough for the dragon to pass through, revealing the dimensional rift beyond. Great Red opened its mouth after one last glance at Issei, and for the first time, Issei heard the voice of Great Red. Though it sounded like a roar, he understood the message. You know what to do. Those were the true dragon's words before it vanished, passing through the dimensional rift, which closed behind it. Yes, I know what to do, Issei affirmed, nodding at the true dragon's words. He turned to Tiamat, who had calmed down. Tiamat, where are Valerie and the others? The others went to Hades' underworld to prevent his interference, while Valerie. Tiamat glanced toward the city of Lilith, and Issei followed her gaze. She went to confront Cao Cao. If we defeat him, we win. All right, but I'm going with her. I won't let her fight alone, Issei said seriously, causing Tiamat to blush at his determination, which made him look impressive. Valerie is over there. Ophus pointed toward the city of Lilith. She's to the east. And Cao Cao is there too. They are both fighting. Thank you, Ophus. Let's go, Tiamat. I will follow you even to the ends of the earth if necessary, Tiamat replied with a determined smile. With that, the three dragons departed, heading toward Valerie and Cao Cao, while the demons watched in awe, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The Security has returned, Suji remarked with admiration, and Graphia nodded in agreement. There was still hope. The battle had begun in earnest, with Cao Cao and Valerie clashing fiercely. The Hakuryuku, clad in her silver armor, exhibited divine speed that seemed to leave Cao Cao struggling to keep up. However, the human, fueled by enthusiasm, managed to match her pace, skillfully dodging and blocking her rapid attacks. Valerie, maintaining her distance, created and launched several silver-blue blasts toward Cao Cao, who redirected the attacks back at her using one of his orbs. Divide, 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 he commanded. The girl absorbed the power of the returned attacks, propelling herself forward at great speed to strike Cao Cao with her sword. The human countered with his spear, resulting in a clash that sent energy rippling through the air. So this is the power that theoretically surpasses the Juggernaut drive. Interesting, Cao Cao laughed, seemingly pleased by the display of strength. Shut up. I just need to land one hit, Valerie replied, irritation creeping into her voice as she struggled to maintain her composure. Her opponent was clearly trying to provoke her, and the vanishing dragon was aware of it. With that, both combatants took a step back before launching themselves at each other once more, attacking with caution as they sought to create an opening for a decisive blow. Cao Cao unleashed strikes with his spear, capable of eliminating a supreme-class demon with a single touch, and the power was evident in the damage inflicted on Valerie's armor. Valerie was not foolish. She knew that if it weren't for the unusual resilience of her armor, she would already be on the ground. Albion took on the task of regenerating the armor while Valerie focused her mind on the battle. However, the fight against the spear was more than challenging. Valerie felt cuts on her armor after blocking a previous attack from Cao Cao, who immediately executed a spinning maneuver that made it difficult for Valerie to block and dodge. Just as she managed to evade, he extended the spear a fraction of a second before she could escape, leaving her narrowly avoiding disaster. Valerie quickly shifted to offense, using a series of feints with her sword, combining them with kicks and occasional slashes. She was grateful for her sword training with Arthur. Yet, Cao Cao evaded and blocked all her attacks, consistently finding opportunities to damage Valerie's armor. With Albion handling the armor's regeneration, Valerie no longer worried about it. Cao Cao noticed this and decided to go on the offensive, ready to utilize some of his orb abilities when necessary. He understood that if he didn't use them against Valerie with her new armor, it could backfire. Cao Cao unleashed a wave of holy power from his spear towards Valerie, who barely dodged the attack. If it had hit, it would have been detrimental for her. She couldn't split and absorb that power either, as it would be like ingesting poison. She needed to keep her mind on the fight. Valerie swiftly launched several silver blades infused with lightning at Cao Cao, who spun his spear like a fan, effortlessly dissipating her attacks. Without hesitation, she conjured a large blue flame from a magic circle aimed at him, but he cut through the fire with ease using his spear. Witnessing this made Valerie curse the man's skill. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her shoulder and noticed damage to her armor in that area. Cao Cao had taken advantage of every opportunity to inflict minimal cuts, which had accumulated to create a noticeable effect. He pointed his spear at Valerie, who readied herself, preparing her fists for close combat. Cao Cao remarked on her fighting style, acknowledging her skills outside of magic. Valerie was determined to show him what she had learned from training with Issei, aligning her wings of light for the speed she desired. She knew her old fighting style would not work against him, so she had to adapt. All she wanted was to wipe that smug smile off his face with her fist. With great speed, Valerie charged at Cao Cao and stopped abruptly, surprising him as she threw a punch toward his chest. He deflected the blow using the grip of his spear and countered with an attack aimed at Valerie, who dropped and kicked at his legs, but he leaped to avoid it. Valerie quickly created and launched ice blades at Cao Cao, who blocked them with his spear. However, one blade grazed his cheek, leaving a small cut that bled slightly annoying but not serious. Cao Cao retaliated, using the lower part of his spear to strike Valerie in the face, sending her backward. Despite this, Valerie extended her wings and gathered energy, charging toward Cao Cao with her fist raised. She landed a blow that he barely blocked with his spear. He admitted that he hadn't expected that move, especially since Valerie had improved her techniques since their last encounter. However, he still felt confident in his superiority. Valerie unleashed powerful electric bursts at Cao Cao, who quickly used one of his orbs to vanish and reappear several meters away. He acknowledged that her approach was merely a tactic to close the distance and attack. He hated to admit that a single hit from her could take him out. Valerie was determined that this was all she needed. Cao Cao laughed, considering her a worthy opponent. He lamented that she had rejected his previous invitation, believing that even with her human half, she would have been perfect for his ideal of heroes. Valerie scoffed at the notion, firmly stating that she would never join him. She had no desire to show anything to anyone, and his ambition did not sit well with her. To her, he was more of a villain than a hero. Cao Cao insisted that in the end, it was always the humans who emerged victorious. As they prepared for battle once more, the fight between them seemed endless, neither appearing to reach a climax. They fought with everything they had, but it was more evident that Valerie was pushing herself harder, while Cao Cao had yet to use his orbs, which was frustrating for her. Valerie launched electric bursts at Cao Cao, who used one of his orbs to create a spiral that consumed her attacks, only for them to rebound and head back toward her. Valerie evaded the incoming strikes at high speed, creating several magic circles around her and unleashing a flurry of attacks that rained down on Cao Cao. He responded by using another orb. With a shout, he summoned several humanoid beings armed with spears to intercept her attacks. Valerie recognized this as another of the abilities Cao Cao had not used against them before, leaving only 2 more abilities unaccounted for, one of which was the most dangerous. She knew she couldn't let her guard down. Cao Cao vanished again, reappearing beside Valerie, attempting to impale her with his spear. Valerie narrowly dodged by spinning away, using one hand for support on the ground as she kicked at Cao Cao, who barely blocked the strike with his spear. A moment sooner, and she would have landed the hit. Using her hands for leverage, Valerie jumped back to create distance from Cao Cao, realizing that, like the balance breaker of Blade Blacksmith, his sentinels could not replicate his techniques, only his speed and agility. Cao Cao laughed, confirming her observation. Valerie knew her skills still needed refinement, just like her new armor. The silence that followed seemed to confirm this, and Cao Cao smiled, pleased with his insight. Regardless, he believed his abilities were different, perhaps even unique. Cao Cao found Valerie's annoyance amusing as they prepared to engage in another battle. Valerie unleashed electrically charged strikes, which Cao Cao skillfully dodged or blocked. He then spun his spear with confidence, aiming to strike Valerie, who narrowly avoided the deadly weapon. A precise cut could mean her defeat. Cao Cao summoned his sentinels to attack Valerie. In response, she swiftly drew Escalation and executed 2 powerful slashes, destroying the sentinels. However, Cao Cao appeared at her side, attempting to pierce her with his spear. Valerie instinctively blocked the attack with her sword, and a struggle ensued between their weapons. Cao Cao's eye gleamed gold as he declared he wouldn't miss this opportunity. Valerie realized too late that the Medusa eye had activated, turning her armor's arms to stone up to her forearms. Cao Cao quickly rotated his spear, delivering 2 strong cuts to the front of her armor, causing her to gasp in pain and blood. He followed up with a sacred burst from his spear, forcing her back several meters. Kneeling on one leg, Valerie summoned her strength to break the stone parts of her armor and restore it. She gasped, acknowledging her oversight. Albion warned her to be careful. One wrong move could be fatal if Cao Cao decided to end the fight. Cao Cao taunted her, questioning if that was all she had. Valerie, undeterred, stood tall, ready for another round. She charged at Cao Cao with great speed, creating ice knives in her hands to attack and defend against his strikes. Cao Cao, now more serious, focused on technique, waiting for the right moment to exploit an opening. As the battle intensified, Cao Cao blocked Valerie's ice knives and summoned an orb in front of her, declaring it was time to end the fight. The orb glowed brightly, and while it didn't harm Valerie, she understood its purpose. Frustrated, she launched a series of ice knife moves combined with kicks, but Cao Cao evaded or blocked every attack. He then struck Valerie with the blunt end of his spear before landing a shallow cut on her abdomen, damaging her armor and injuring her. Suppressing a cry, Valerie, despite her sealed magic, unleashed an attack resembling Issei's dragon shot, this time a white blast aimed at Cao Cao's face. He dodged the attack and retaliated, targeting her injured shoulder. Anticipating his move, Valerie executed a risky spin, narrowly avoiding the spear that grazed her shoulder. However, she suddenly found one of Cao Cao's orbs directly in front of her, and he smiled at her predicament. With a decisive declaration, he unleashed the orb, creating a powerful explosion that sent Valerie flying through the streets until she crashed into a building, coming to a halt. Overwhelmed by pain, she coughed up blood, feeling her bones ache. Her armor lay in ruins, and her helmet was completely destroyed, leaving her in a regrettable state, with only her wings intact. Cao Cao descended from the air, accompanied by 6 of his orbs, indicating he was using the orb that allowed him to fly. He acknowledged her valiant effort but stated it was over. Valerie, despite her injuries, rose to confront him, declaring that if he wanted her to stop, he would have to kill her. Cao Cao grinned maliciously at her words and swiftly unleashed a flurry of moves with his spear, cutting through Valerie's armor. She struggled to defend herself, her magic still sealed, and the strikes landed on her arms and legs. In a moment of instinct, she dodged one move and attempted to counter with her sword, but Cao Cao blocked it and sent her weapon flying, embedding it in the ground nearby. Valerie was unable to react as Cao Cao struck her with the back of his spear, then attacked with the tip, hitting her leg. She stifled a scream and fell to her knees, but the situation worsened as her legs turned to stone. Cao Cao took a step back, spinning his spear as he declared the end of the battle. He lamented that this would be her last fight, emphasizing that humans would ultimately prevail. His spear glowed with a brilliant sacred light as he prepared to strike. As the spear extended toward her, Valerie could only watch in despair, time seeming to slow as adrenaline heightened her senses. She realized she had no plan to escape, there was nothing she could do. With a heavy heart, she whispered an apology to Issei. Valerie lowered her head, lamenting and mentally apologizing to the brown-haired boy. Memories flooded her mind of everything they had experienced together, from their first meeting to their battle against Loki. However, the memories she cherished most were those of when he joined her team. She felt joy knowing he had found his equal and the love he never sought. She also expressed her regret to Albion, wishing she could be a stronger host. Despite her mental apologies, Albion remained silent, leaving her to wonder if he was disappointed in her. With her eyes closed and a small smile on her face, she awaited her fate, silently hoping her friends were safe. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed through the area, calling her name. Time seemed to return to normal, and a red flash descended from the sky, pulling Valerie away from danger. The spear that had threatened her struck the building behind her. As she opened her eyes slowly, filled with doubt and fear, she realized she was being carried by someone in red armor adorned with green jewels. She recognized him and could hardly believe it. Before she could say anything, the boy removed his helmet, revealing his face. Issei, with concern etched on his features, asked if she was okay. Valerie, still in disbelief, blinked back tears as she confirmed his identity. Overwhelmed with emotion, she embraced him tightly, not wanting to let go. She pleaded with him not to leave her again, expressing her fear of living in a world without him. Issei reassured her, stating that he belonged by her side with their friends. The 2 dragons, Draig and Albion, exchanged words of relief, happy that everything was all right. Draig expressed his amusement at Issei's resilience, while Albion marveled at the boy's unique ability to connect with legendary beings. Cao Cao, with an annoyed expression, interrupted their moment, astonished that Issei had survived against all odds. He recounted how he had been told Issei was dead and that his chances of survival were non-existent. Issei explained that although his body had become useless, he was fortunate that Great Red had passed by and helped recreate his body with Ophus's assistance. His friends had sacrificed themselves for his survival, leaving everyone in shock at the miraculous turn of events. Cao Cao, still amazed, remarked on the rarity of their existences. Tiamat landed nearby, confirming that she too was astonished by Issei's survival and the help he received from Great Red and Ophus. Ophus raised her hand in a peace sign, acknowledging the situation. However, the atmosphere shifted as a dark aura enveloped the area. A figure emerged from the shadows, wielding a scythe and wearing an ornate cloak and a clown mask. It was Pluton, and everyone recognized him immediately. Cao Cao sighed, questioning Pluton's presence. Pluton revealed that he had received orders from Hades to capture Ophus at any cost. Issei stepped in front of Ophus protectively, declaring he would be Pluton's opponent. Tiamat cracked her knuckles, ready to fight, while Valerie joined her, insisting she could still battle despite her earlier state. Tiamat acknowledged that they would need to work together, especially against Pluton's formidable scythe. Pluton prepared for combat, confirming that he would face Issei as his opponent. Valerie approached Issei, concern in her eyes, urging him to be careful. Issei assured her he would win and survive, a confident smile on his face that made her blush. With determination, Valerie shook her head and began to explain the other abilities of the orbs they faced, readying themselves for the battle ahead. One orb grants the ability to fly, another allows the creation of sentinels like the balance breaker of Blade Blacksmith, and the last orb focuses on immense destructive power. Be cautious with that one. It is the strongest of all his abilities, and it was with that power that I was left in my current state. I recommend countering it with your best attack. Issei acknowledged Valerie's advice with gratitude. Valerie then picked up Escalation, which was embedded in the ground nearby, and presented it to him. Azazel and the first son Wukong had mentioned that when Escalation interacted with a drop of Samel's poison in Issei's blood upon his return, it underwent a transformation that made it stronger. Issei expressed his heartfelt thanks as he took the sword back into his hands, noticing it reacted positively to him, as if accepting him once more. He then secured it in his left gauntlet. Valerie smiled and encouraged him to defeat Cao Cao, adding that he should thank her by winning the battle. In a spontaneous moment, she leaned in and kissed Issei on the lips, surprising both him and Tiamat. Ophus watched with intrigue while Cao Cao and Pluton waited patiently. Pluton remarked on their display of affection with indifference. Tiamat clenched her teeth and fists, feeling a bit left out. Issei, slightly taken aback but responding clumsily, realized once again that he loved Valerie. The kiss lasted nearly a minute before they separated, gazing into each other's eyes. Valerie, feeling a rush of embarrassment but also relief for finally confessing, told Issei that she loved him. Issei reciprocated her feelings, promising to always stand by her side. He then took a few steps toward Cao Cao, pausing at a respectful distance and asking if he had kept him waiting. Cao Cao assured him it was nothing, stating that allowing him to say goodbye was the least he could do. Issei teased him about sounding like a villain, then readied himself for battle, calling out to Drake to prepare for their confrontation against the one who possessed the strongest Longinus. Drake responded with enthusiasm, affirming their readiness to face such a formidable opponent. Issei began to emit a tremendous aura, causing the jewels of his armor to glow brightly. He declared himself the Security, raising the truth of reality high. He proclaimed his commitment to hope and justice, declaring himself the Crimson Dragon Emperor, ready to lead them toward the path of true light. The crimson energy burst forth, illuminating the entire area. Cao Cao had to admit that the power Issei unleashed was impressive, perhaps even greater than Valerie's. The brilliance faded as the energy surrounding Issei's armor dissipated, revealing the crimson armor of the Security, adorned with jade and gold details that gave it a unique presence. Issei asked Cao Cao if he was ready for the fight. Cao Cao, with a challenging smile, assured him he was always prepared. Valerie unleashed her silver demonic aura, while Tiamat transformed into her dragon humanoid form, exuding a blue draconic aura. Pluton simply twirled his scythe, emanating a dark aura. The strongest dragons had not yet given up. They were ready to give their all and show the false hero what true power could accomplish. What is a hero? A hero is someone who inspires despite adversity, someone who does not give up and overcomes challenges, no matter how difficult. A hero fights every day without expecting anything in return, simply because it is the right thing to do, not for personal gain. This definition of a hero has remained unchanged since ancient times, even if interpretations vary in different places. Silence reigned in the battlefield of capital Lilith, where 5 powerful individuals stood ready. The Security charged toward the man who claimed to be a hero, asserting that being a descendant of a hero did not make one a true hero. Cao Cao, the human descended from the famous Cao Cao Mengda of the Three Kingdoms era and the wielder of the true Longinus, prepared himself as Issei approached. Using his boosters, Issei surged toward Cao Cao at great speed, and the two began to clash. Fists met spear, and while many would assume the outcome was obvious, the reality was more complex. Issei struck Cao Cao's spear with his fist, then measured the distance before attacking with caution. One was superior in power, while the other excelled in technique, necessitating a careful approach to avoid defeat. Issei's blows were met with the spear's defense, and Cao Cao seized every opportunity to counterattack. The impact of their clashes reverberated through the air. Issei now felt more confident confronting Cao Cao directly, realizing that if he were still a demon, he would have opted for ranged combat to avoid the spear entirely. However, his current self was unafraid to face the sacred spear head-on. He understood that while the spear's holy aura would not be his weakness, its destructive power was still formidable. Issei attacked with speed and force, while Cao Cao sought a decisive blow to end the fight. Although his attacks managed to breach and damage parts of the Security's armor, they were minimal and the armor quickly repaired itself. Internally, Cao Cao cursed this development, recognizing that if Issei were still a demon, he would have held the advantage as he did against Valerie. But it was of no consequence now. The spear remained capable of defeating even a god. Although its sacred aura did not affect Security, it still possessed great power to overcome him. Suddenly, Issei unleashed a burst of energy toward Cao Cao, who used one of his orbs to capture the attack and send it back at Issei. Quickly, Issei moved his hands aside and, with a mental command, redirected the attack into the sky, allowing it to turn and return toward Cao Cao, who was prepared to destroy it. When the word transfer echoed, a green sphere merged with the red energy burst, increasing its size, power, and speed as it raced toward its target. Cao Cao managed to destroy the powerful attack with his spear, creating a massive explosion and a cloud of smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Issei charged at Cao Cao with great speed. As the brown-haired warrior emerged from the smoke and launched a powerful strike, Cao Cao barely managed to block it with his spear. The clash generated a strong gust of wind around them, leading both to engage in another intense battle of power and strategy. Valerie and Tiiamat positioned themselves in front of Pluton, who spun his scythe, enveloped in a dark aura. In her dragon humanoid form, Tiiamat extended her claws, successfully blocking the Grim Reaper's scythe with her massive talons. Valerie also launched an attack, increasing her aura to a significant level. She felt her previously sealed magic return, wrapping her fists in blue lightning. Valerie landed a solid blow to Pluton's face, forcing him back, but with divine speed, she positioned herself in front of him to deliver several more strikes. Pluton attempted to defend against Valerie's blows with his scythe, but it was of little use. Tiiamat also charged at him, delivering a powerful hit that left him momentarily stunned, followed by another strike that shattered his mask, exposing his skeletal face. Valerie declared that her strikes were a message for Hades. With a powerful high kick, she sent Pluton crashing into a building while Tiiamat stood beside her, both ready to continue fighting as they watched the Grim Reaper rise again, this time wielding a double-edged scythe. He proclaimed that he would harvest the souls of both. Tiiamat responded that she could not afford to die, not now that the only dragon she cared about had returned, and this time, she would not let him go. As Valerie prepared for a decisive move, she acknowledged that she needed the perfect moment to unleash her ability, knowing it was a one-time use that would likely cost her silver armor, but it was worth the risk. Meanwhile, the battle between Issei and Cao Cao had escalated to the point where approaching them would be suicidal. Red flames and a crimson jade aura surrounded Issei, granting him increased power and speed. Cao Cao was now exerting himself more than ever, sweating coldly as he felt the chilling intensity of Issei's blows. Just one of those strikes could incapacitate or even eliminate him. Cao Cao used one of his orbs to disappear and reappear beside Issei, attempting to impale him with his spear. However, Issei instinctively dodged the move by curving his body and retaliated with a powerful strike aimed at Cao Cao, who narrowly avoided it. The air pressure from the blow grazed Cao Cao's face, making it clear that Issei's attacks were serious. Cao Cao began to disappear and reappear around Issei to confuse him and strike at the right moment. He then appeared directly in front of Issei, ready to attack with his spear. In response, Issei quickly launched a dragon shot at Cao Cao, who evaded it by vanishing only to reappear behind Issei, preparing to attack, indicating that the previous move had been a feint. Cao Cao lunged with his spear, but Issei executed a backflip, using his hand for support on the ground, narrowly avoiding the spear's tip as it brushed against his abdomen. He then delivered a powerful kick toward Cao Cao, who managed to block it with his spear just in time. 1 second later, and the strike would have landed. Issei propelled himself off the ground, leaping back to create distance from Cao Cao. The two warriors locked eyes, their silent challenge conveying their intentions. With that, they charged at each other once more, resuming their clash of power versus strategy. Meanwhile, on the western side of the capital Lilith, Sona observed as alliance guards, consisting of demons, angels, and fallen, took away the defeated members of the hero faction. They used special spells to seal Siegfried's demon swords and transport them to the church. The guards carried away the barely conscious humans who could not resist, leading them to their impending fate as they vanished into a magical circle. Serorg noted that everything seemed resolved as he watched the news, realizing only 5 Bandersnatches remained and that they had successfully defeated the Jabberwocky, which was good news. He thought they could soon return home in peace, but his words faltered when he saw the state of the Gremory group. The girls sat with their heads down, silently crying, their concern for the creatures now overshadowed by the pain of Issei's loss. Saji approached Serorg and asked if he thought they would ever recover. He observed Kiba's somber expression, filled with frustration. Serorg replied that he wasn't sure, but he believed he would feel the same way if he lost his mother. He knew his mother was alive by a miracle, but as long as she remained in a coma, there was a chance she could die if her condition worsened. Sona moved closer to Rias, who had not acknowledged her presence. They had to hurry, but La Citri couldn't finish her words as an explosion in the distance caught everyone's attention. Smoke and bursts of color red and green along with flashes of blue fire were visible far away. Tsubaki, sweating nervously, wondered what was happening over there, feeling uneasy about the situation. No one could answer her question, but Kaneko suddenly perked up, her Nikomata ears twitching as she sensed something familiar. It felt slightly different, but the essence was unmistakably the same, and she couldn't believe it. Kaneko's words drew surprised glances from everyone around her. The battle between Issei and Cao Cao had intensified, with both fighters having already destroyed numerous buildings and shops in their vicinity. Issei mentally apologized for the damage, hoping he wouldn't face any lawsuits for property destruction. Cao Cao called upon his sentinels as shields and vanished, while Issei unleashed his energy claws, now enhanced with flames, to obliterate the sentinels. Cao Cao reappeared around Issei, trying to confuse him and strike at the right moment, but Issei was not making it easy. The Sekyutai fought with a wild ferocity, throwing punches that Cao Cao blocked while searching for an opening. Even when he found one, Issei seemed to take little damage, his armor repairing itself. The brown-haired fighter was grateful that, not being a demon, he had the advantage of greater resilience and clearer thinking. Meanwhile, Valerie and Tiiamat were engaged in a frantic battle against Pluton, who struggled to hold his ground against the 2 dragonesses. His double scythe forced them to be cautious. A single cut could mean the end for them. Tiiamat, with her massive claws enveloped in blue flames, exchanged blows with Pluton's scythe, which he wielded like a staff, attacking from both sides. Valerie prepared herself as Tiiamat held Pluton at bay, instructing her to get ready for a powerful move. Valerie nodded, focusing her energy as her wings radiated a demonic silver aura, shining brightly. Albion reminded her that she could only use her technique once before losing her armor, but she needed to concentrate all her energy into one point and release it effectively. As Tiamat and Pluton continued their fierce exchange, their attacks sent debris flying, and the air itself seemed to be sliced apart. In a moment of momentum, Pluton swung his scythe with force, grazing Tiamat's cheek, causing a small but noticeable wound. Angered, Tiamat amplified her aura, intimidating Pluton. She declared that she had had enough and enveloped her right arm in blue fire and aura, launching herself at Pluton with her most powerful strike. Pluton quickly readied his scythe to counter, but as their attacks collided, a loud crack echoed through the air. Pluton's scythe shattered, revealing Tiamat's arm transformed into its original dragon form, indicating her strength had broken the weapon. Without wasting a moment, Tiamat kicked Pluton back, positioning him just where she wanted him. Valerie extended her hand toward Pluton, channeling a vast amount of demonic silver aura as her wings spread wide. A being like him deserved to vanish into nothingness. With a decisive motion, she closed her palm, initiating her technique, Compression Divider. This enhanced version of half-dimension would divide the target multiple times until it ceased to exist. Valerie had conceived this idea after acquiring her silver armor, but she could feel her demonic power waning, a reminder that this technique was not something she could use frequently. Pluton's body began to compress, shrinking in both length and width. As it continued to diminish, he cried out in disbelief at the overwhelming power he was facing. Valerie, devoid of mercy, commanded him to disappear. In an instant, Pluton became so small he was no longer visible, and with a final vibration in the air, he vanished completely. The two dragonesses had triumphed over their opponent. Valerie fell to her knees as her silver armor faded away, leaving her in her scale mail, breathing heavily. She still needed to train that technique. Tiamat, now back in her human form, approached Valerie, offering her hand to help her up, which Valerie accepted this time. She reassured Tiamat that she was fine but noted that only Cao Cao remained. Tiamat crossed her arms, confident that Issei would emerge victorious. The battle between Issei and Cao Cao had escalated to a point where approaching could be fatal. Their fists and weapons clashed, creating powerful shockwaves. They paid no mind to the collapsing buildings around them. Cao Cao was exerting himself more than before, breathing heavily. Each time he blocked Issei's strikes, he felt his arms tremble under the force, slowly being pushed back, while Issei showed no signs of fatigue. The key difference in this fight was their endurance. Issei unleashed a series of powerful blows, pushing Cao Cao back several meters before inhaling deeply and unleashing a massive red-green flame that seemed lethal. Cao Cao, frowning, quickly countered the flames with his spear, releasing a burst of light that struggled to extinguish the fire, a fact he noted with concern. Those flames are not normal, they took longer than usual to extinguish. Cao Cao took a deep breath, trying to regain his composure. This was Issei's new power, surpassing the Juggernaut drive. However, despite its resemblance to Valerie's form, it was incomplete, making it dangerous. Cao Cao realized that his attacks could not inflict the damage he desired. Issei, feeling light as a feather, acknowledged that he was different now. If he were still a demon, Cao Cao might have defeated him. It was nearly impossible for a being of darkness to overcome a being of light, and vice versa. But Issei was neither of those anymore, and they both knew it. Cao Cao, determined, began to disappear and reappear around Issei, who sighed, weary of the same strategy. The sentinels charged at Issei to distract him while the human waited for the right moment. Issei allowed the sentinels to approach, then leaped, causing them to collide with one another. He unleashed a surge of power that eliminated them, but in mid-air, Cao Cao appeared suddenly, attempting to pierce him with his spear. By instinct, Issei managed to stop the spear with his hand at the tip, surprising Cao Cao and reminding him that Issei was no longer a being of darkness by nature. Issei held the spear tightly and, without wasting time, launched a powerful punch toward Cao Cao, who quickly vanished with his orb and reappeared on the ground. Cao Cao muttered to himself, acknowledging how close that had been. Issei, fueled by determination, increased his crimson jade aura and propelled himself at great speed toward Cao Cao. The two opponents clashed again, their fists and spear colliding with such force that it caused further destruction around them. As Issei amplified his aura, his propellers released a sonic boom, and he vanished at divine speed, attacking Cao Cao from every possible angle with his speed and strength. Cao Cao struggled to block Issei's relentless strikes coming from all directions. Issei was employing his own strategy to gain the upper hand. A powerful blow from Issei, which Cao Cao barely managed to block, pushed him back, leaving him slightly dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Issei charged his fist with crimson jade aura and flames, launching himself at Cao Cao with the intent to strike. Cao Cao, seeing Issei's charge, prepared to counterattack, his orb ready for action. The moment had come. The orb shot toward Issei, who decided to attack it head-on. When their fists collided, a massive explosion echoed throughout the area, visible and audible from a distance. Cao Cao found himself a short distance away from the explosion, panting for breath. This was the first time he felt fatigue in a fight, and he hadn't even taken a hit yet. As he began to speak, a small red burst shot out from the smoke, speeding toward him. Before he could react, it veered slightly and struck him directly in the right eye, causing him to cry out in shock and pain. Issei appeared suddenly in front of Cao Cao, his armor slightly damaged and without a helmet, but still standing strong. He declared that he only needed one hit. Issei unleashed a series of powerful punches, which Cao Cao struggled to block with his spear. The loss of his eye impaired his vision, and his arms trembled with each impact. Issei followed up with a kick and a precise strike toward Cao Cao, who managed to block but was pushed back, increasingly exhausted. Cao Cao questioned why, even with the true Longinus, he could not defeat Issei. Issei declared that he would land a hit. He activated his propellers and charged at the human. Cao Cao, with the last of his strength, raised his spear to try to stab Issei in the abdomen, knowing he would likely evade it. This would give him time to retreat and devise a new plan. However, Issei charged directly at Cao Cao, who moved his spear, expecting to pierce him or have him dodge. But Issei did not evade. The spear pierced his abdomen, shocking Cao Cao and horrifying Valerie and Tiiamat. Issei smirked at Cao Cao, declaring that he had promised a hit. With his left fist raised while using his right hand to keep the spear in place despite the pain, Issei delivered a powerful blow to Cao Cao's abdomen. The human let out a pained gasp, blood trickling from his mouth. The force of the punch sent Cao Cao flying backward, crashing into a building while the spear was expelled from Issei's abdomen, staining the ground with blood as he pressed on the wound to stem the bleeding. Issei winced, acknowledging the pain but noting it was not as severe as before. Drake commented on Issei's luck, noting that his armor's resilience and his new body had prevented worse damage. Valerie, Tiiamat, and Ophus rushed to the injured Sekirudii, expressing concern over his wound. Issei reassured Valerie that it didn't hurt as much as before. Tiiamat, sounding a bit dreamy, remarked that she never expected him to take such risks, feeling even more drawn to him. As the four dragons watched, they saw Cao Cao struggling to rise, his body trembling and blood flowing from where his right eye had been. He could only kneel, leaning on his spear, astonished by what had just transpired. Cao Cao clutched his right eye, feeling a sharp pain. He wondered why it hurt so much. The attack he had launched was imbued with the Dragon Slayer aura from his sword, which contained a bit of Samuel's power. Hearing this, Cao Cao looked at Issei in surprise, but it was Valerie who spoke next. When they recovered Escalation, a bit of Issei's blood, tainted by Samuel's poison, had fallen onto the sword, causing a drastic change. Escalation now carried a hint of Samuel's sinister Dragon Slayer aura, though it wasn't as lethal as the poison itself. Cao Cao's expression shifted to one of shock as he processed Issei's words. His Medusa eye. Valerie explained that Medusa was a monster with hair made of snakes. Since he had transplanted that eye into himself, it meant that a small amount of Samuel's dark aura was enough to leave him in worse condition than before after the blow he had received. Issei stood a bit straighter while Valerie used some healing magic on his wound, with Ophus also contributing to the effort. Cao Cao laughed sarcastically, despite the pain in his tone. He never thought he would end up like this due to such a method, almost making it seem like Issei had planned everything. Issei clarified that he hadn't planned anything, Rather, he had been lucky to survive thanks to Ophus and Great Red. Escalation had undergone a change he never thought possible, and he relied more on luck than any strategy. Even though Cao Cao was a descendant of a hero and the wielder of the true Longinus, he was still human. Issei questioned whether someone like him could survive another blow like the previous one, especially one infused with Samuel's aura. Cao Cao admitted that he didn't believe he could. His body was no longer responding, and he doubted that Phoenix tears could heal him from Samuel's effects. He raised his face slightly, a comical expression of anger crossing his features. The reason he had lost was that he was human. He had spent so much time researching the weaknesses of his opponents only to end up like this. It was the most ironic twist. Yet, he was not willing to give up and declared he would use the truth idea. This declaration surprised Issei, Valerie, and Tiiamat. Cao Cao raised his spear, its tip opening and beginning to glow. He called upon the true sacred spear that pierces through God, invoking the ambition of the king of domination that lay within him to traverse the gap between blessing and destruction. Seeing the immense light emanating from the spear, Issei, Valerie, and Tiiamat readied themselves, prepared to resist any potential attack. However, as Cao Cao commanded the spear to announce its will and become a beacon, the light grew even more intense. Suddenly, the light of the true Longinus began to weaken, and the spear's tip returned to normal as it ceased to emit light. Cao Cao stood in stunned silence, just as Issei and the girls wondered why nothing had happened. Cao Cao realized that the spear had chosen the dream of security over his ambition. Valerie asked why the truth idea hadn't worked, and Cao Cao sighed, explaining that it was tied to the will of the biblical God. The will of God absorbed the user's ambition and responded to the strength of the opponent, creating various effects and miracles. It could either be a force of absolute destruction or a blessing to capture the opponent's heart. The response the truth idea gave to security was silence, meaning Issei had won this battle, and the spear wanted to witness Issei's dream for itself. Issei was taken aback by the revelation that the biblical God recognized him as the winner. Valerie found this amusing and laughed, pointing out that the true Longinus had chosen Issei over Cao Cao. She reminded him that he should have eliminated them when he had the chance, and now the outcome was rather dull. Cao Cao weakly smiled, acknowledging that between him and Valerie, Issei was indeed a formidable rival. Valerie, however, claimed Issei for herself, wrapping her arm around him with a smile, leaving him unsure of how to react. She declared that she was the only one privileged to defeat him. Issei, feeling uncomfortable with the situation, raised his voice, expressing his distaste for them fighting over him. He preferred it if the women fought for him while men like Cao Cao could just fade away. Tiiamat laughed heartily at Issei's words, nearly doubling over with amusement. Their laughter was abruptly interrupted when a familiar purple mist appeared, accompanied by a figure. George appeared, looking exhausted, having lost an eye and his left arm, with his left leg stained black. He urged Cao Cao to leave, acknowledging that they had made many miscalculations but were not wrong about the danger they faced. He created a transport circle, insisting they would end up dead if they continued to involve themselves with the two celestial dragons. Cao Cao agreed, nodding to his companion as the circle glowed and the mist enveloped them. Issei and Valerie rushed to stop them, but by the time they arrived, both humans had vanished in a faint glow, and the mist dissipated. Valerie expressed her frustration at their escape but sighed, realizing that in their current state, they would be out of commission for quite some time. Issei sighed as he deactivated his crimson armor and scale mail, feeling a few aches in his body. Still, what happened to George to end up like this? Valerie, now without her armor, sighed with relief as she pondered the situation. She could only think that the Gremry group was responsible, otherwise, others would have come alongside George. Issei sounded a bit sad as he considered this possibility. Valerie approached him and offered a comforting embrace, which he appreciated and returned with a smile. She expressed her relief that he was truly okay. Issei, with a hint of determination, remarked that for her sake, he would return from death as many times as necessary. He vowed never to leave her alone again.